Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Chess Master? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. JP Heroes, Theorists. Dash at Bean Bean is now online. Bean Bean, have you seen the news? UA just had their Civil War exam again. At Nezu_stan is now online. Nezu_stan, the media are going crazy over here in America, something about not being allowed access? Bean Bean, yeah. It's like super weird. At ID_go_for_ flaming trash knows all the really in-depth stuff though. Dash at ID_go_for_ flaming trash is now online. ID_go_for_ flaming trash, UA have finals like every other high school, right? But it's UA, so they publicize everything. And when I say everything I mean everything. Down to students' measurements and stuff. Nezu_stan, but isn't that illegal? Like safeguarding? ID_go_for_ flaming trash, apparently not for UA. Anyway, they publicize everything, including feed, interviews, audio, the whole shebang for this particular exam. Because it gets backlash from parents every time it runs. So they publicize everything to look like good guys because they aren't hiding anything. Nezu_stan, so this year's exam has to have had something really bad happen in it for them to not publish it? Bean Bean, basically. ID_go_for_ flaming trash, pretty much. Dash at Gamite is now online. Dash at WeStan is now online. Dash at Snex is now online. Dash at Madlads is now online. Gamite, sounds about right. WeStan, yeah. Snex, UA have a history of covering stuff up, it's not a big surprise, is it? Madlads, man, it's so trippy seeing this from the outside POV, watching all the Japanese users just throw absolute shade. Gamite, my dude, my guy, it's UA. How do we not throw shade? WeStan, a Shiketsu fan broke into the chat again. Gamite, you take that back right now. Snex, maybe the real treasure was the internet feuds we started along the way. Bean Bean, this is why none of you have mod rights. Nezu_stan, I joined this chat to get quality info on the happenings of UA as someone who is barely fluent in Japanese. And instead what did I get? You assholes. Dash at Pikachu Fried Chicken is now online. Pikachu Fried Chicken, yo, all my fellow Japanese theorists, check the news. Nizu's making a statement and it's a doozy. Dash at Pikachu Fried Chicken is now offline. Izuku lies in his bed, staring at the ceiling of his own room at home when it hits him why he was so obsessed with All Might and Hero merch as a kid. It had nothing to do with fanatic phases as he and his mother had previously thought. No. It was deflection, he realizes. Nobody would think particularly ill of someone who had an intense love of heroes and especially the number one, symbol of peace. He can admit, when the thought hits him, it hurts. How much of his personality, his likes, his dislikes, are even him? How much of his everything is just a subconscious defensive mechanism to make himself seem small, insignificant enough to fly under the radar? He feels his throat get choked up as he remembers again that he tore all that down. It's gone. Nothing remains of what he spent years cultivating. There is nowhere to hide now, nothing to fall back on, and it scares him. At first he'd been appreciative of the fact that they could go to their own homes if they wanted to over this weekend instead of staying in the dorms. Now he isn't. Because now it just feels like he's running away. Again. He brings his fisted hands up to his face and covers his eyes. He's always running away. He ran away from the truth for nearly 15 years, he's running from having to deal with the repercussions of his actions now, and he just knows he's going to be running from something else in the future. But the question remains. How much of everything he's ever done has actually been him and how much of it has been a defense mechanism? His phone buzzes next to his head, deliberating over to ignore it or not. He reaches the conclusion that if it's the group chat he should log out now before it annoys him too much, and if it isn't it's probably something important. Grabbing the device he inputs his password to see that it's a text from a private group chat that hadn't been used since before the announcement of the exam. Clicking on it he sees what looks like the beginning of a meme war between Nito and Mei. A sliver of a smile reaches his lips, barely getting there before it's gone as he drops his phone into the bed and starts to cry. He's torn his year group apart to play a game with Nizu, a game he just barely won. And now everyone has to deal with his consequences. Curling into a ball he tries to mute his crying. His mother can't know, he can't put that strain on her. It's his fault there will be divides, it's his fault friendships could be lost. It's his fault and at the end of it nothing is achieved. He can't think of a better example of a Pyrrhic victory. Dash at Pikachu Fried Chicken is now online. Pikachu Fried Chicken, seeing as you're all a bit preoccupied discussing that Mad Mind F Fest, I'll fill you in at Nezu_stan. Pikachu Fried Chicken, UA isn't showing their feed, because they don't have any. Or at least, they don't have enough. This year's villain team, the victors by the way, were very clever and had bug sweeps and regularly dismantled or disabled cameras or got in trucks that had no devices in them. Pikachu Fried Chicken, long story short, UA doesn't have enough feed to broadcast, and what they do have, without context is real bad for the kids on the villain team. Apparently. Dash at Nezu_stan is now online. Nezu_stan, is it really that bad? Like, they're all kids at the end of the day. Pikachu Fried Chicken, the villain team got an undeniable victory. You know what that means in terms of this exam? One team must either lose their leader, villain only apparently, or be completely eliminated. The villain team had to kill the entire hero team to win. Pikachu Fried Chicken, so yes. It is really that bad. Nezu_stan, holy crap. Did it say how or was that part of the, without context it's super bad thing? Pikachu Fried Chicken, part of the bad without context thing. All we've got is that the villains won, for the first time since this exam has ever run, and that they did it so viciously we aren't allowed to know how. Pikachu Fried Chicken, personally I'm glad. It's about time heroes started fighting back properly instead of teaching kids that heroes always win. This should hopefully be a wake-up call. Nezu_stan, but at the end of the day they're still kids. Pikachu Fried Chicken, they're teenagers at the equivalent of a military academy. Saying they're still kids undermines everything about them right now. My point still stands, this needs to be a wake-up call. Dash at Pikachu Fried Chicken is now offline. Nizu watches his staff closely, waiting to see if any of the animosity that had built up during the exam remains, or if it has been worked out. When he spots Vlad King he barely restrains a snort. The hero is sporting a black eye and a split lip. Aizawa had always laminated in his time as Nizu's personal student that he'd always wanted to punch Vlad in the face. He got his wish. He really should write a disciplinary for that, but unless the victim comes to him he can't make assumptions. Besides, maybe the next time the man wants to demonize children he'll think twice. Alright, we're here today to discuss the breakdown of the finals exam, and how we will be awarding grades. Due to this year's case I believe it is fair to say our prior system will not be of use. There are nods, a few murmured agreements but he spots All Knight's hand is raised. Excuse me, sir, but what exactly was the previous system? We would evaluate the winning side, and reward points for heroic acts and take away points for heroic acts, further deducting 10 points for every dead members of the team there was. He pauses, then we do much the same for the losers, awarding for objectives collected and deducting for deaths. All Might nods and B continues on, as is now obvious, the villains have won so we have to recalculate the point system. Nizu, I have a request. Somewhat surprised he nods at Midnight and the woman sighs, pulling her shoulders back and sitting up straight like she's on a mission. I want the objectives you gave Midoriya to be made available to the staff and to the first years. Of course, that isn't an unreasonable request. Maybe ask why. The uncertainty over what the villain leader was hoping to accomplish left quite a bit of animosity between our peers. Her eyes flit over to Aizawa and Vlad King, and I believe the same will be said when the students are all back together in classrooms. From what I understand a large percent of the villain team went home rather than staying in the dorms for the weekend. That is true, though that was done for comfort reasons rather than any attempts to mitigate the fallout. I understand where you're coming from, and I'll make arrangements for every student and member of staff involved to have a list of objectives. When Hitoshi walks into his general studies class on the first day after the weekend, having spent the weekend at home with his mother, they'd gotten a new house after the divorce and he didn't want her to get lonely, rather than in the dorms, he's not sure what to expect. After all, he had never made it a secret he wanted to get into the hero course, never made it a secret he'd try his damnedest to get there. He's greeted by sympathetic gazes and classmates telling him how proud they are of him. He's confused until he spots the objectives list on his desk. He imagines they've passed it around the room, interested for any scrap of information they could get after UA's adamant refusal to share information pertaining to the exam. The key on the first page, the first of 14 he spots, says a red line indicates a completed objective and a star indicates an objective that was either partway completed or was thought to be completed but upon investigation was not. The first objective stares at him, smirking before spitting in his eye. Death of a member of the villain team. Shyuda feels every nerve in his body set on fire when he walks into class on Monday morning to see Midoriya sat in his seat. It's not even just the appearance of Midoriya, no, it's the fact it's just Midoriya. He isn't scared of the other, he is. Oh God, how he is. He can't get the image of the other smirking at him before threatening to pull the trigger, but he's scared of being on his own with him. Because that means they have to talk things through and he isn't prepared to do that yet. He doesn't know if he's able to yet. But he pushes onwards, walks to his seat and finds himself feeling guilty that he's surprised to see Midoriya with bloodshot eyes. How could he forget that his friend, and no matter if he is scared of Midoriya somewhat now he is still his friend, had to do those things too. He had to experience them. The bruise on his jaw from where a paint pellet had smashed into him still aches. Sitting down pauses at what awaits him at his desk. Looking to Midoriya he finds the boy staring blankly at the sheets of paper on his own desk. Then he realizes every desk has the same pile of papers on it. Hesitantly he reads the top, villain objectives list. He reads the key and starts to flip through the sheets, stomach growing more and more twisted the more he reads. Growing more and more ill as he looks at what Midoriya could have gotten away with but chose not to. Two stand out to him, loss of a limb and debilitating injury. The two could technically be counted as one in the same objective, but they were there. A teenager was given this sheet of paper and told to run with it. That this was what he had to do to win. And still he doesn't know if they technically have won. But he knows they have whether technicalities say otherwise. The villains were the better team. They knew what they were doing. He looks over to Midoriya. Watches how he's hunched in his seat, how he's silent as he stares at the objectives. Midoriya knew what he was doing and while it is terrifying to see that some of the things Midoriya did to them weren't objectives, it's a relief almost to know that his friend still knew where there was a line. Even if at the time Shyuda hadn't thought his friend knew there was a line. At id_go_for_the flaming trash is now online. id_go_for_the flaming trash, I think I'm going to be sick. @beanbean is now online. Bean, why what's wrong? id_go_for_the flaming trash, list.png. Bean, holy cow what the F, is that real? id_go_for_the flaming trash, yep some UA student's account posted the pictures earlier today. Apparently everyone involved in the first year hero exam got one. @Pikachu Fried Chicken is now online. Pikachu Fried Chicken, IFING take it back. This isn't a wake-up call. This is FING anarchy. @Nezu_stan is now online. Nezu_stan, look at how many things weren't done though. Can you imagine how much anguish that kid had to go through? You're what 16, I always forget, and that is thrown at you and you have to go through with it to win. @Snek is now online. @Gameite is now online. @WeStan is now online. @MadLads is now online. Snek, I haven't even got past the second page and I've had to stop. Snek, please don't tell me. It gets worse. Gameite. MadLads. WeStan. Gameite, it gets much worse. Snek, what did I just say? MadLads, my kanji is pretty rusty but I'm getting the gist of things and I ask, seriously no FING about right now, how much of that is legal? WeStan, all of it. There are different laws pertaining to heroic schools and UA is renowned for its freestyle education system, backed up by the government so they can't even be punished for what they've done. @Look at me I'm a hero is now online. Look at me I'm a hero, guess who's back? Bean, way to be dramatic. Your timing is ridiculous. Look at me I'm a hero, yeah well, none of you are gonna believe the week I just had. Pikachu Fried Chicken, I think the UA crisis is a bit more important. Look at me I'm a hero, oh yeah? Well I just had to live through that shit show so think again. Pikachu Fried Chicken, what? Bean, what? Nezu_stan, Jesus almighty have mercy. MadLads, what the F? Snek. WeStan. id_go_for_the flaming trash, what the F? Gameite, dear Kami chapter text. @Look at me I'm a hero is now offline. Pikachu Fried Chicken, you don't get to just say that and then not explain. Bean, I think they just did. Pikachu Fried Chicken, IFING knew there was a reason I became a lawyer but DMN at all premonition didn't see this sheet coming. Ochako doesn't really want to go back into class, it's almost purely because of embarrassment. She let her team down, she let everything fall to pieces and wasn't there for anyone. That and she's scared. Class 1A was made predominantly of the villain team. It was probably going to be a sheet show in class. Who knew what kind of tensions would arise? But they lived in dorms, on campus, so she didn't really have an excuse to be late or avoid anyone. She noticed, when everyone sat apart in the dorm social area that Todoroki and Midoriya weren't there. She didn't raise the point. No one else seemed to notice or care, so she wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Maybe the two had gone to class early. That makes her stand suddenly, and before she really realizes what she's doing Ida is calling after her, oh go do one Tenya she is going to run in the DMN halls FING watch her, as she snatches her school bag and barely gets her shoes on before she's running to class. She isn't sure who she's more scared for, Todoroki or Midoriya. When she makes it to class, 10 minutes early in fact, how long have the two been alone for? With the rest of her class trailing behind her, it's to find Todoroki standing next to Midoriya's desk, holding a wad of papers in his hands. And is? Oh Kami, Midoriya is shaking. What the hell has Todoroki done? Todoroki dash, she storms forward but cuts herself off as she hears the stoic boy's words. I'm sorry, I didn't realize how much you were suffering through the exam. I'm supposed to be your friend Midoriya. I should have realized when you went home for the weekend something wasn't right. And that is new. She's never heard Todoroki sound so soft. It certainly isn't a tone she would use on Midoriya after seeing him this week, but the two-toned boy just crouches next to the desk. She turns then, seeing the rest of the class outside the room. She shakes her head and they all disperse. Whatever is going on, it isn't something everybody should see. This is private. I'm sorry, Shyuda, but what the F is this list and why the hell did you let Midoriya go through with it? Hisashi slams the 14 pages of F-ed-up sheet he isn't even sure he could muster the will to plan for. How the hell did Midoriya cope, on the desk in front of his friend? He grows agitated at the bland face he sent, as if this is a perfectly normal 14-page document, and not for, all intents and purposes, a draft from a Saw Meets the Hunger Games mashup parody. He's feeling sick after reading a few pages of it, the thought that his student had to plan for that to win, he represses a shiver up his spine. Because it was this Hisashi or whatever else Nizu cooked up. This was the lesser of two evils. You know, I'm pretty sick of hearing that these past 2 weeks. Hisashi curls his lip at Ken's interruption and he spits out a "shut up Vlad" over his shoulder before Shyuda or Namuri can. Honestly, he isn't sure why Nizu is even keeping the blood hero on his staff with some of the attitudes the other was spewing during the exam. The only reason he can think of is that Nizu can keep an eye on him this way. Really? Really this, he gestures at the offending papers, is the lesser of two evils? You truly want me to believe that Nizu can cook something worse than this up? Shyuda sneers at the papers like they've personally offended him, and maybe they have. This year's 1A are Shyuda's now. Even though they've already been his students, they're his kids now, have been since the USJ incident really, so the fact that the document is testament to the breaking point his kids pushed themselves to, the fact that it's a testament to the pain they were put through. He's surprised Shyuda allowed the DMN thing to be given out. Did you have any input on this, Shyuda? Namuri questions, and Hisashi didn't even realize the older woman had come up next to him. Her words are accusatory but her tone isn't. None whatsoever. The biggest amount of input I had for this whole mess was Midoriya running his plans through me so I could ask Nexus for permission for him. Izuku refuses to look at anyone for the rest of the day. He numbly shakes his head no when his friends and his new friends ask him to eat lunch with them. He numbly shrugs his shoulders as Momo asks if he's alright, and he makes a noise in the back of his throat. He doesn't really think classes as a form of human communication when she asks if he wants her to get Nito, Mei, or Hitoshi. She gets all three, apparently. Or at least that's what she says as she gives him a smile that he catches from the corner of his eye. He doesn't really care. Everything is numb and yet every nerve is on fire. Ever since Todoroki had apologized and he'd broken down like he had any right to cry after everything he'd done, everything was slowed down. It hadn't taken much effort to spot Aizawa giving him concerned looks in homeroom, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with the implications of that, and Nito was crouched next to him, much like Todoroki had that morning, and he's talking to him? Everything is pretty muted right now, so he isn't sure. His lips are moving though, so probably. He tries to speak to tell the blonde there isn't a point in talking. Because he can't hear, but his tongue is lead in his mouth. Thankfully his best friend seems to realize this without having to be told, because he just gives a tired smile to Izuku and ruffles his hair before stealing Bakugu's chair and just silently sitting next to him as they both eat. It's nice. Everything is still muffled and Izuku figures it might be the shock setting in but disregards it for now. Not too soon after, Mei and Hitoshi enter their classroom and everything just seems normal? They don't speak. Nito had his phone out before, so he might have texted them and told them speech was redundant right now, and instead just steal other seats. Mei steals Siro's and Hitoshi takes Momo's seat, and they just sit there in a crowded half-circle eating shitty bento boxes they'd all made from leftovers on Friday night at Mei's dorm. It's odd almost, to just have the four of them again, without others hanging about. But he likes it, relishes in it almost. He manages to get his voice back just enough to ask, "Can we start having lunch in the lab again after today?" Thankfully the response is overwhelmingly positive. He's glad for the return to routine. He isn't sure what he'd have done if he'd lost that one aspect of normalcy. Hanta isn't sure how to feel. On the one hand he's petrified of Midoriya and can't figure the kid out, on the other hand he feels ready to fight All Might for him after reading through the list of objectives. It doesn't make Hanta feel any less angry, any less used, but it gives him an appreciation for how Midoriya held the line, held on to a limit no one had set him. For God's sake, suicide was on the FING list. What kind of bullshit had gone through Midoriya's head at seeing that that was something he might have to cause just for measly points? He really doesn't know how to feel though, when Midoriya is stood across from him, shaking with bags under his eyes and a trembling mouth that doesn't match the wicked smirk he'd worn when he'd held a gun to Todoroki's head literally 4 days ago, and bowing as he apologizes. The green-haired boy is at a 90-degree angle, it's midnight and they're in the dorm kitchen of all places. And Midoriya looks seconds away from crying. Not the crying he was known for, no, this is the type of ready-to-cry he'd seen on the other's face during the exam, when there was no one but the cameras and the elevator walls to watch. It's disorienting, because why does the other have that much trust in him to show him this genuine side when for all Midoriya knows Ganga could turn in him? Humiliate him, ostracize him? Because you're better than that, and he knows that. Because you're his classmate he's supposed to trust you. His mind unhelpfully supplies. Midoriya, you don't need to dash. I do. He can hear how much the other's been crying just from his voice. It's how he'd sounded all week and weekend. I do. I need to apologize because I treated you all awfully and I took advantage of all of you, and he admittedly doesn't really listen to the rest of the apology. Because he's still torn. Because holy F, Midoriya is capable of being an unhinged monster if he wants to be, but then he also has to come to terms with the fact that the same boy is stood, crying at midnight in the DMN kitchen as he apologizes. It's all a bit too complex to digest right now dash. And suddenly the other is stood bolt upright, tears a mere memory, and Hanta irrationally fears he's angered the boy. Of course. I shouldn't have loaded this on you right now. I'm so sorry. And with that he watches as Midoriya scurries off to the safety of his dorm room. Hanta remains stationary in the kitchen for a while longer. When he does move it's robotic, synthetic almost. He's so confused. Nito hadn't realized the divide in 1B till after lunch. It becomes extremely apparent as at one point everyone would have pushed the desks together and sat around one big conglomeration of desks. Now though, 2 swarms have been assembled and it's pretty DMN obvious who's who. Reiko waves him over silently, and when he gets to the seat saved for him he pats Sen on the back, glad to see his injuries fully healed, even happier to see his neck didn't scar. Sitting down is an awkward affair because the room is still silent. He'd just made it for the bell and Vlad-sensei hasn't turned up and no one is making an attempt to put the desks back. He's not particularly willing to mediate after some of the things that were said about Hitoshi. The objectives list stares at him, evil and conniving. He'd known of a few of the objectives beforehand. Izuku had let the 3 of them read through them just to get insight. But he'd never had to read the whole lot. It knocks him sick. You knew about these before the exam, right? Setsuna's voice echoes practically in the room. Not all of them, Aizu showed the 3 of us some of them. He didn't let us see the worst ones. He can understand to an extent, wanting to protect them almost, but it was the wrong decision. His best friend stayed up to about mere minutes ago is telling enough of that. He only showed us up to the 2nd page. 2 pages of 14. 14 pages that included tasks such as suicide, exploitation of a phobia and the decimation of an entire city sector. The tension remained in the room as his voice died off and, having his back to the rest of the room, he didn't dare turn around to see what everyone else was doing. He just kept his eyes on his teammates. No, they weren't teammates anymore, they were friends. He needed to make that distinction, at least until they all sat down this weekend and spoke about it like they'd planned. Nito was all for remaining as a team. They all knew how the others worked now and they had secure units within their larger group, not to mention they'd all follow Izuku to hell and back. It was a stupid idea to think of forming external teams without needing to. It was a real prospect now that they'd all found their areas of expertise that they would be separated in adult life, because not only would it be a strain to relearn roles in traditional teams, but it would be a hard adjustment from this team to another team mainly because of leadership. The villain team, it hits him now how not once did Izuku remind them of their position. The only hints of their true role in the exam were from their actions, and the hero team, never once had they labeled themselves villains. The word hero had always been spat by all them with a venom though. It was a strange kind of venom though. It showed angered thoughts. A lifetime of begrudgingly turning the at her cheek, and it showed restraint for still being there to do it, was a new peak state of leadership. The hero team had crumbled because they had followed the standard hierarchy. Unless you'd been on a team for a while with others, or were Izuku, it would take a long time to grow accustomed to quirks and tics, and it would take even longer working around them. That had been the hero's failing. Alright class. He turns when he hears Vlad-sensei voice from the front of the room. He still has his bruise and black eye. What had his teacher done for Recovery Girl not to heal him? I won't tell you to put your desks back. If anything, the divide will probably help ease tensions during this talk. It was one thing to silently be a part of the divide, it was another entirely to have someone throw it out in the open. The current situation was tense. It was a festering wound right now. They didn't need lemon juice being squeezed into it. Sensei hadn't gotten that memo. This afternoon it's been decided to debrief you all almost on your exam. I take it you've all read through, or at least started to read thorough the objectives list left on your desks this morning. They all nodded mute, and Vlad-sensei sighed, bringing a hand and ran it through his hair. It isn't some joke, that list was presented to Kumicho, aka Midoriya Izuku, 13 days ago. Around the middle of your exam prep time. It sent his stomach in knots just listening to his best friend be referred to as his code name before his real name. It almost felt like they weren't trying to separate the two people. He was briefed that same day by Nizu, who explained in great detail that the contents of the packet you all have in your possession was the only way for the villain team to win. That left a bitter taste in his mouth, was Sensei implying. The objectives were set up so that the heroes has at least 2 of them, meaning that if Midoriya had attempted to win by eliminating the entire hero team, the villain team still would have lost. There was a heavy silence. The test was designed so that the villains would never win without betraying their morals. It was designed to push you all to your limits. This year's test was especially gruesome. They all hissed in breaths as their sensei bowed at a near 90 degrees. I apologize to all of you that I allowed any of you to become entangled in this. I take full responsibility. You take full responsibility for what, sensei? Pony's voice had all of them turning. Her words sounded accusatory, but she was still learning Japanese. Sometimes she came out blunter than intended. She probably just needed clarification, because it states all over the packet the teachers could have denied the objectives at any point. So, her words chalked up, so why didn't you? If you are so sure of taking responsibility, why didn't you stop the villains during the exam? The blonde girl stood up, and Nito felt his throat tighten watching her shake. They did what they had to win, but why didn't you stop them with Zero? Why didn't you stop them when they ran Tetsu and Kirishima over? When they dash? When they planned to hurt Shouta and Bakugu, you could have told them to stop. Midoriya had to come up with something before you all did anything. You could have ordered them not to. But instead we had to stand in that DMN watching room as you stood by. He didn't think about it, call it instinct from dealing with Izuku and Mei and their emotional outbursts, but he soon found himself pulling the girl into his arms as she began to sob, seemingly not caring who it was she was crying into. Nito, he nodded knowing what Muscle's tone meant and began escorting the blonde girl out the room, to which she didn't resist. Senior Monoma, Tsunatori, where do you think you're dash? Hound dog sensei. Tsunatori needs to calm down. He liked Vlad sensei, he seemed a pretty cool teacher and Mei less intense than Eraserhead was apparently. But right now he was between Nito getting Pony somewhere she could calm down. I don't need to dash. The girl's words were muffled by her own cries, hands covering her face making it so only Nito could hear her. He leant closer, not by any obvious amount, and whispered to her. Let me deal with it, okay? It will be quicker this way. You're upset, I get it. But let me get you to Hound Sensei and you can let it all out then. It took a few seconds of deliberation, a few seconds too long. Hurry up, before his teacher cracked. Go. I want you back in class immediately after Monoma. He didn't make any action, verbal or otherwise, to signify he'd heard his teacher. If he needed to, he'd spend the whole DMN day out of class if Pony couldn't calm down. Hitoshi finds himself outside the 1H dorm building at 10 p.m. in the cold and reconsidering life choices. He's thankful when a bleary-eyed kid who doesn't even ask why he's out after curfew or who he even is, he'll have to tell Aizawa next he sees him. UA's tech was all well and good, but not if human stupidity could get him this far. Once he was inside, lets him in. The action that jolts the kid awake is when he doesn't take his shoes off, of all things. It's rude, yes, it's probably gonna track mud in, sure. Does he give a DMN? Nope. You can't just dash. I just had my best friend down the phone in tears. Now move or I will use my quirk. The support department were well aware of him and the other guys. It was hard not to be when they all got roped into being Mei's test dummies, so they weren't scared of him or his quirk. He supposed it was hard to be scared of anyone when you've seen them hang upside down by their ankles from a FING mecha doing the DMN Sonic tune on a kazoo. That doesn't mean when he threatens to exhibit force that the other kid doesn't turn pale and move out the way. Juzo had told him he had a pretty scary face when he got really angry or worried. It might have something to do with that as well. He jumps in the elevator and slams the button for Mei's floor. Any normal person would be wondering how he was gonna get on the female side of the dorms, but he wasn't worried. He still had the key Mei had given him on Friday afternoon. When he reaches the right floor he's out like a DMN bullet, and before he even blinks he's unlocking Mei's room. Entering the room he stays in the doorway, calling out softly to his friend who he can see curled up under the covers on the bed. She shifts slightly, head turning to him, and her eyes are glassy with unshed tears. "Can I come over?" She nods. "What do you want me to do with the door?" "Close it. Don't lock it." He nods silently, dropping the key she'd given him in her clear view on the desk before slowly taking his shoes off in case she decided she actually didn't want him or anyone else near her. Once he was out of his shoes he pulls off his rain roast and drapes it over the back of desk chair before following her instructions for the door. Walking over he grabs her bean bag and sits himself across from her. She shuffles, throwing a blanket at him that he quickly wraps around himself. "You walk all the way here for me?" It's timid, but it's an attempt at a joke from Mei, so he'll bite. Slogged through the rain and everything. "I'm gonna catch hypothermia tomorrow." She laughs, quiet and not really there, but it's a start. "I don't think that's how it works, Toshi." "You sure?" He tilts his head. "God, he's tired. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but then again neither are you. So who knows really, we shall know soon enough if I wake up without my toes tomorrow. That'll just be the toe gremlin that lives in the dorms." He shivers at that, a disturbing image entering his mind. "Why would you say that?" She shrugs and it goes very quiet again. They sit there, silent as the rain batters at the window, the weather getting worse. "Who let you in?" "Tall, dead eyes, scars diagonal on both cheekbones." She hums. "One or another sensei will turn up soon. He's a bit of a snitch, that one. Good welder though." At least she seems more relaxed now. The tears are gone. Should I ask or let her come out with it? "Power Loader said that due to my record, the board of directors for UA want me under surveillance for a while." She tensed up, curling inward on herself, "due to the negative outcomes that may arise from me being exposed to such villainous influences." That's a jab at a hell of a lot of their band of misfits, and it set him off royally. "What, they worried you're gonna go on a mad scientist's rampage?" He tried to make light of the decision, in any way he can. "It doesn't work. Starting tomorrow I'm on probationary study leave. I'm not allowed to leave this DMN building for a month, Toshi." His heart drops. "What?" I said. "Shinso, we know you're in there. You're well aware it's against school policy to be in another dorm this late, never mind one of the opposite section." He scowls. If it wasn't Aizawa on the other side of the door he'd probably just tell them to F off and he'd deal with the consequences. "I'll be out in a second, sensei." There's a grunt that tells him he has 2 minutes before he's being dragged out. He hurries to the door, barely remembering to throw the blanket wrapped around him over to Mei, shoving his shoes and coat on before heading to the door. He goes to grab the handle when he stops as Mei hugs him from behind. "I'm scared." He turns then, hugging her back. "I know. I am too. They board are sticking me on a watch list as well. You got the worse end though with probationary study leave." Shinso "I know, sensei." It's testament to how much his mentor trusts him because not once has he attempted to open the door. "The next chance I get to visit Mei I will, and we're gonna get Izu to get Inko so far down these shitheads' throats they won't dare go after a group of kids needlessly again." "Got it." She nods silently and lets him go. Leaving Mei's room, Aizawa appraises him, spots Mei wiping away tears and steps towards her, murmuring something Hitoshi can't hear before escorting him out. Late night sweethearts meeting? It's a joke, and they both know Aizawa can't make good jokes. Maybe that's why Hitoshi laughs. "Sensei, we both know that is the furthest thing from the truth. "I know, kid. Gotta just make sure there's no miscommunication." Hitoshi nearly misses a step because DMN, he's been around Izuku enough to know what that means. Even now he's under watch for this DMN exam. He nods, discreetly, "Of course. Sorry, sensei." The board of directors. He huffed to himself as he tried to button up his school shirt single-handed, using his non-dominant hand to hold the phone up to his ear. "Yeah, Aizawa-sensei said they're basically like the board of governors for a normal school." Izuku shifted his head to keep his phone on his shoulder as he finished buttoning up his uniform shirt, "but they're manned near exclusively by alumni of UA and the HPSC." Giving up and putting the phone on loudspeaker and sticking it on his desk, he continued getting ready for school. "HPSC? As in the Hero Commission?" Hitoshi clicked his tongue on the other side of the line. "The very same. Me and Mei are flight risks for them. I wouldn't be too surprised if Aizawa keeps you behind to give you a heads up about you too. Hell, the entire team might be risks at this point." "Well, that screws with stuff, doesn't it?" Mei said. "A month?" Grabbing his blazer he debated putting it on before deciding to just have it over his arm until he was in the school building. Now he just needed to get his DMN tie on properly and he could go get breakfast and be out to class with enough time to forewarn Nito. A month of monitored house arrest. She called it probationary study leave, but I could tell what she was getting at. Hitoshi paused like he was trying to already formulate a plan. The problem there lies with monitored. Clicking his tongue like the other had earlier, he started to try and strangle himself with his tie. Yeah, we can't all just turn up at the dorm without setting alarm bells off, and who knows if they've compromised the chat yet or not. There was a PRGNNT silence over the line and he worried he'd cut out. Toshi? Aizu, I didn't even think of that. Sheet. I gotta get my tie sorted so I can warn Nito in person, but think you could send a code 13 to the chat? They'll be spooked, but everyone will maintain radio silence long enough for us to get this sorted. He hadn't ever thought he'd need to implement any of the countermeasures he'd started to drill into his teammates. They'd been backups of backups in case the entire world went to shot and then some. Right now though he was glad. Code 13? What do you want with that message, boss? He barely noticed the shift in Hitoshi's voice as he switched from Toshi to Wakagashira, but he changed his tone to match. Give them a thumbs up from me, please? Thumbs down, Aizu. The call ended then at the same time that Izuku managed to wrangle his tie on properly. Grabbing his bag, he slung it over his shoulder before making it out of his dorm room and making a break for the elevator. He spotted Fumikage exit his room, a distraught look on his face as he stared down at his phone, just before the doors on the elevator closed. Their eyes locked as the doors closed, and he knew he'd have a lot of questions to answer later. At this moment in time though, he needed to find a way to get Mei in the loop without pissing off the government. He sighed to himself, holding back a laugh. So this was what it felt like to have fun. He didn't know if he hated it or not. Time would tell. JP Heroes, Theorists. Look at me, I'm a hero is now online. Look at me, I'm a hero. So granted my exit last time was dramatic, I'm here to say I'm gonna be going radio silent for a while. I managed to PSS off the government during a school exam. Look at me, I'm a hero. I'm going for a world record of stupidest sequence of events to ever transpire, by the way. Look at me, I'm a hero. Well, you'll probably see something on the news before I get back online anyway, so wish me luck. At Pikachu Fried Chicken is now online. Pikachu Fried Chicken, kid please, what the hell? Pikachu Fried Chicken, hero school isn't worth pissing off the government. Office jobs aren't that bad, I swear. You get used to the monotony and verbally abusive buttes quick enough. Pikachu Fried Chicken, kid, I swear if a UA kid winds up dead or missing on the news, I swear. At Look at me, I'm a hero is now offline. So what I'm getting from Toshi's cryptic texts and what you've just told me is that, through the simple act of being lawful chaotic, you've managed to cause utter chaos for interschool relations. Nito looked over his coffee, briefly scanning the room for anyone that seemed out of place, but you've also got the organization equivalents of Nizu breathing down everyone's necks. His best friend rubbed the back of his neck shyly. You make it sound worse than it really is. Chugging the entirety of his scalding hot coffee, he kept eye contact with Izuku. Thankfully the boy's eyes showed some form of timid horror. Good, he knew he was turning Nito into a Hitoshi-style mess. He caught an unknown adult in the back of the canteen, accompanied by present Mike and Aizawa. Say something that will make me laugh. Izuku didn't change his facial expression, acting as if Nito hadn't just asked him to create a diversion very suddenly and very bluntly. Toshi got escorted from Mei's room last night. Haha. What? He'd intended for his laughter to get a raised brow, a quick explanation of two students having a coffee together, nothing interesting, move along. Now he'd F it up, but what? Are you serious? To his merit, he wasn't hysterical, just trying to get his words out through his laughter, but why? They both so obviously fancy. He put his hands over his mouth then, stopping himself before he could give himself away. No. Any Aichan, you do not get to cut off there. He couldn't scowl at himself then. It was only when Izuku was really having fun that he called him any Aichan. From the corner of his eye he could see present Mike wave them off, but the unknown woman didn't seem to be getting the memo. I've been sworn to secrecy. Best friend's honor. I'm your best friend. A hand was placed over Izuku's heart, like Nito had ripped it from his chest with his refuse to tell the oblivious boy what everybody else knew. No, don't tell me you don't love me, any Aichan. Pushing the other boy to be sat down, using the palm of his hand on Izuku's forehead, he managed to scowl through his laughter. Don't just yell shit like that, Aizu. And besides, I couldn't not love you and the other two assholes. Any Aichan loves us, it was said so condescending that shouldn't help but go bright red in the face. He wasn't sure if it was embarrassment or a sliver of rage. I take it back. No take backs. Code 13. We're really in deep shit then. Kyoka leant back against Yuga's back, the blonde boy shuffling to get them both comfortable. The 1A sector of the villain team were congregated before school in a little nook of the dorm dining area, mostly sat on the floor though some were sat at the tables. After a week of eating most meals on missions or quicker than sitting would allow, it was an unusual comfort to have a dining table again. May has also gone offline and I saw the boss leave a few minutes before I came down. He had his bag with him. Looking from where she was offering 1/3 of the blonde devil squad some toast, she looked towards Fumikage. He looked like he was on a mission. High-tie was done properly and everything. She let out a short laugh. I knew he had to be tying it wrong on purpose. There wasn't any chance he wasn't. Toru quipped and they all nodded at her statement. The invisible girl's uniform shuffled, Masahiro moving to allow her more room as she seemed to stretch. What do we think may be the problem? We should come up with some theories and prepare some plans in case of worst-case scenarios. Kyoka turned her head towards where Momo and Rikido were walking over to their gaggle with a few more plates of food. She checked the time on her phone, quickly seeing they had 20 minutes before they had to leave. He's over 20 minutes early, so it's pretty DMN serious, she mumbled out, but he's been to see Nizu, so if it was expulsion that would have been handled on Friday, or at the very latest yesterday. Pointing that out seemed to ease a lot of her friends, and she didn't realize how scary the idea was till she dismissed it. Parental backlash? They aren't broadcasting this year, so someone might be making Izuku a scapegoat. That doesn't justify a Code 13 though. Nezu pointed out, and she paused when she noticed his old blue mask was replaced with the one he'd worn with his villain outfit. The navy mask looked nice with his uniform, and the almost unnoticeable stitched-in smile motif gave the boy a fearsome edge. A Code 9 maybe, but 13 is complete radio silence and freezing of all operations. The boy pulled himself up. He knew it would send us into a frenzy having Waka send it after the exam, so it's something bad. Koji? Looking over to the quiet boy, she saw him slowly stroking his bunny while whispering to Momo. She'd forgotten that the other was selectively mute and that it had been more for convince rather than anything else that caused the boy to be so vocal. Are you sure? He whispered more to Momo, starting to gesture with his hands. She picked up a few basic signs but couldn't translate anything properly. They'd all decided to take up sign language, the whole DMN team, to surprise the boy, but she'd wished she'd started sooner because it would help now. Okay. Thank you. Momo turned towards them. Koji said there were some unknown people walking around UA last night with members of staff. The birds got agitated by them. They apparently have bad auras. Animals have a knack for telling the good people from the bad. Koji's voice was unexpected but was a welcome addition to the conversation. So we need to be on the lookout for suspicious unknown adults. Do you think it counts as breaking radio silence if we send our group a message through pigeon mail? Even if it was the small smile Koji sent her when she asked meant they were definitely doing it. The boss didn't say. So, Nezu? Momo looked to her fellow co-leader, who once giving the A-OK had the girl turning to Koji, let me write a note and we can send it before we all go to class. Pigeon mail is so. What was it like World War I, right? That was like 20th century, right mo? Denki's lethargic voice sounded somewhere to her right and she saw the second part of the blonde devil trio. Masahiro made up the third person, sprawled across the floor with his head in Mina's lap. Correct, you've been revising, I see. He snorted, not really. Got super FING bored last night and watched this super old video called The History of Everything, I guess. Then I watched We Didn't Start the Fire and ended the night with a video about pigeon carriers. The blonde boy yawned. I can kind of see how I got there, but I'm also still super lost how I got there. As a group they all seemed to call out, butterfly effect. Which led to an ensuing fit of giggles for all of them. When they'd sent their pigeon mail they'd all made their way to the main school building. Yuga felt odd entering the building surrounded by his teammates and friends. Before the exercise he'd stuck with Fumikage and Kyoka, but the three of them hadn't been friends more. Well, they'd been three people without proper friendship groups latching onto each other essentially. It was sad, most certainly depressing, but whatever. He had friends now, quite a lot of them in fact. Are you sure that's a good idea? If the boss has a broom nearby you're gonna be dead, dude. He shrugged as Denki nudged his shoulder in jest. Yo, Fumi, the boss is super deadly with a broom, right? I heard about what happened in the kitchen and dash. Who told you about that? All conversation stopped at the high-pitched quality to Fumikage's voice. Dude, Itsuka told a few of us that the boss had hassled you to the top of. I didn't think it was true. Everything erupted into laughter as Denki screeched, running off with arches of electricity jumping off of him with Fumikage and Dark Shadow Chi-sing after him. Yuga, you good? An arm linked his and he smiled at Kyoka. I'm fine, how are you? She signed, leaning into his side. I'm so dismayed. Everyone could bench press the two of us and I discovered I like being carted around like a sack of potatoes. The girl's face went red as she continued speaking, watching him intently once she was finished. Honestly, Kyoka? She blinked at him, same. Her face went blank before she broke down into a fit of giggles, now fully leaning her weight into his side. He released laughter of his own as they looked like two drunk fools bar-key keeping themselves upright. It's somber once they're all in class. Izuku can feel stares from his new and old friends on him for most of the first part of the day, and the cautious glances from his teachers tell him Toshi wasn't too far removed from the truth when he guessed Aizawa would probably have news for him. The caution is either a byproduct of the exam or something is going on. He's willing to bet money on the latter. He's just lucky that there's a free study PRD third lesson, or else lunch was going to be anarchy. He's on edge enough that they can't enter Mei's workshop or hang out with her. Being bombarded probably would have set him off. Once the bell rings signaling third PRD starts, Denki shoots out of his seat like a bullet. Zero makes a shriek that has Aizawa raising a brow, but he doesn't do anything else, and grabs Izuku out of his own seat. He's forced to sit down on Ida's evacuated seat, the blue-haired boy being personally vacated by an intimidating look Nezu and Koji. Uraraka grasps for eye contact, but he doesn't give anything away as she's also shooed away. What's going on, boss? Why code 13? He tries to prepare himself for the fallout. The board of directors and the Hero Commission are out for blood. Things turn very silent and he lowers his volume more to compensate, and if what Toshi said is right, we're all looking to be scapegoats for the time being. Well f-. Oi, problem child. He looks over to Aizawa. No teaching, your classmate swears. If Koda starts sprouting profanity, it's on your head. Yes, sensei. He says it with a type of resignation that he knows will come to bite him later down the line, but he doesn't care. This group is basically a bunch of BSTRD to begin with. Aizawa is just stoking the fire. Bit - Piper, I swear to Kami. The other boy slyly grins but stops discourse regardless. Something else is stressing you out, boss. He looks at half of his band. Right now till lunch he's working with half the numbers and none of their resources, so he'll have to improvise. Mei and Toshi are both being watched and Mei is stuck in her dorm for the next month. Faces turn from passiveness to rage very, very quickly. He almost feels sorry for the Hero Commission. If they want to mess with them now, he knows this group are going to make it hell on earth for them when they're all adults. Oh, and they've got inspectors around the campus, so we're all going to have to limit contact for the whole group. For the time being. Mei and Waka? He notices how they're all so keen on calling Toshi by his codename, albeit he's got a new nickname out of it. What did they do to get on the HC's sheet list? He laughs to himself, before his smile turns sour. Today's gonna possibly be the last lunch as a practically complete group for a while, I'll explain then. They sit on the roof for lunch. It's strategically the best place. One way in or out for them, and however tries to get up here to them, and they have a full 360-degree view of the sky, so aerial entrance isn't gonna happen. Besides, it's not like the government have people like hawks as their little errand boys, is it? Izuku tries to blame the reasoning on residual stress and still adjusting to being in normal life again. It's a lie, because this is just one of the things he's always done that he just now feels he has to justify. He's been doing a lot of that recently. Yeah, Aizawa might be right about seeing a therapist. But he pushes that away for now. There isn't a point in seeing a therapist when right now he's currently plotting against the school. So the Hero Commission have people monitoring us? Is it not safe to talk about? Setsuna's voice is quiet, tentative almost, as she asks. He stifles a laugh, as everyone else gives her knowing looks that seem to go over her head. What? It's a valid question. Do you really think he'd talk about it if he hadn't swept for bugs? Realization dawns on her face. Oh. Yeah, that makes more sense. Sorry, boss, didn't mean to offend. Just a little on edge still. He offers a smile. It's cool. I did have Toshi just send out a code 13 out of nowhere, so I can understand why you're all a little keyed up. Next to him, Toshi shifts, slightly more tense than before after being reminded of the reason for their meeting. But on that note, Mei's under a month-long house arrest. Eyes go wide and noises of confusion and outrage follow, but all we can do for now is try not to give the board anything they can twist. I refuse to let another school board just ignore and twist Mei into some demonized figure. Not after junior high. It's the sheer volume of Toshi's voice that shocks him. He'd intended to ask if he could share about Mei, while the others and Nito were his best friends. Mei and Toshi shared some things in common that he and Nito could never hope to understand. As such, it was customary to get Toshi's blessing before divulging any information about their mechanical angel, but this was a whole other level of letting the cat out the bag. May we inquire as to what you mean by that? Kurwaro is the only one brave enough to question, and Izuku lightly puts a hand on Toshi's forearm, noticing the way his anger is near palpable. Mei doesn't have the best track record from junior high. He lifts his eyes cautiously to Nito, seeing the other boy watching Toshi like he's reciting sensitive information from a case file. It's an unfair, false, tarnished record, but it stuck with her. She was lucky to get into UA with the kind of record she has. She never did anything but defend herself. It was those stupid brats that went after her, but no, because of that idiot everything got blamed on Mei. He can feel his own blood boil at the mention of Mei's little brother. The younger boy had a history of violence and delinquency longer than Izuku probably was tall. Her little brother was a delinquent, and when he didn't do what his little gang wanted they went after Mei. Nito shrugged, figured roughing up his big sister would get him to fall in line. Nito continues explaining and Izuku nods when the blue eyes flit to him. He'll make sure Toshi doesn't get too upset and Nito will give out the information. What they didn't expect is that Mei wouldn't take it lying down. When she handed their backsides to the first lot it became a retaliation attack until they. He feels a lump form in his own throat as this specific point in the story comes about. He'd felt so close to crying and going and kicking the crap out of all the brats himself. Until they turned up at her school, her brother and her went to different schools, and battered one of Mei's childhood friends as a warning. The silence that had settled before had been interested, now it was a sickening, morbid curiosity. Mei lost her temper and the next day she got into a massive fight with this delinquent gang member and they both ended up in hospital. He can still see Mei, strong and loud and overexcitable Mei, close to tears as she described her old friend injuries. He can still see her eyes blazing with fury as she described how sad she was. When she'd been describing it he could see there was a lot of unresolved anger and tension about what had happened. It came across in the way she'd spat names out, in the way she'd stood and paced like if she kept still any longer she'd kill someone. The school by then had had enough with giving her warnings and detentions even though the attacks prior had been self-defense. They took the attack and called it unprovoked. Unprovoked my butt, they just wanted an excuse to not have to deal with it. One of the delinquent was a board member's kid. It was bureaucracy the whole lot of it. While Toshi's comment added context it wasn't said for some greater understanding. He squeezed the forearm in his grasp, giving his best friend a pointed look that said he needed to calm down, just for now. They both knew Toshi would regret getting emotional in front of the others later. This was just damage control. And because they said it was unprovoked, Nito paused this time, clearly waiting for Toshi to cut in, and when he didn't he continued, they immediately put her on suspension and the jackass on the board pressed charges against her. Deciding his best friends were a bit too keyed up to talk about the next, much calmer, and much more liable to snide, albeit it deserved, rude comments, part. Anyone with a pair of eyes could see they'd both done damage to each other, and with Mei's friend pressing charges against the kid it was in Mei's favor. She won the court battle but she ended up with assault on her record and ended up spending her third year of junior high on probation. That stuck with her for the rest of her life. Her morbid curiosity changed itself back into healthy interest. But that record and her history of violent tendency, Nito and Toshi snorted at that. She's considered a flight risk if you will for the Hero Commission, because of her history and her exposure to villainous influences. He gestured at himself and the rest of the group at that. Toshi right now is also considered one because they're pulling the same shut but using his quirk as an excuse. He turned to Toshi but still addressed the rest of the group. I asked my mother if we could do anything against the quirk discrimination but without proof it won't have a leg to stand on. Scowling he tried to keep his own temper from flaring. They're being clever to not put anything in writing so there isn't any physical proof. Because of that and the monitoring we need to be as vigilant and as radio silent as possible. Everything stayed quiet after that. Answers were given in nods and quiet yes here and there. But for the most part it stayed quiet. How are we getting around the radio silence? Juzo was brave enough to break the silence. I'm happy to use pigeon carriers. Are you guys okay with building a coop on your dorm roof? And like that the conversation and tone shifted, everyone began talking cheekily again and Koji and Itsuka began conversing on how and where would be best to build a pigeon coop. He realized he still hadn't let go of Toshi's arm. Doing so he felt the other's hand slither into his and squeeze it. Returning the gesture he let out a heavy sigh. At least right now he didn't have a heavy heart to go along with it. Mei is very, very bored. Although, bored isn't the right word. She's done all her work for today's timetable, and done nearly half of the coursework for her current module. Though she can't complete it without being in the workshop and of course, she can't leave this DMN building. Tense might be the right word for her. Anxious maybe? No, she's on edge. Paranoid in a sense. It's made worse by the fact she knows it isn't paranoia, because she is being watched. She's being watched by the board of directors and she's being watched by the school. If she didn't think it'd get Izuku in trouble for telling them where the cameras were she'd have flipped Nizu off so many times. There was only so much she could do to stave off her boredom. And what little she did have she had to ration because she was stuck for a month in this situation. A full 4 weeks without outside contact, a full 4 weeks completely out of the loop from the rest of the world. She didn't even trust her phone right now. She couldn't risk looking up anything she wanted to without worrying that it would somehow be misinterpreted and twisted until they found something to get her in trouble for. A little tap 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 on the window draws her from her thoughts. Seeing as she's on the top floor, a tapping at her window calls for some concerns. Pulling herself from her depressed puddle of May in her desk chair, she trudges over to the window to see a pigeon sat on the windowsill with a letter in its tiny beam. It glares at her through the window, demanding she hurry up. Opening the window and letting the bird inside, she realizes why when a chill rushes through the opening. She feels sorry for leaving the bird out that long now. "That for me?" she asks and carefully plucks the letter. It's more of a note now that she gets a proper look at it, from the bird's beak. It flourishes its wings in reply, cooing before fluttering over to her desk chair and plunking itself down on the scarf she has atop of the chair. She should wash that later. Not that she didn't trust Koji and by extension his animals, but it was better safe than sorry. Also, Toshi's coat had been on it last night soaking wet, so the thing probably needed a wash to get the damp smell from it. She'd just been ignoring it all morning, honestly. Opening the letter, it makes a smile quirk at her lips. "Yellow, our mechanical angel? Try not to miss us too much, okay? We've sent out a code 13, so pigeon mail courtesy of the lovely Koji is our new method of conversation. Mama said she couldn't find anything to get back at the BSTRDS, but she's looking into it. For now her advice is lay low and don't feed their fire. You were probably gonna go with that anyway, but just putting it out there. Oh yeah, Ai-chan said you and Toshi like the same person? Why wasn't I informed? I could have tried to help either of you? Like, I know Ai-chan and I are irresistible and it's hard to pull away from your attraction to us, but we aren't that arrogant. Goodbye for now, Aizu. You and your buddies are gonna be very tired by the end of this." The pigeon coos at her, almost saying, "Tell me something I don't know," and it makes her smile wider. "Alright, settle down, this should only take a few minutes." Aizawa stared at them and Izuku found that things were slowly turning back to normal with friends that had been separated by team talking over their teacher. He raised his voice, "This should only take a few minutes, if you brats would shut up." The aggravated tone of voice snapped people from their conversations. When Aizawa got annoyed, he'd throw logical ruses at them, and now living in the dorms, it was terrifying the possibilities their teacher could act upon. "Good. I know the wounds are still fresh, but that was still your finals exam. Next up comes the training camp, which, as boards of the school, you're all allowed to go on." A hum of excitement took over the classroom, but Izuku couldn't help but worry. "You're all being given the weekend off of campus to get all the needed supplies for the trip." A cheer went up then, and Aizawa waved his hand, with a quiet, "That's all, President Mike will be here shortly," as he left the room. Training camp. Fireworks, hot springs campfires. It's going to be so much fun. Mina's voice rose above the others and he turned his head to face that side of the room. A smile quirked at his lips seeing his friends all congregating and being loud and silly. The smile dimmed as that thought brought back what he had been pushing to the back of his own mind. While everyone else seemed to be fitting back into place, perhaps they were a little warped, but the puzzle pieces fit well enough for the image to still look the same. Izuku couldn't find a way to breach the gap that separated him from Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki. Todoroki had approached him on the day that the objectives list had been given out, had told him how sorry he was for thinking that it wouldn't hurt him, told him that it wasn't his fault and that they were still friends, but nothing else had happened. Granted, Izuku hadn't sat with them at lunch, and because of what was happening with Mei and Toshi he hadn't been in the dorms that often, but still. What time he had to be with the three was strained, nobody looking at each other as if they were all being held at gunpoint just to stand near each other. He didn't know if that was his fault or not. He hoped to Kami he hadn't ruined the friendship. It would ruin him if he had. And then there was the issue with Zero. He wasn't expecting the boy to forgive him right away, but the awkward tension in class was reaching unbearable levels, even if he just said he needed more time. Anything. Any type of communication from someone outside of the villain team would do him wonders. "Yo! Aizu, you excited for the training camp?" Blinking he realized that Toru was in front of him, the invisible girl having gotten out of her seat at one point. "Kind of." He rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm a bit worried for the training part. Who knows what Aizawa-sensei will put us through." He shivered slightly just at the thought of what their sadistic taskmaster of a teacher was planning for them. Toru simply giggled and he remembered why Masahiro had recommended her for the stained ghost. The invisible girl laughed in the face of danger. It was an admirable quality, just not right now with horror-filled images flitting through his mind. "Sensei can try, but I don't think he can beat yours and Mezu's training regimes. You two are sadistic." That brought a laugh out of him, remembering all the times his team had been red-faced starfishes on the floor after training. "So it's not going well with Uraraka, so you move on to Hagakure. What a sly dog you are, Midoriya. Minetta's comment made Izuku scowl, and turning in his chair he glared at the other. What the hell are you going on about? He kept his voice curt, not wanting to have to talk to the other more than he has to. Well, everyone can see that Uraraka isn't jacking you off anymore, so clearly you're going for someone else. I didn't think Hagakure would be so easy though. The scraping and clattering of his chair on the floor seemed to create an infinite silence in the room, and he could see in the other's eyes he knew he'd F'd up. Do you want to repeat that, boss? He looked over his shoulder to Toru, seeing from the way Blazer's shoulders hunched in that she was uncomfortable. It's fine. Just let him say what he wants. No, he bit out, turning back to Minetta. I said, you little rat, do you want to repeat what you just said? Make sure it's loud enough for the whole room to hear. I'm sure everyone would love to know what you just said. Minetta's eyes widened as he looked around, looking caged, as he desperately looked for anyone to save him. I'm sick and tired of no one shutting you up, Minetta. You don't get to just say and do whatever the hell you want. You want to become a hero? He scoffed. Yeah, because someone with that level of vulgarity and lack of respect for others is definitely going to become a hero. Yeah, well, he couldn't wait to hear what the rat tried to retaliate with. Well, at least I'm not a two-faced villain like you, Midoriya. A stone dropped in his stomach. It must have showed somehow, because Minetta's voice grew cocky as he continued. You act all sweet and innocent, but you're actually just a sadistic villain, aren't you? Minetta, what the hell? It was Toru's turn to defend him now, and he was glad because he felt like he couldn't move. You can't just call Izuku a villain. I'm not wrong, am I? He was enjoying every last second of the exam, you could see it in his face. Minetta, shut up. He lifted his eyes away from where they drifted to the floor and over to Todoroki. His eyes blazed. Midoriya never would have enjoyed what he had to do to us, so stop trying to disguise the fact that you're a subpar prospective hero by dragging others down with you. More arguments broke out then, with the class coming to defend him as Minetta spat more abuse. He didn't listen. He couldn't bear to. Not when at least what the other was saying had some grain of truth in it. Izuku had enjoyed what he'd been doing, he'd felt every second of it, but there had been parts where he'd enjoyed the anarchy that he'd created. In fact, there had been times where he'd craved to go that step further, to do the truly BSTRD objectives and show the world what he could really do. What if he'd done that? Did that make him a villain? After so long of pretending to be a hero, was the reality finally catching up with him? He's not denying anything I'm saying. If he really wasn't a villain, he'd have denied it right away. What other proof do you need? He was broken from his thoughts. Snarling, letting every ounce of contempt for the other into his voice, he spoke. If you're what's expected of a hero, Minetta, I'd gladly be a villain any day of the FING week. Turning, he sidestepped Toru, brushed off Masahiro and made it to the door without being stopped. They couldn't grab him in time, and he'd be dead if he stayed in class any longer, until he went to leave. It was then that Present Mike decided to come in. They both stopped, staring at each other. His teacher looked at him, the class behind him, and then at him again before moving out the way. Hound dog, Midoriya. Yes, sensei. He nodded in thanks as he left the room, not wanting to see what he'd left behind. Due to being under house arrest, it was completely understandable that May reacted to a knock on the door in the middle of the day by grabbing a baseball bat and standing behind the door with it raised above her head as she called that it was open. It probably wasn't needed. After all, why would they knock if they could see the door was unlocked if they meant harm? To lure you into a false sense of security, May. Come on. That's the basics. Keep the baseball bat close to the body and don't expose the rest of your is rule number 2, idiot. The voice in her head sounded suspiciously like what she imaged a Izuku Nido hybrid would sound like. Slowly opening the door, she waited until the person stepped in, cautiously, and immediately relaxed when she saw Izuku. That lasted all of 5 seconds though upon realizing that Izuku had come to see her in the middle of the school day. Aizu, what the hell? Would you believe me if I said I wasn't skipping class? She stared at him, but upon noticing how heavily he seemed to be carrying herself, she beckoned him over to the bed. Like Toshi had done a few days prior, he closed the door slightly and allowed the beanbag to swallow him as he collapsed into it. You have some explaining to do. Curling her legs under her, May deposited the baseball bat next to the bed on the floor. He sighed, closing his eyes as he sunk further into the beanbag. I'm not actually skipping class, Hound Dog Sensei let me out early. Pretty sure if he dismissed you early it wasn't to come see me. He neither confirmed nor denied that, so you know. How was I supposed to know I couldn't come visit you? During daylight hours we're allowed in the dorms of the opposite section. Like the daylight would stop a freak like you, Aizu. Look, just because I said, I wish that was me, doesn't mean that I want freaky SEC. He laughed. It doesn't. I believe you. I'm serious. His words were near overtaken by laughter. I'm not lying. Smiling, she continued to tease, of course Aizu, of course. I 100% believe you. You're as chastised as an Christian angel, aren't you? You realize that in old myth angels wanted gender so they could have sex, right? Izu, love of my life, why the F, do you know that? He went quiet, looking contemplative. Why the F, do I know that? She found herself grinning at the completely bewildered expression on Izuku's face. Cute. Cammy, why are my best friends all stupid cute boys? It ruins my image for goodness sake. Okay, I'm seriously wondering now when I actually learnt that and I actually can't and it's scaring me. BuzzFeed. They both paused at her suggestion, and in unison spoke, definitely BuzzFeed. Izuku my boy, I'm sorry to call you into my office so late. It isn't anything to worry about, I just want to discuss a few things with you. Tired and still keyed up from earlier, Izuku wanted to be anywhere but in Nizu's office. He'd play along however. No use letting Nizu know he didn't want to be here. It's fine sir, can I sit down? Of course, again my apologies. I assure you this will be quick. Izuku glanced to see the clock reading 9 o'clock. Technically he was still within curfew, he'd just have to hope Nizu meant it when he said this would he short. It's about the surveillance on some of your teammates. He felt a lump grow in his throat. We both know you know about it, so no use beating around the bush. Sir? Thankfully the HC haven't been around you long enough to realize you're acting differently than normal, the staff have and they informed me you may be in the know. He nodded, I'm here to give you a heads up. You won't win this fight. Nizu laughed at whatever his expression morphed into. Sorry, I phrased that wrong. Don't try and win this fight, you can't change the way this game is played, Izuku. Why are you telling me this? He laughed, let's not play coy, Izuku. We both know you've been searching for a way to end it, but I'll give you some advice. Nizu turned in his chair and Izuku was left watching his reflection in the window. The Hero Commission are much like a group of villains. They try to enforce their ideals and rules upon others while not caring much for following them themselves or how others react to it all. A paw was waved dismissively, however they're in every little crack of Japanese society, and no matter how hard you fight them they'll find somewhere that you haven't covered to bite at you from. Are you speaking from experience, sir? He didn't know if he was even allowed to broach this topic with Nizu, didn't know if anybody was. My dear boy, why else do you think I've reinvented UA in such a way? He chuckled, as an animal with a quirk things were. Interesting, shall we say. Becoming an analyst hero on top of that? Nizu made eye contact through his reflection. Let's just say I wasn't very liked making the Hero Commission. They oppress the true meaning of heroics, enforcing and feeding the manipulative cycle that is the hero ranking system. They're partly the reason why heroism is so commercialized today. They broke eye contact. A beast like this, Izuku, is one that you do not approach until you can see where its head meets its neck. Returning to the dorms a little while before 10 p.m., Izuku felt the relief soak into his form when he was inside the entryway. It was just him and his roommates in here. He knew where the cameras were, and subsequently how to avoid them, which meant he had more privacy than he'd felt he had for the past few hours. Even at this time it wasn't hard to hear the reporters hounding the gates with questions, begging for scraps of answers as UA blissfully remained silent on all things finals. Mineta's words ran through his head again. At least I'm not a two-faced villain like you, Midoriya. He found his hands trembling as he violently tore his shoes off. He knew he shouldn't let the words get to him, but they struck into the crevices of his conviction. You act all sweet and innocent, but you're actually just a sadistic villain, aren't you? They tore into what little was exposed of his mental fragility and unrelenting struck again and again. The worst part was that he didn't think Mineta even realized he'd gotten into his head. That made everything worse. Weeks ago, this wouldn't have been a problem. Weeks ago, he would be safely cocooned inside his protective veils and nobody would be any the wiser. Weeks ago he was still Midoriya Deku. Taking a few minutes to collect himself so that he didn't spontaneously burst into tears, he made his way to the elevator. Nodding at the camera, Nizu knew he knew what was the point in hiding it anymore. He stepped under it into its blind spot. He waited until his floor dinged and stepped out with another nod to the camera. He really hoped that whoever had the fun job of spying on a bunch of high schoolers felt thoroughly put off and possibly filled with a sense of foreboding after being acknowledged. It was the small things, he had to remember that. It was the small things that can change a mood. Reaching his door, he tensed as he noticed it was ever so slightly ajar. Normally it wouldn't have meant anything, but seeing as he'd locked it when he'd gone to see Nizu. Had Nizu have someone come in his room? Had the school board come in his room? He really hoped not. He'd be royally effed if they had. All his notes, all his contingency plans, all his hypotheses were on display on his bookshelf. DMN it all to hell, that could be counted as applicable evidence under a warrant, couldn't it? Yeah. F-. As long as it was in clear view if someone had a warrant to look, and they had to have one, right? Nizu wouldn't have used so many cryptic metaphors and held such disdain in his voice if he wouldn't make it difficult for the board. Right, they could count the books on his bookcase as in plain view. Putting his keys in his pocket slowly and carefully, he spared a glance to the camera at the end of the hall. It was pointed at the elevator, like always. It hadn't moved then. If they had gotten into his room, they were possibly still in there. He heard a bang from inside his room, followed by shushing, and felt his nerves set alight. His breath caught in his throat as his paranoia became reality. People were in his room. Grabbing the door handle, pausing and taking a deep breath, it took a few seconds before he opened it slowly. Let them think he hasn't worked them out yet. It would be to his advantage, and he felt his mouth dry up at the sight that greeted him. He stared blankly at the chaos in his room and could only summon a few words. "Hello, people who don't have a key." "Hey, boss," was said in chorus back at him. Entering into his room properly, he took note that the entire 1A part of his team had come together in a heap of teenagers in his room. Mina, Toru, Kyoka, Momo, Denki, Masahiro, Yuga, Fumiko, Koji and Mezu were scattered around his room, taking up any and all available space. The girls had stolen his bed. The four of them sat cross-legged in a huddle. The blonde devil trio, as they dubbed themselves during the exam, were sprawled over his two bean bags, and was Dash? Yes, Yuga was in fact sprawled across the other two. Meanwhile, Fumiko, Koji and Mezu had taken the floor space next to the bean bags and his desk, leaving the only open, unoccupied by another human being, space next to the door, directly in front of the bookcase and his desk chair. He felt dread run through him as he realized they all had volumes of his most shoujo manga to ever be a shoujo manga in their hands. He was going to die. He'd never be able to set foot outside this room again. Screw the training camp, screw becoming a hero. He'd become Nizu's DMN personal assistants and the campus cryptid to avoid the incoming humiliation. "Which one of you picked the lock on my door?" "Me." Koji raised his hand, turning away from the manga in his hands. "Sorry, we wanted to cheer you up after today, but you wouldn't answer. When you weren't in here, we just figured we'd wait for you." He didn't realize he'd been so stressed that they'd say they hadn't been the ones to open his lock that it felt like he'd been floored by the relief that flooded him. Similar explanations flew his way after that, and he slumped into his desk chair soon after he finished processing everything. "We were gonna try and sneak everyone in, but when we realized how squished we were, we didn't bother." He nodded at Momo, just relaxing into his chair as everyone started talking at a low level to each other. "I think we should have a big sleepover, the whole group, you know? We should have it before we go to the training camp. That sounds like an enjoyable experience, though I worry for what the teachers will say if we ask permission." "Fumi, why would you say that?" "Mon Amis, you are missing rather important information." "Which is?" "Guys, Izuku's like Aizawa's kid, you guys. He can just ask his dad to let us do it." He felt his face go bright red as Denki said that, blood rushing up to his face as it sparked discord within the group. Wrong? He's clearly All Might's kid, Denks. Strength argumentation is a male genetic. It can only be passed down through the Y chromosome. Maybe Aizawa has a grandparent or something with strength argumentation? I'm sorry, but it's like so obvious that they're father and son. He couldn't even bring himself to interject. It had been bad enough when Todoroki thought he was All Might's secret love child, but this? He curled up and hid his blood-red face in his arms. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be happening. "Well? You've got to tell us who your dad is, Izuku. You can't just let this discourse carry on." Neither are my dad. My dad works overseas." That's something someone whose dad was an underground hero would say. "I mean, if your dad's the number one, it makes sense you wouldn't go blasting it to everyone. You'd have too many enemies after you." "But still," Denki and Mina spoke in unison, "you can't just leave us hanging." A knock at the door had Izuku pausing halfway through what he was doing. The action in question was seeing how much he could chug of a 2-liter bottle of lemonade in 10 seconds. Because of this, the second he stopped, he began to choke, resulting in a mad rush from all directions as Ida and Uraraka practically broke down the door to get in, and his other friends dissolved into either patting him on the back harshly, offering him a towel. Yuga had had a similar situation, and he too was soaked from the experience, or near rolling around on the floor in laughter. Shoving the bottle away and coughing properly, he couldn't stop himself laughing as he took in the expressions on Ida and Uraraka's faces. What a sight they must have been. Everyone had made quick trips to their bedrooms and gotten changed and brought back blankets and pillows, so the floor was a menagerie of those. But not even that, there were 11 teenagers congregating in a squished circle with empty bottles of fizzy drinks and loud rambunctious laughter erupting from them. They must have looked drunk. Ida's face of dismay definitely pointed to them looking drunk. "Midoriya, are you okay? We heard choking." Still coughing, he gave them a thumbs up and Denki gave him one last pat on the back as he got his breathing under control. He could tell his face was probably flushed, but he didn't care. His voice was slightly breathless still as he responded, "I'm good. You just shocked me, I started choking. I'm all good now. Dude. Look at the bottle, you barely spilled any on yourself when you started choking, meaning you got about 3/4 down." Denki interjected before any type of real conversation could start, and Izuku found a gigantic smile making its way to his face. "What are you guys drinking?" He could hear the apprehension in Uraraka's tone and bristled slightly that they would automatically assume it wasn't something decent for their age. However, normally quiet, docile even, teens suddenly start being super fing loud, and you walk in and someone's face is bright red as they desperately shove a nondescript bottle from their face? He can see why they'd think alcohol, but it didn't make him feel better. Lemonade. He felt a weight on his shoulder, and looking over he saw Masahiro lean the other way as Toru used both their shoulders to push herself up. "We're seeing who can chug the most in as little time as possible. Want to join?" "No, I'm afraid we'd rather not join. Moreover, it is 11:30 at night, you should all return to your own rooms and endeavor to sleep. Please remember to be more considerate of the others on this floor." Ida had a point, but he couldn't help but burst into laughter when Fumiko not quietly at all muttered to himself, "My net is the only one on this floor not here, I'm not going to accommodate him." He began to choke on his own laughter as everybody else dissolved back into fits of giggles, at a combination of the previous statement and the expression "the two heroes." He found his laughter dying down at that thought. He was so dedicated to being their friend. Again, and yet he was still making a distinction, still creating a them and us. "Tokoyami. You can't mean that dash. Why can't I?" The boy's words were clipped, and Izuku noticed how Ida seemed to stiffen slightly. He's a perverted person with nothing besides perversion and fantasies driving him to become a hero, and not only that, he called Izuku a villain for no reason other than Izuku called him out. "So why the hell can't I disregard his feelings, class president? Because he seems to get away with disregarding everyone else's. That I think you guys should leave." He pulled himself to his feet, facing the other two, and forced himself to ignore the pained expressions that covered their faces. "Midori Deku." He gave a smile, and DMN did it feel weird to give this fake smile again, but Ida and Uraraka hadn't seen his real smile before, and now wasn't the time. "Before anyone gets upset, I think you guys should leave. We'll turn in for the night, okay? Okay. What's a meme? Turn the news on. Now. It's important." Looking up from his phone as he walked into the common room, he felt confused at Mei's cryptic message. What the hell could be on the news that was so important that she couldn't just explain it? Sitting down, he flipped the TV over to the news, to the complaint of someone of his classmates. Their complaints were silenced though, as the image of Nizu and a news reporter popped up on screen with the bar at the bottom reading, "UA Finals First Year Exclusive Interview." "So Nizu-san, I'm sure all of us not in the know are wondering, but have there been any significant differences after such a left-field victory? Has there been any class division because of it?" "Well, as with all simulation tests, there is bound to be an adjustment PRD back to ordinary life. Although, Ms. Sugaya, I don't think I quite understand what you mean by class division." The reporter laughed, waving a hand dismissively in the air as if Nizu had made a funny joke and she was telling him to hurry along to the point. He felt uneasy as he realized how out of his element Nizu would be here. Why had the other decided it was a good idea to go on a talk show of all things when they both knew he lacked complex understanding of human emotions? Has he learnt nothing from how Izuku had pulled the rug out from under him? Well, hasn't there been an upset in the balance in the hero course? What with the less capable students beating out the higher ability ones this year? His stomach twisted into knots at that statement, voice choked up by righteous anger. Who the F was she to say that? His friends were all as capable as each other. Sure, some had stereotypical hero quirks, but every single one of them had the ability to be a hero. Again, Ms. Sugaya, I don't understand what you mean. What gave you the idea that the hero team were higher ability? Nizu used air quotations when he said it. Well, everyone knows that no self-respecting hero, in training or otherwise, would ever be caught dead being a villain. So of course, the logical conclusion is that UA had their competent, heroic, students on the hero team. Like they should was so heavily implied he thought she'd said it for a few seconds. And the lesser able, problematic, students on the villain team. Where they belong, was just as heavily implied, and the word problematic sounded like a synonym for monster from her lips. After all, no one would willingly be the leader of the villain team unless they were more villain than hero. Besides, no normal human being would ever willingly go through with the objectives you gave. Only someone evil and manipulative would dash. Ms. Sugaya, you're aware you're talking about a literal child right now, correct? Nizu's voice ripped a shiver up his spine even through the TV, and he saw Sugaya shiver, eyes widening as the headmaster's voice turned sharper still. You're aware that what you're doing is demonizing a child, tearing into someone you've never met and twisting everything that they are to get a good headline. Well, I dash. And another thing, you're doing this with no evidence to suggest that any of what you've just said is true. You pride ourselves on an inclusive education for all. We do not have groups of lesser ability and high ability. Nizu's voice turned sweet. We have classes of students who work harder than they've ever worked in their lives because every student at UA is there for their own goal. He felt his heart jump to his throat. Whether that is to become a hero or not, it doesn't matter. They are my students and my responsibility. They are children, they make mistakes just like we adults do, but they are children. Nizu stood from the chair he'd been sat in and the camera followed him. Have you ever heard the saying, it takes a village to raise a child, Ms. Sugaya? It means that the community must set an example, or how else are children supposed to learn? I am aware, Nizu-san. He'd never seen Nizu grin before, but the gesture looked wrong in a horrifically unnatural way, as if his brain couldn't quite understand how an animal's face was confronting to allow for the gesture. Then I'm sure you know a very similar proverb. If a child is not welcomed into the village, they shall burn it down to feel its warmth. Do you know what that means, Ms. Sugaya? The news reporter looked shaken as the camera focused back on her. It means that if you mistreat someone, they will grow up resentful and wanting revenge. Exactly. Now imagine that the world is our little village, and every villain team student you just insulted, berated, demonized, twisted, is the child the village has turned away. It's a terrifying prospect, isn't it? Nizu's chipper voice made it all the more twisted as he spoke. So I'd like to ask you to refrain from demonizing children. After all, according to your network statistics, the biggest cause of villainy in recent years has been a result of hate crimes. The news cut away to a rattled set of two other reporters who stumbled over their words as they announced the weather reports before switching over to traffic. They sat in silence in the common room for a short while after that, no one daring to breach the silence. Zero seemed to be the only one brave enough to break the quiet. That's so wrong. They have no right to call you villains or make out that you're lesser than the hero team. I expected it. Mashireo's voice boomed where Zero's had hung in the air. For most of middle school I'd been told I'd never make it as a hero for my quirk. As did I. Fumiko raised his voice as well. Dark Shadow and I have been ostracized because of our demonic and villainous nature. It's not just the media either, Toru spoke up this time. Third years have come up to me and Kyo-chan and told us that we need to quit while we're ahead so that we don't embarrass ourselves and have to commit seppuku. Saying it's unfair, Zero, isn't going to change anything. Did you know the school board is literally putting in full-time security and surveillance on our team? He kept quiet as his teammates explained their situation, because they think Izuku was too realistic and they think that the way to go about it is to stalk us and make us feel like villains. The words were spat out, venom burning tongues as they slid past lips. This is how things are always going to be. He finally got the courage in him to talk, considering that this is the tolerant view during All Might's reign of peace. Up until 30 years ago it was still legal to refuse someone a job if their quirk wasn't compatible with your workplace industry. Just imagine that, reporter, but it's everyone. He continued when he saw that he had the room's attention. Complaining does nothing, because nobody listens and everyone has only cooled down because All Might pointed out it's bad. He spat out the last word, so please, don't act like you're sorry when you couldn't actually care less. Midoriya, dude, you can't just assume that we don't care. Not one of you stood in my defense against my Neta yesterday. He hissed the words out. My teammates, most of whom weren't my friends until the start of the exam, were there to defend me because they've had to deal with people dragging them down. He pulled himself from his seat and surveyed the room. Most of you have never been punished for your quirk, or lack thereof, but he wouldn't say that, and most of you have never had to look an adult in the eye as they tell you you're never going to amount to anything. We live in a heroic society where that's allowed. Tell me, why is that allowed? Why is it okay for my friends to be treated like villains by a school board because I followed the rules? Why is it okay for people like Hitoshi and Fumiko to live their lives being told they'll become villains because their quirks aren't comic book quirks? He didn't even know where any of this was coming from. That reporter was a prime example to all of you what happens when you let yourself become fooled by the illusion of the hero world. He turned to walk away. I hope for all our sakes that you don't fall into the same trap. If you do, we're going to be a pitiful generation of heroes. The media is going into absolute disarray, Sensei. Sensei? Tell Shigaraki to strike at the first year's training camp. The media will want to burn UA at the stake for this. Let us feed the fire. Yes, Sensei. And Kurogyri? Yes, sir? Don't let him kill Midoriya Izuku. All Might's successor has worth to me yet. He can do what he wants with the rest of the students, however. I'm so glad that we all get to hang out today. You said we're going back to your dorm building later? Itsuka directed her words at Momo, though her eyes strayed to their classmates. The heroics team mingled awkwardly with each other, and she took note of how her friends seemed to not notice the tenderness to the air as they congregated and rambled with each other. Yes, we were hoping to have a sleepover before we go to the training camp. Turning back to the other, Itsuka nodded. This is the last weekend before the trip, so today's the only day we can do it. How are we getting permission for this? We can't exactly just break curfew. Momo's smile was tinted with a sly undertone that she hadn't noticed before but found worked with the other girl's sharp mind. It didn't make Momo seem like she was looking down on others. No, instead it made you cautious of her, made you think, oh shit, she knows something I don't, in a way that commanded respect rather than annoyance. Izuku managed to convince Aizawa. Oh, by the way, there's a new betting pool, so Denki will probably be dragging the others in on it. They're trying to guess who his father is. She huffed a laugh, Aizawa clearly. Speaking of the boss, where is he? Momo's souring expression twisted her stomach uncomfortably. It set alarm bells off in her head. You guys saw Nezu's report, right? It clicked somewhat then, because her own class had been walking on eggshells because of the report. The heroes hiding behind what felt like false sympathies and her friends keeping quite the injustices that the masses so easily accepted. He lost his suit, didn't he? Maybe that wasn't the right wording, but Izuku was passionate, and if people had downplayed the problematic nature of the report. In a way. A shriek of joy as more of their band of lovable morons arrived and the others welcomed them had their heads turning. Itsuka didn't miss how they'd both reached for weapons that weren't there anymore. He got all riled up and told them a few home truths. It's been intense in the dorms for the past few hours. There was an aggravation in her voice, but Itsuka could tell it wasn't directed at the boy in question. We called Hitoshi, so they've already set off. We're just waiting for everybody else now. Hey! Nezu looked towards the familiar voice of Waka and saw the other boy give a crooked smile as he walked over. How are you guys? Aizu told me everyone else would be having lunch right now. We're good, Waka. How have you been? Reiko waved the purple-haired boy over to the table. Good, good. Taking the empty seat next to him, Waka sat down. You guys are going to training camp, right? He nodded and grew suspicious when he saw the devious expression on the other's face. SCKS to be you guys, General, get 2 weeks at a resort in Okinawa. What? No fair, Waka swap, I want to go on a 2-week trip to Okinawa. Nezu found himself huffing out a laugh as Mina tried to persuade the boy to swap with him. The rest of their table soon followed after when Waka started teasing them with all the activities he'd be doing on the trip. You can't just tell us that if we can't go. Oh, but I can. Oh, but he can. At the two responses in sync, Nezu looked to where Nuro was coming over to their table with tray in hand. Oh, that's right. Waka's seat was supposed to be Nito's. That's my seat, you bstrd cat-looking butt. The insult slapped the air from their lungs despite the lazy smirk tugging Waka's lips upwards into something more genuine than usual. Medium could feel the tension grow as everybody thought the worst, that the two's friendship wasn't as strong as thought and it was a show for Mei and Izuku. Yeah, well, I didn't see your name on it. Waka rolled his neck, sides. Waka patted his knee as he turned so his legs faced Nito. You're small enough to not crush me if you sit on me. It went very silent for a few seconds, and they all flinched when Nito's tray was unceremoniously dumped on the table. They were thrown for a loop, however, when Nito burst out into uncontrollable laughter. Kami Toshi. What the hell, I can't believe dash. His laughter got worse, as did the amusement dancing in both friends' eyes. Where did you learn that? Nezu found himself chuckling at the joke as well, and that seemed to relax everybody else enough for them to finally laugh and breath again. In the end, Nito didn't end up sitting on Waka, but the two boys ended up sharing a chair. So, Waka, Momo said you were here keeping Izuku distracted while he cooled down. Where is he now? Mina was stood, swiveling her head like a periscope in hopes of catching a glimpse of their green-haired leader. He needed to get some more weights apparently. I knew if I'd gone with him he'd have tried to get me to join him weightlifting, so I said I'd save him a seat. More like steal him a seat. You're a cruel person, Toshi. Nezu was glad for his mask as he watched the two boys next to him. They were squished into the space designed for one, but there didn't seem to be any awkwardness about it. It was cute. In a strange familial way. Like when you saw siblings getting along when you normally see them plotting against each other. Though, that relationship might not be that far from the truth if these two. They were clearly best friends, but there was a teasing, almost sadistic, edge to their nudges and shoves. Like they were actually intending to send the other to the floor only to catch them before they did in order to make some awful joke. You love me really, any Ai-chan. The nickname was new, and he heard someone around the table choke at it. That was so uncomfortable to hear from Waka. Cutesy nicknames were supposed to be Izuku's thing. Don't call me that. The blonde grumbled, shoving more food into his mouth in the process. Why Ai-chan? Is there something wrong? It just sounds so fing weird out of your mouth. I feel like I'm losing years off my life. Good. That was the plan Ai-chan. BSTRD Catman. At your service. DEKU. Nezu found himself on his feet and running towards the source of the distressed yell. He apologized as he pushed through the crowd of people surrounding the source of the incident. People had their phones out and it made his stomach twist. Cammy, what had happened? Deku breath. Just keep your eyes open? Someone call an ambulance. Breaking to the front of the crowd, he saw people not bothering to get any type of emergency aid and instead watching as Izuku lay curled up on the floor, hiding his arm and the left side of his body from sight with Uraraka blubbering on the ground next to him. She was too distressed to notice the lack of action. Spotting Mina next to him, he passed his phone and she nodded, dialing the emergency number as he nodded at Momo and Itsuka as they broke to the front of the crowd as well. Everybody get back right now. He hadn't raised his voice that loud ever and he immediately had the attention of the crowd as the girls and the rest of their teammates worked on getting the crowd backed up. Stop staring and call the police. There's been a potential villain attack, so get to the appropriate checkpoints and stop waiting to become collateral damage. Thankfully they listened and with some prompting the crowd started to move back. Turning back to his friend, he saw him sat up and gagged at the damage he saw inflicted. Why was there so much blood? Izuku Midoriya, I'd say it's good to see you again, but I don't feel like pretending today. Izuku felt his body tense up as an arm slung itself around his shoulders and 4 fingers loosely pressed into his neck. He kept his body as relaxed as he could. No pointing in letting Shigaraki know how much he had him petrified. They both knew that at the twitch of a finger he could be reduced to a pile of ash. The older male didn't need to know how scared he was when he already had that much power. Shigaraki. He couldn't stop the gulp that occurred as he swallowed the saliva in his mouth. It's been a while. How have you been? Small talk. Just keep him talking. Keep him talking until he could come up with a better plan. It had worked last time, and unless Shigaraki had had a complete personality transplant since the USJ, then it should still work now. Worst case scenario was that Shigaraki had learned from his mistakes. But right now Shigaraki still seemed inexperienced, still in the fledgling stages of villainy. For now, he could safely assume that Shigaraki would be stuck in old habits. Angry. The grip on his throat tightened for a millisecond at most, but it felt like hours. Stressed. They were directed back slowly. We're going to sit down now and talk about you for now though. You've been busy since we last saw each other, Midoriya. Oh? As they sat down, he kept his eyes on the crowd, and despite wanting nothing more than to be able to escape, he was glad that no one played the tense atmosphere any mind. Everyone here was thinking that if something was going on, a hero would solve it. That reluctance to intervene would be his saving grace. Yes. In fact, you've been so busy that you've attracted the attention of Sensei. Sensei. That must be what he calls All for One. All Might hasn't explained everything, but if Shigaraki is calling him Sensei. Really? Glancing at Shigaraki, he noted that he'd secured his attention at his nonchalant tone. What did I do to capture All for One's attention? The fingers around his neck faltered and slid away, before they seemed to flinch back as if Shigaraki didn't understand why he'd removed the appendages in the first place. So you're not in the dark. Sensei said that you probably wouldn't be. No matter, that doesn't change anything. He'd taken the chance to let out a shuddering breath when the hand had been removed from his neck, but that action being repeated was a pipe dream with how the grip increased on him. Your little exam, you're actually quite villainous when you want to be. And here was me thinking you were just another All Might fanboy. I'm not, never have been. Oh? He forced himself to ignore the mocking undertones to Shigaraki's voice. And tell me then, Baby Might, why exactly are you the BSTRD's successor? Honesty would work here. There's no need to feed him lies when the truth will be perceived as a lie by the general masses anyway. He saw something in me. Wrong start. The grip worsened, but it wasn't real. He liked the facade I put up. Claimed it meant I could be a hero. I'd never have gotten the chance otherwise, so I went with it. Shigaraki hummed, and he risked another glance at the older man. His eyes were darting around the civilians, likely looking for anyone giving them suspicious glances. Izuku would just have to hope that if somebody did, they were discreet enough to avoid Shigaraki's gaze. That doesn't explain what you are then, little hero. I'm not a hero. That again seemed to shock Shigaraki. All right, his tone was less condescending this time. Now that we've gotten that sorted, I have a question, Midoriya Izuku. He nodded. Why is it that Stain has so much fame? Barely anything about the League has been mentioned in months. It's all about that BSTRD and Endeavor. You weren't working with Stain. I knew your ideologies were too far away from each other. No, we weren't working with Stain, but that's what the media preaches anyway. Why? Why does someone going around doing as they please, framing it as for the good of society, get more acknowledgement? Stain made his convictions clear. He felt his throat get dry again, terrified of what Shigaraki's reaction would be to his words. The League has only ever expressed the desire to kill All Might. Never why. Anyone can say they want someone dead. He took a second to collect himself for what could possibly be his last few words. It doesn't matter if you want him dead if you don't have plans beyond that. When he wasn't immediately disintegrated, he looked to see the older man watching the crowd with a contemplative face. Stain wanted to better society, to create All Might's idyllic image of society. It's a flawed system, an exploited one that would never work, but one that the masses have been raised to believe is the one to long for. He closed his eyes. Nothing before this had killed him, but certainly this world. You don't offer an alternative, so, in the eyes of the media, you're an irrelevant footnote in history. He didn't know what he expected to happen, but it wasn't for a breathy, bemused laugh to exit the other make. You know, Izuku Midoriya, I'm starting to see why Sensei finds you so interesting. Now tell me, if that's what you think the masses feel, what's your opinion? He didn't know why he was spewing his opinions and views to Shigaraki, but it had kept him alive so far, so he'd keep it up. I think that the current society is flawed. I think that the hero system is corrupted, and I think that my views and opinions are very unheroic. He shivered, but I'll keep fighting to become a hero regardless, to change that society. Even if it means I have to reject everything All Might wants in a successor. The hand around his neck moved and rested on his left shoulder. Those are some pretty villainous words, Midoriya. I know, let's give you a makeover to fit that renegade ideology of yours. At the second he realized that all 5 fingers were touching the side of his neck. He'd thrown his right hand over his mouth to muffle the scream. It wasn't enough though, as Uraraka broken from the crowd, spotting the moment Shigaraki slammed 5 finger-tips onto his bicep. She punctuated it with a scream as Shigaraki pushed him forward and he cantered head first towards the floor. Deku? Inko wouldn't say she was a particularly strong person, not anymore at least. She's always running from things, her past, her personality, and she's sure as she continues to get older she'll be running from many more things in the future. Right now though, she has to be strong. Gone is the righteous fury of her delinquent youth, but in its place is the blazing anger of a mother. If presented with the chance, she can say without a doubt she would fight the League for putting her son in the hospital. Now though, she has to turn that anger into guidance, has to turn into compassion. Because while her son is with the doctors getting round after round of healing, his friends are out here close to tears. She recognizes all of the teenagers. Most of them were the ones Izuku did his exam with. She knows all their names because on Saturday he'd spent all day showing her pictures they'd taken together as a group and telling her anecdotes of them. The others she doesn't recognize, but she knows they're hero students. Though some of them are ingrained in her mind from the sports festival. Mrs. Midoriya. Todoroki greets her as she enters the waiting room and she notices the others turn to face her. She gives the boy a small smile. She remembers him well enough. Midoriya, the doctor said that he was stable. She puts her hand on his shoulder slowly, not blind to how the boy's eyes had immediately latched onto and tracked her hand when she'd raised it. I know, Todoroki, dear. That's why I wasn't here right away. The doctors pulled me aside. He nods mutely and she gives him a small smile. Why don't you sit down, dear? He's going to be fine. You're sure? Chuckling, she directs him to a seat. Some of the ones she doesn't recognize widen their eyes as they watch her handle the stoic boy, and crouches in front of him. Our Izuku's a strong one, isn't he, Todoroki? He nods, yes. Midoriya is one of the strongest people I know. Exactly. She cuffs his knee lightly and the mismatched eyes widen before what she assumes is his version of a smile quirks on his lips. That's why he's going to be fine. Maybe a little scarred up, but he'll persevere through this like he does everything else. Okay. At the confirmation that for now he's placated, she stands, exaggerating the effort it takes to get another glimpse of the boy's smile. Once she stood, she's about to look for her son's best friends when a familiar voice calls out to her, Auntie. Now that's a surprise. She turns to face Katsuki and Kami. Does he look worse for wear? She'll never forgive him for what he's done to her son. She'll never blame it on him being a child because suicide baiting isn't excusable. However, despite all that, he's her godson. And from what Mitsuki had been telling her, their sons had been trying to regain some semblance of a friendship. Katsuki. She gives him a different type of smile to the one she gave Todoroki. This is a more genuine one, her familial smile. He's alive, right? The brat wouldn't, Izuku wouldn't get this far just to croak now, right? He can't. I know he can be stupid and reckless and that it's my fault, but the Bond's voice cracks. He wouldn't be so reckless as to let Shigaraki kill him, right? Of course not. She pats the other's shoulder. Katsuki never liked the affection and she isn't ready to offer him that kind of familial closeness just yet, but he's still family. We both know he's stronger than that. A heavy hand wipes away the pinpricks of tears. Good. I don't hate him and he can't die thinking I hate him and I know that's so selfish but dash. Katsuki, you're fine. He looks up, face the image of shame. I know what you mean. And Izuku doesn't hate you, he doesn't forgive you. She's thankful when the other's face doesn't change, but he wants to mend the broken relationship. Give it time, maybe start showing that remorse, kiddo? As he nods he ducks his head, wiping tears again. Okay auntie. The nerd's friends are over there. Round cheeks, Uraraka and Shinso are freaking out. Katsuki gestures over to where she can see the other two teens, along with Ida and Nito, and she oats his shoulder once more before whispering assuring words and moving on to her main priority. When she approaches it's to find the two teens on the seats with head in hands. Ida doesn't spot her approach but Nito does. He's up from where he'd been sat next to Hitoshi and gives her such a vulnerable look she almost forgets this is the boy who had given such a narcissistic first impression to her. The blonde had proven he was much more than that in the time Thatch'd known him, but sometimes the old image she'd had of him before meeting him personally sometimes resurfaced. He's okay, right? He's stable, right? Blue eyes desperately beg her for answers. He's stable, she can see him physically deflate at the affirmation. He's just going through his last few rounds of healing now. Hear that, Toshi? Nito's voice is painful to listen to, it's vulnerable and broken like he'd convinced himself of the worst. Aizu's gonna be fine. Inko said so it's gotta be true. At the mention of her name the other three teens jolt upright. Before she can finish processing that however Hitoshi is in front of her, bowing and spewing out apologies she can only decipher because she spent her entire parent years learning Izuku's mumble language. I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's all my fault, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't left him alone, if I hadn't listened to him he wouldn't be here, he'd be safe and sound. I take full responsibility, Inko, I can't express how sorry I am dash. Hitoshi. At his name he turns silent in an instant. Hitoshi, it isn't your fault. You couldn't have known that would have happened. Nobody could have known that the League would go after him. You don't understand. He stands up properly, tears burning his eyes. Izuku told me. He told me that something felt wrong. Shaking hands grab onto purple hair and she immediately tries to stop him from yanking his hair out. I thought he was just on edge because of the Hero Commission watching us dash. She catches the shocked looks of Ida and Uraraka at the confession. I shouldn't have dismissed him like that. Did Izuku tell you to go on ahead? His breathing is erratic so it takes him a few seconds to get his answer out. Yes. Izuku told me I should go on ahead but that doesn't make it okay that I left him dash. But you didn't leave him, Hitoshi. She wipes away some of his tears. Izuku knew what he was doing when he sent you away. He probably saw Shigaraki and wanted to minimize his hostages as much as possible. Come on Toshi, you know Aizu. We both know that's gonna be his reasoning. Idiot is too reckless for his own good. Nito wraps his arm around the taller boy's shoulders, pulling him into his side as the boy starts to shake slightly. I'm still sorry dash. You have nothing to be sorry about. And if you try and apologize one more time no more Katsudon for you. That isn't fair Inko, that's playing favorites. She smiles softly at him. Don't test me Hitoshi, I'll do it. His laugh is pitiful but the way he pats Nito's arm makes him seem a bit more alive. I know you will. I think I'm gonna go check on Itsuka, Momo and Mezu. The two boys say their goodbyes. That leaves Ida and Uraraka. Turning to her son's first friend she sees how they tense up under her gaze. Mrs. Midoriya dash. She raises a hand up, silencing the two of them. It isn't your fault. Izuku wouldn't appreciate you blaming yourselves. The police already informed me you were the one to find him Uraraka. Inko bows her head in a sign of thanks to the younger girl, without you drawing the attention of the crowd who knows what Shigaraki would have done to Izuku. Thank you. But I didn't do anything, I couldn't even think to try and stop the bleeding. You're a teenager Uraraka, a hero in training maybe but you're a teenager first. No one but the stupid and intolerable will ever blame you for being shocked into inaction. Mrs. Midoriya. Your son is awake miss, please follow Nurse Fujioka to his room. The voice sounds over the overhead speakers and she apologizes before heading to where a nurse is stood next to the check-in desk. Mrs. Midoriya? Yes. Follow me please. She nods and they start walking through complex hospital maze-like hallways. You know Mrs. Midoriya, your son looks just like you. Inko laughs. You say that but I think he's almost a carbon copy of his father. Izuku feels unnatural as he stares in the mirror. The patchy quality of the skin on the left side of his body makes his skin itch in discomfort and disdain. According to the nurse it was a mix of skin grafts and healing quirks. He turns to see how the scar on his neck curls around his shoulder and onto his back. It's just barely that he resists bringing a hand up and scratching at the scarring on his neck. Shigaraki had gone for maximum effect when he'd inflicted the damage. Half of his neck was scarred with a thick, it was the width of a hand which made sense, slashed down his shoulder to his forearm. The scar tissue ate into his lower arm, chest and back where the disintegration had eaten into him as Shigaraki had all 5 fingers attached. His hand trailed up the path of the scar, stopping where it ended on his chest just below his left collarbone only to wrap around the edge of it and up to his neck. He could have died. Something told him he probably had died even if just for a few minutes. The way the nurse had reacted when she saw him awake and trying to get out of bed was too over the top for anything else. Moving his hand away from the scar, shaking he pulled on the shirt half of his hospital attire. His left side took a few milliseconds longer to cooperate. Sheet. If he had nerve damage he'd have to undergo physical therapy. If he had never damage that meant he may not be able to reach his full potential. Slumping down onto the hospital bed he found himself laughing at the sick twist of fate. He'd fought tooth and nail to not utterly destroy his arm beyond repair just like Recovery Girl had asked of him only for it not to matter. But this was purely speculative. There was hope yet? Dim and dying as it was there was hope. A knock at the door made him jolt. Midoriya, it's Fujioka. I have your mother with me, we're coming in now, stamp twice if you're ready for us. It took him a few seconds to process what was said but stamped his feet twice and soon after the nurse from before and his mother entered the hospital room. Upon seeing him he saw his mama's expression darken. Kami, was she angry at him? Had he done something wrong? Izuku, Kami, what did he do to you? He was wrapped up in his mama's arms almost too quickly to process. The tears started following immediately and he pressed his face into her shoulder. I was so scared. He mumbled into her jumper. I know, but you were so brave. She pressed a kiss to the side of his head, just like always. You were so brave Izuku and I know you can persevere through this. He nodded, feeling his tears starting anew at the comforting, encouraging words. Your father is coming back to Japan just to visit you, Aizu. Your father and I are going to be here for you every step of the way. At the promise of his estranged father coming back to Japan, just for him, and why him? Why was he so special when this job was so important, so much more important than their family? He felt another wave of tears hit him. Hisashi hasn't been in Japan in just under 9 years. It was a few weeks before Izuku's 7th birthday when he'd gotten the call to work for Wuhan City's Multicultural Analyst Division. It was the job of a lifetime, a chance to study not only another country's culture up close but also its hero politics and societal flaws? And be paid for it? He'd have been stupid to say no. He was an even bigger fool for saying yes. His boss had made it clear he could bring his family. He'd also made it clear he'd be on call 24 hours if he didn't live at the station. And if he lived at the station his family couldn't come. So he was stuck between dragging his wife and son to another country, forcing them to learn another language and then abandoning them? Or, alternatively leave the country and pursue his dream job and leave his family alone in Japan? Both options featured abandonment. Inko had made the decision for him. You want to take the job Hisashi, that much is clear. Love, he tentatively grabbed her hands, holding them close to him. He'd give up everything for her and Izuku. It scared him that Inko knew this, but he trusted her to never use that against him. I'll tell my boss that I've changed my mind. I'm supposed to abandon you either way. No Hisashi, you aren't abandoning us. You're making the world a better place, you're Izuku's hero. He sighed, what, me a hero? All I do Inko is pick apart the world around me and see the flaws in the society we live in and tell the government they're a bunch of idiots only to get ignored. I'm not much of a hero. But you're trying to make a difference. We can both see Izuku has picked up my nature and your calculating mind. He looks up to you. By the time my placement is over he probably won't even remember what I look like, love. And if we move with you he won't ever see you and you'll be isolating him even more. Inko squeezed his hand. China has the lowest rate of quirklessness in the world, it's bad enough in Japan and 1/8 of the quirkless population lives here. He stared at her, picking apart the way she was holding back pain in her eyes. You would be reluctantly okay if I took this job? Hisashi, you know I've supported you always. But I'm a husband and father now Inko. It's different this time. He could feel his interest in the job waning. Why would he give up all this just to study Chinese quirk society? We're still going to be here when you get back Hisashi, what you're being asked to analyze will have changed in 12 years' time. But take the job Hisashi. Maybe if you make a difference over there things here will finally start to change. He still regretted taking the job, still regretted leaving his family. Chinese hero society was no better than Japanese hero society. Both were focused around the celebrity aspect of heroism, both were subject to government influence. He'd thought it would be different, it being the birthplace of quirks, but he'd been proven wrong. Wuhan was a prime example of what happened when society belittled those with quirks that didn't fit what society thought of as appropriate. Heroic quirks were lorded above those with inferior quirks or villainous quirks. He was glad he and Inko had instilled in Izuku that quirk or no quirk, a person was a person. It didn't seem like that was a common thing to do in Wuhan. But now he's back. He's back and standing in a hospital waiting room with 2 classes worth of first-year high school students giving him the evil eyes. It's unnerved him. Hisashi is an analyst, he sees what makes people tick, and then he figures out how to exploit it. Inko is the one that can go through with the plans, but at the end of the day Hisashi is just a guy who won the genetic lottery for a powerful quirk and said F it, I'm gonna be the least confrontational person ever. The kids didn't get the memo. They're standing between him and the nurse's desk and glaring like he's going to rip the respectable old lady sat behind it into smithereens. He knows he's quite tall and got a decent build on him, but again that was purely genetics. Inko had called him a teddy bear once. He felt more like a kick dummy right now. Excuse me? Could I get to the front desk? You're Midoriya's father, aren't you? The harsh tone directed at him ruffles his feathers a bit, but from the look of the scar on the two-toned boy's face and the fact Hisashi remembers him being Todoroki from the sports festival, he can piece together that absentee fathers aren't a good topic for this kid. Oi, half and half PSS off. Let him through. He nearly deflates entirely in relief at hearing Katsuki's voice. Inko had kept him in the loop of what had happened, and he really wanted to sit Mitsuki down and ask how the F she'd let it get that bad, but that wasn't for now. Right now his godson was giving him a get-out-of-jail-free card. Thank you, Katsuki. He bowed his head in thanks. Whatever, just get a FING move on, Auntie went in ages ago. Shoot, sorry Katsuki. He started making his way around the discontented teenagers before stopping just short of the desk to look over his shoulder. Wait. I remember Inko saying she'd asked you to curb your swearing. Do I need to tell your auntie you're being profane, Katsuki? Hurry up and go see the F nerd, you shitty old man. Laughing he smiled at his godson. I'm only joking, Katsuki. Turning to the other teenagers, his expression hardened. Inko hadn't just kept him in the loop for the failing relationship. Don't forget to contact your parents if you need emotional support, anyone that was on Izuku's team during the exam here. He tossed Katsuki his phone. It's the same password as it was when you were a kid. Turning back to the kids he continued, if you think your phone might be compromised, use mine. They don't know about me yet. With that he turned to the old lady at the desk. Hi, I'm Midoriya Hisashi. I'm here to see Midoriya Izuku? I'm his father. The polite-looking lady tapped away for a few seconds, probably checking Izuku's listed contacts, before looking up at him and giving a sigh of relief. Knowing the circumstances of what had happened, he supposed it made sense. The hospital probably had to account for the villains turning up to finish the job. At that grim thought he found his eyes flicking around the hallways they passed, memorizing to the best of his ability all the exits and entrances he could see. Hospitals were a hated place of his. Not even because of the connotations of sickness and dying that surrounding them. No. Hisashi hated hospitals because they were lacking in any tactical advantage. Anyone could hear you, unless you were staff and knew the nooks and crannies, anyone could sneak up on you, and if someone tried to keep you in and attack you, you were severely disadvantaged. He didn't get into violent acts, or hostage situations or espionage like his analysis would have suggested. He just worked that way. Hisashi had given up on justifying it years ago. He was too calm. Sen sat next to Yosetsu and Reiko as Todoroki paced about on the hero side of the waiting room. There wasn't a distinction here where one group ended and the other began, but a majority of the hero team was sat behind their once leader. He didn't need to phone anyone, but he kept his eyes on some of their team who were using Midoriya's father's phone. To say Sen was gobsmacked when Midoriya's father had entered was an understatement. When he'd seen Mrs. Midoriya, though Izuku looked exactly like her, but seeing Mr. Midoriya it was clear who Izuku got most of his looks from. From the way his eyes had shifted from all of them, like he was cataloging everything he saw, it was also clear to see who Izuku got it from. No, he wasn't, that's just how Hisashi is. His attention was bought up, however, by Bakugu. The blonde knew Midoriya's father, which seemed weird until Sen reminded himself that at one point the two had been childhood friends. Maybe that's where the boss got some of his sadistic tendencies? No. Bakugu probably picked them up from the boss. What do you mean? Half and half. You remember what Deku said in the exam, right? About me figuring him out years ago. There was a look of animosity shared there, and it reminded Sen of the state their leader had returned in after this meeting. I only figured him out because it's how Hisashi acts. Bakugu huffed out an angry breath. His father overanalyzes everything and anything, picking it apart and figuring out how to destroy it from the inside. Well, that certainly sounded like Izuku, and all the beliefs that he keeps spewing nowadays? That's the kind of shit Hisashi used to say all the time. Izuku's father seems too timid for that to be where Izuku got it from. The words left his mouth before he couldn't help it. Surprisingly, Bakugu didn't glare at him. That's because Hisashi picks it all apart and Auntie is the one who could actually go through with destroying whatever it is Uncle analyzed. Izuku had stopped crying a while ago. He isn't sure if he ran out of tears or if he manages to control his emotions. Right now he sat with his back to the door as his mother rubs some kind of ointment into his skin. Supposedly it will help the scar tissue not be so prominent. He doesn't really believe that, but whatever. But it's because his back is to the door that he gets freaked out when the door is opened and a voice he doesn't properly recognize calls out. "Inko, love? Izuku? Can I come in?" He doesn't shriek, but his body jerks away from the voice, nearly falling off the bed in the process. He hears the unfamiliar voice call his name again and he's grabbed by someone that he knows isn't his mother. "Let go of me. Get off." He can't breathe properly, all he can feel is the pain that had erupted over his skin as Shigaraki had gripped him with all 5 fingers. It hurts and Kami he's hyperventilating but he can't do anything to stop it. And then reality crashes down as he's enveloped in a tight hug that forces his forehead to rest on a broad shoulder while he's practically hoisted back onto the bed. Once he's stationary the other doesn't let go of him. There's something integrally comforting about the action that he doesn't try and question it. "Sure, Izuku, you're alright. Breath, okay? Just breath with me." He nods roughly against the shoulder he's leaning on and closes his eyes, copying the breathing pattern of the one hugging him. He should be concerned as to why this stranger is hugging him, but at the same time this person knew his mother by her first name. He called her love for goodness sake. He only has fleeting memories of his father calling his mother that, so he assumes it's his father. The assumption helps him calm down more. "That's it. You're fine, you're fine. Just focus on breathing." He nearly jolts again when something touches his head, but at the familiar feeling of his mother's fingers running through his hair he relaxes. When his breathing starts to become calm the hug is released and he desperately tries to wipe the tears that threaten to fall from his eyes. His aggravation is made worse by the fact there is still a time delay on his left arm. "DMN it all to hell. It's not fair. Izuku? Do you feel any calmer now?" Looking up he faintly recognizes the man in front of him as his father. He hasn't changed much since the last time he saw him. He's only had fleeting phone calls the past few years, his father's job tying him up to the point that Izuku sometimes forgot it hadn't always been just him and his mother. But he's here now, that counts for something, right? A little. It isn't a normal smile he's greeted with, it's one he recognizes though from the mirror. It's a crooked smile, one that promises deviance and tearing an opponent to shreds. That's good. And then the expression changes into a sheepish look, like his father's embarrassed. He looked like a delinquent for a few short seconds. But surprise? It's so awkward that it ends up making him laugh. "Laughing at your old man? That's pretty mean, Izuku." Hisashi smiled at his son, desperately hoping he was hiding the disgust and unbridled fury he'd experienced upon seeing the scar covering his son. He knew from his job that the world of heroics was filled with countless dangers and that at the end of the day you wouldn't leave the industry the same person you entered as. But still, Izuku wasn't even 16 yet. Maybe he was being biased. Maybe if it wasn't his own kid he'd have just shrugged it off and said that that was just how heroic society was. Or just maybe, and this was a stretch, a big FING stretch, maybe it was because it was effed up. And kids could become heroes if they wanted, but kids shouldn't be this big of targets. That brought another thought to mind. "Hey Aizu." The laughter died down but the small smile he'd managed to draw from his son remained. "You mind if I talk to your mom outside the room for a bit? I just want to go through a few things, and I think your friends would really like to see you." At the hesitation in Izuku's eyes he continued, "But only if you're okay with that. I don't want everyone to come in. Could you ask if Toshi and any Ai-chan could come in only?" Slowly, letting Izuku see him raise his arm, so as not to startle him he patted Izuku on the head. "Sure kiddo. Will they respond to those names if I call for them?" "Yeah. But I think they'd prefer to be called Shinso and Monoma. You know, because they don't know you." He didn't like how hesitant and despondent Izuku was. Gone was the excitable kid who ranted to Hisashi about the newest quirks he'd seen or went on a spiel about how infuriated he was about some aspect of hero society that just didn't make sense. Now he was a shell of that former kid. Hisashi reminded himself, however, that it was still his son. He shouldn't treat him different. Maybe a bit gentler, but he shouldn't act like Izuku was made of glass. That would only do more harm than good. "Cool, now don't go planning to overthrow the government while we're gone. No promises." Walking out the room, Hisashi closed the door, walking down the corridor to a small nook he'd spotted on the way to the room. Once there he turned to Inko. What's wrong, Hisashi? What happened in the past 3 weeks, love? Something integral has changed and I know I haven't been able to phone you for the past few weeks but they had an exam and… Kami Hisashi, he's just like you know? Inko didn't sound bitter, more distraught, and he watched as she brought a hand to her mouth. He's so clever and analytical and we've both always said we would encourage it but the views you acquire don't make for a good hero. He finished off her thought, echoing what he'd told her his junior high guidance counselor had once said. No, didn't you see the news about the UA simulation exam? No. China's outside media restrictions are still pretty intense so I've not been able to see much but I remember it from when we were kids. What happened? Izuku was the leader of the villain team. The distress in her voice grew worse and he pulled her to him as she began to shake and ramble. Kami Hisashi, they posted the objectives list he had to follow and he's practically built to be able to analyze his way through something like that. He nodded, rubbing comforting circles into Inko's back. Hitoshi texted me on the day they finished the exam. Hitoshi is one of his best friends and you know what he told me. She let out a shuddering breath. He'd had a breakdown and on multiple occasions called himself a monster. What do you think of him? I'm not sure. He reminds me of Izuku when he's pretending to be the cutesy innocent one, so I can't really tell if he's actually a mild-mannered guy or if he's putting up a front. Nito nodded along to what Toshi was saying. It was true, he'd gotten the same type of vibes off of Mr. Midoriya when the man had walked in. Hearing Bakugu say that Izuku was a mini version of his father and mother had strengthened that connection in his mind. He broke away from his thoughts as the man in question walked back into the waiting room. His expression was different than before. Previously it had been a quiet before the storm type of expression, now his face was the picture of anger. Shinso, Monoma? Who here is Shinso and Monoma? Making their way over to the man who looked ready to throttle someone, Nuro felt a shiver of fear run up his spine. That expression didn't look so scary on Izuku. But that's because he knew Izuku wouldn't hurt him, he didn't know Mr. Midoriya. Izuku wants to see the two of you, come with me. And just like that the giant was turning on his heel and marching down the corridor. Is something wrong, Mr. Midoriya? Yes. The word was spat out, my son has been calling himself a monster. The last word was venom on the older man's tongue. Now, seeing as the two of you are Izuku's best friends, toxic green eyes flashed over a broad shoulder, I'd like to think you know who's been putting that idea into his head. Nobody had been putting the idea into Izuku's head as far as they knew, and they were glad because the aura radiating off of Izuku's father promised pain for the people that had. Bakugu might be wrong about Hisashi not being a man of action. Well? It was like an accusation. Nobody that we know of. He just broke down and started calling himself a monster. But before that he'd called himself one a few times. We didn't know how to deal with it. A sigh came from the man in front of them and Nito watched cautiously as Hisashi brought a hand up and dragged it down his face. Yeah, of course. You're kids, you wouldn't. Sorry. I shouldn't have been so rude. Hey Aizu, peeking his head around the slightly ajar door, Hitoshi felt a weight lift when he felt the older Midoriya's stare on him be replaced by Izuku's. Heard you just wanted to see the two of us? At the nod from his friend, and he should be worried that it isn't a verbal response because Izuku had been grabbed by the neck, he entered into the room, Nito behind him. It took most of his self-control to not openly stare at the exposed scar tissue. It was gruesome and it knocked his stomach 6 ways to Sunday. For some reason the smaller boy didn't have a shirt on, but that meant that his new scar was on display. It curled around half of his neck, slithering down his shoulder and onto his chest just below the collarbone and, from the angle Izuku was at he could see it also reached his back until it stopped abruptly just below Izuku's elbow. It made him uneasy to see his left side seem to be held as if it was heavier now. That really wasn't good. Hey guys, take a seat? He and Nito exchanged a brief glance which confirmed that both of them had noticed the shift in the smaller boy. Don't mind if I do. Hitoshi cackled as Nito sprawled across the hospital bed, lying himself over Izuku's lap in the process. Nito. Come on. Toshi, help me. Making his own way over to the bed, Hitoshi took residence on the small patch of space left at the foot of the bed. Nah. Come on boy wonder, you saying Nito is too heavy for you? And here was me thinking you could help Kyoka and Yuga live their dreams. Their dreams? Yeah, the two of them want to be bench pressed, not sure why but I think it'd be cool to watch. Nito mouthed, hot to watch you mean, before winking at him. It brought a blush to his face and he could almost forget why they were there in the first place. But of course, he couldn't. He knew Izuku would need to talk about it eventually and maybe right after the event wasn't the best time to, but if not now when? When would he talk about it? Years later when he's convinced himself it's his fault he was hurt? No. Hitoshi knew how Izuku worked and he knew that that was probably what he was doing right now. Blaming himself for Shigaraki attacking him. As if it was ever going to be his fault, the sick BSTRD had tried to disintegrate him from the throat down. Hey Aizu, blinking he was brought back to reality to see Nito staring up at Izuku. The smaller boy staring into space like the back wall was the most interesting thing in the world, Izuku. Nito snapped his fingers in front of Izuku's face and it took less time for Izuku to react than it did for Hitoshi to register the snapping of fingers. In a matter of seconds Nito was on the ground clutching his head and Izuku was on the floor on the opposite side of the bed cowering and curling in on himself in the feral position. Stop it. Stop it, leave me alone. He found himself frozen, torn between whether to calm Izuku down or to make sure Nito didn't have a head injury. Sheet. I'm fine Toshi, he just pushed me off. Skirting around to Izuku's side of the bed he crouched a good meter away from his shaking friend. He knew Izuku had a pretty long range when it came to left and right hooks. As morbid as it was, the way he was holding his left side heavier made him slightly better to deal with. Izuku? Go away. I didn't do anything wrong. I won't tell sensei, I swear. The blood rushed from his face as Izuku's glazed-over eyes were revealed. He would have waved his hand in front of them if he didn't think it would set him off again. Izuku he tried to get his quirk to work but his mind was trying to process too many things. Come on, he just needed to concentrate. Please. I won't tell anyone, please. Izuku. Finally. Getting his quirk activated had taken too long but once it was done it made Hitoshi feel sick. Here, under the control of his quirk, Izuku didn't look any different from a few seconds ago when he'd been screaming his head off. Kami. Is this you, Toshi? You have him under your quirk, right? He hasn't just gone catatonic? Looking up from Izuku to Nito he saw thankfully no blood so the potential head injury was probably just a bump but. Yeah. He fell onto his backside, too drained to crouch any longer. Directing Huss speech at Izuku now he continued, okay, Izuku, I want you to breath normally, until you've calmed down. And then, when you've calmed down you're going to break away from my quirk and sleep until you've replenished your energy. When Izuku started to purposefully breath slowly and calmly he pulled himself to his feet going to grab Izuku before Nero beat him to it. The blonde lifted the smaller boy into the bed gently, so as to not break the control of his quirk. Sheet. Hitoshi brought a hand up to his mouth, sheet. What the hell was that? We need to tell Inko and Mr. Midoriya. Do you think it has something to do with when he told us about the bullying when he was supposed to be quirkless? Nito's tone was frantic. I'll do that. Blue eyes stared at him betrayed. You need to go tell a nurse you just hit your head on the floor. If you've got a concussion you need to know. How are you so calm right now? Nito brought his hands up and dragged them down his face, a despondent expression covering his features. He looked down at his hands, shaking horrendously and then looked to Nito to see his entire body in a similar state and only frowned. I don't know. But let's go. We need to get this sorted. Yeah. When I find out who hurt Aizu I swear. Nito wobbled and Hitoshi grabbed him before he could take a head-first trip to the floor. Whoa there tiger, focus on yourself for a few minutes. You can get whatever revenge you want later when you're able to stand on your own. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Let's do that. This is pretty extreme for hitting the floor. I think I hit the metal rail on the way down. That makes more sense. Shuffling slowly they made it to the door only for it to be opened by Mr. Midoriya. The man gaped at them before eyes flitting from Nito's dazed form to the near comatose state of Izuku on the bed. From the terrifying aura he'd been projecting when he'd lead them to the room Izuku was sure he was about to be skinned alive and felt his fight or flight response kick in. Are you two okay? The calming, dear he say, fatherly tone the older man addressed them with shocked Hitoshi. The nurses said there was a disturbance but they thought it was you three messing about. DMN it, what if villains had attacked? Anyone could have got in, not that I don't understand that the staff are busy but still even peeking through the door. Holy shit. Nito's words were thankfully not slurred, it's like a taller Aizu. It's surreal. Ah. Sorry I went on a tangent again. The taller man bowed his head quickly and rapidly, let's get you. Monoma, right? Let's get you checked out. I'm Mr. Midoriya, I used my quirk to calm Izuku down, I apologize if I overstepped. It's fine. A hand was waved nonchalantly, Inko filled me in on what your quirks are, it's for the best. I'll need to know what was going on though. Of course. Hisashi had just slid into the seat next to his son's bed when Izuku started to wake up. It hadn't even been 24 hours and he was already realizing that Izuku had truly grown into Inko's explosive potential for attracting trouble. He supposed he should blame himself for that as well. Izuku groaned as he woke up, the time delay on his left arm was less noticeable than it had been before, but it was still there. He watched as he blinked, eyes adjusting to being open again, and then looked around the room. He didn't smile as they locked eyes. There was other times to be the happy smiley person in the family, now he needed to be serious and deal with the elephant in the room. A few seconds passed before Izuku bolted upright in his bed, eyes now running around the room in search of some missing aspect. Where are Toshi and Nei, Kami? Hissing in pain through his teeth, Hisashi watched as Izuku's arms wrapped around his sides. What did I pushed Nito and Dad. Did I hurt them? Standing up and moving to sit on the bed next to Izuku, having only waited to make sure the younger actually knew he was there, he sighed to himself. You're good. Monoma hit his head when he fell off the bed, but nobody was hurt. Izuku nodded slowly, starting to unfurl himself. Why did you think you hurt them? Because I'm a monster. He barely picked up the words, but it set a fire alight in his chest at the mere insinuation that Izuku thought he was a monster. He knew Inko had said he'd done it previously, but hearing it was something else. He forced a choked-out cough as his quirk threatened to start up. Black smoke spilled out regardless of him trying to stop it. Izuku's eyes latched onto the action and almost humorously his right hand twitched as if searching for a pen. Let's make a deal. Huh? If you answer my questions, honestly, I'll let you ask as many questions as you want about my quirk and I'll answer all of them honestly until your mother comes back. He could see the numbers running behind his son's eyes as he figured out the pros and cons of agreeing. The pros won out when Izuku responded, deal. First question, Hisashi laughed internally as he noticed his own dominant hand twitching for a pen. Why do you think you're a monster? Izuku had already been pale. Hisashi suspected it was from the blood loss, but the question made his pallor even worse. Hisashi kept his expression blank as he waited, letting the words tumble over in Izuku's mind. I plan to hurt people, all the time. Sometimes it's hours after I've met them, sometimes it's seconds after they've introduced themselves. He nodded, like with my classmates, as soon as I knew most of their quirks I was planning contingency plans surrounding them. Izuku brought his hands up to his neck, seemingly subconsciously tracing his new scar, and I don't know why. Since I was little, even before you left. It just happens. What normal person does that? Izuku, that's what I'm paid to do. Green eyes snapped up to look at him in shock. You're not a monster. You and I are pretty similar, you know. Your mother always tells me how you got my brain, but I think you got a lot of her mental metal as well. He sighed. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Pausing, he formulated the words he wanted to use. We pick people apart, dissect weaknesses and catalog ways to hurt people because it's the only thing that makes sense. Izuku's eyes widened at him and Hisashi knew he'd hit the nail on the head. Doesn't make you a monster, Izuku. Next question, how often have you acted on these contingencies, without cause to? Twice. Technically? He raised a brow, because there wasn't really a way to say you technically did something you didn't need to without a reason to do something. Especially because if Izuku was anything like him, every action needed a reason behind it. It was. For a school exam. The finals one, on the news. Now that made a bit more sense. And you used some of your contingency plans when there were alternative routes to take? A mute nod was his only reply. He chuckled to himself, stopping himself when he saw the betrayed look Izuku shot him. No, I don't mean to laugh at you, but how is that a bad thing? What? Your goal was to neutralize people, correct? Going for someone's weaknesses is the first thing you're taught as a hero, isn't it? Another nod. So, if trained professionals go for others' weaknesses, why is it bad that you do? Because I didn't go for weaknesses. I went for personal issues and fears. I wanted to hurt them psychologically so that it was easier to beat them. Tell me then, what you did. I knew Bakugu is claustrophobic and terrified of losing his sight because his quirk already damages his hearing, and I orchestrated a plan that confined him and made him lose his sight. A shiver racked Izuku's form. And then with Todoroki, I know he's sensitive about his fire and ice still, and I had Fumiko taunt him over it to get him to lose his cool. Still doesn't make you a monster, Izuku. It does. A duck can hurt people more viciously than you hurt those two boys, Izuku. You knew a limit and you stuck to it. What was there to stop you using, say, tear gas on Bakugu and then trapping him underground and attacking him? Nothing. Exactly. It isn't particularly nice, I understand, always having these plans running through your head, but once you stop justifying it and just realize that that's who you are. He ruffled Izuku's hair. It gets easier. It doesn't ever go away, that voice in the back of your head, but it gets quieter. He smiled. You're gonna be a hero, Izuku. That brain of yours is gonna save hundreds if not thousands. Don't let it hurt you in the process though. Mrs. Midoriya? Looking up, Inko turned towards the nurse who had called out to her, "Sorry if this isn't the best time, but there's a man at reception claiming to be his teacher. Apparently your son is a ward of the school." It took a few seconds for her to think who might have turned up, surely not Nizu. She'd spoken with him once and could already tell that while he saw Izuku as an ally, he probably didn't care for him beyond how useful he could be. She could be wrong, it had happened before. However, she liked to think her people reading skills had improved upon that betrayal. Perhaps it was Aizawa? She remembered Izuku saying the underground hero was his homeroom teacher. Yeah, that would make sense. Aizawa would probably be in the in-school guardian for 1A, she supposed it would be his job in a way to be here in case she couldn't. If so, why wasn't he here already? A thought struck her then, well, not so much a thought but more a mental remainder. Her son went to UA. He was attacked. UA was probably trying to handle damage control because of the incident, so if it was Aizawa, that would explain his absence. After all, Izuku spoke highly of his teacher, and she knew her son well enough to know a teacher who was constantly tardy wouldn't be given such high praise. She realized she really ought to respond, and so with a smile she replied to the nurse, "Yes, UA have a dorm system." Did he give his name? Inko watched as the young woman in front of her physically relaxed. The hospital were probably concerned in case the League tried to finish the job. Izuku hadn't explained why he was attacked. Inko wasn't sure how to broach the subject, but hopefully she and Hisashi could figure it out together. If not, well, Inko would resort to her childhood ways of getting information, which was pushing and pushing. And that was healthy, but no. It wasn't okay to justify hurting her son to help him, because that created another problem. Erase your head, Mrs. Midoriya, I don't recognize the name myself, but does it mean anything to you? That's an underground hero, he's my son's homeroom teacher, it's fine. With that confirmation, the nurse assured her that she'd let Eraserhead know the room number and he'd meet her outside. Inko didn't move until she saw the nurse disappear down the corridor. Pushing herself from the wall, she surveyed the corridor for any signs of activity that wasn't nurses or doctors. With the thought that the League might want to finish the job in her head, she felt paranoid. Somewhat satisfied that for now there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, she made her way to outside her son's room, stalling with her hand on the handle as she heard the tail end of the conversation inside. Exactly. It isn't particularly nice, I understand, always having these plans running through your head, but once you stop justifying it and just realize that that's who you are. There was a pause. It gets easier. Hisashi didn't sound as resigned as the last time she'd heard him talk about his job and his analytical nature. He sounded accepting now, as if he'd realized it was okay, not like he had before, as if he was merely denying the truth. It doesn't ever go away, that voice in the back of your head, but it gets quieter. Inko felt a soft smile cross her face, remembering when Hisashi had had almost the exact same conversation with a 5-year-old Izuku when their son had asked why Hisashi had been so depressed because of his job. You're gonna be a hero, Izuku, that brain of yours is gonna save hundreds if not thousands. Don't let it hurt you in the process though. When neither of the room's occupants spoke, she knocked on the door, and when a denial of entry wasn't given, she opened the door. Greeting her inside was her husband, sat on the end of the hospital bed looking rather proud of himself, and his mini speech with Izuku sat in the hospital bed looking trapped between thinking, "Oh my god, Dad, shut up," and "Okay, fair enough." It was relatively entertaining. "I'm not interrupting, am I?" Making her way into the room, she left the door slightly ajar. No, Inko, you're all right, we were just finishing up. Come in, sit down, love, you didn't interrupt anything. You're fine, Mama. Dad was just talking about stuff, it wasn't important. Why did you think we were in the middle? Go something important. Because we weren't. Shaking her head, Inko put a hand over her mouth to contain her laughter as her son and husband ran their mouths and used hand gestures almost identically. It was now that she understood what Mitsuki meant when she said Izuku was like a mini Hisashi. No. Don't worry, you didn't sound like you were doing anything important. Giving a comically exaggerated wink, she smiled wider as they looked embarrassed. She knew that Hisashi coming home was what Izuku needed. It wouldn't solve all the issues he was dealing with, but the fact that after a few short hours of knowing each other properly they were having a heart-to-heart proved they were on the right track. Eraserhead is on his way, he's here to see you, Izuku. Aizawa-sensei? Wait, why is sensei here? Eraserhead. Wait, Aizawa? Love, didn't we used to know dash? A knock on the door cut off Hisashi's train of thought, and all three of them looked towards the doorway where Eraserhead was standing, or, as she'd known him 10 years ago, Aizawa Shouta. Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya, I'm assuming? Inko watched in mild amusement as Aizawa didn't look up at them yet, instead focusing on Izuku's physical condition. I'm Eraserhead, your son's homeroom teacher, and dash. The younger man stopped mid-sentence as he looked up and took in who he was talking to. Inko watched as the cogs turned at over 100 miles an hour in Aizawa's head as he processed everything. Kami, it makes sense now. He brought a hand up to his face and began kneading the bridge of his nose. There were only 2 people that problem child could come from. I knew he looked familiar. You know my parent sensei? Inko held in another round of laughter as Izuku looked around the room clueless. Her laughter got harder to contain as she saw Hisashi practically vibrating in excitement in his chair. Know them? Kid, your father is the hero analyst Ryu and your mother is the infamous Midoriya Inko, heroics and justice surveillance lawyer. I'm actually retired now, Aizawa. The office had to downsize. She shrugged, and nobody wants to hire me with my reputation. Makes sense. I thought it was strange the Hero Commission was allowed to run amok in UA with you on the prowl. Laughing, Inko clasped her hands together. Well, you know, they've been very careful to cover their tracks so far. I haven't found anything. But how do you know Dad-sensei? Inko found it amusing that Izuku hadn't quite taken in that his father was technically a hero. Well, you see, Izuku. I followed Eraserhead about in his early career because my boss at the time wanted to see if I was really as good as my credentials said and tasked me with studying an up-and-coming underground hero. So cool. Izuku's words were merely a whisper and Inko nearly missed them, but her husband's bright face said he hadn't, and thankfully Aizawa got them back on track. Anyway. He coughed into his hand. I'm here to make sure Midoriya is alright, that you're not planning on pulling him from UA, and to take any complaints you have to Nezu. The younger man sounded extremely tired and Inko felt slightly concerned for him. She remembered the only time she'd met him in person all those years ago. Rather fondly she remembered coming home to see her husband dump an unconscious 20-something-year-old on their couch. Simpler times. I feel kind of bad having a sleepover while Izuku is stuck here. Toru voiced her complaint as they waited outside the hospital for the infamous UA minibus to arrive. How 2 classes worth plus 1 extra teenager were going to fit she wasn't sure, but she was definitely calling dibs on a spot in the overhead luggage rack if that became an option. She'd always wanted to see if she could manage to fit herself into that small space. That, or she'd see how much fatty food it would take to bribe Momo into making a little wagon trailer for some of them to sit in and get dragged by the truck. The risk of falling out of it was high, but, it sounded really fun. Plus, she couldn't convince Yosetsu to let her hold onto a cord while he drove his motorbike so she could recreate that kind of scene from the movies. Apparently it was too dangerous and she needed to be more careful. All true statements, but when you were invisible you learned to favor the stuff that made you stand out. Which was one of the reasons she had gladly took whatever wacky role Izuku had thrown at her during the exam. She'd always known of the spy element of her quirk, but she'd never thought to utilize her essentially disembodied voice before. Ida had proven how freaky it could be if it was a voice that got to the target. It hadn't been fun to watch the older boy freak out, but it had been informative. That was what she was taking from the experience. Whatever helped you sleep at night and all that. It's just one night for observation, he'll understand. Besides, she looked over to Sen next to her, watching as he stretched his arms above his head. His dad is there, right? They can have like child-parent bonding or whatever it is the English term is. She watched as Sen's face went bright red as he suddenly backtracked. Sorry. You probably weren't talking to me and I shouldn't have butted in. Sen, she put her hand tentatively on his forearm. You're alright. Do you still feel guilty about the exam? The taller boy freezing gave her everything she needed to know. Him reaching up and rubbing at his neck where the faintest remnants of his injury remained sealed the deal. How can I not? His words were whispered. I let all of you down. Letting go of his arm she nudged him prayerfully in the side. Yes so? You never needed to make up for it, but you definitely showed that you were more than capable of protecting all of us when you made the street drop the way you did. Well. I didn't get to use my quirk because my arms were broken, but I guess it was some of my better demolition work. Better? Kami dude, you brought a street down, you were fing epic. Toru nearly jumped out of her invisible skin when Yosetsu grabbed the other in a headlock. With his arm around the other's neck Yosetsu dragged Sen down to his height and began giving him a noogie, loudly praising him as Sen laughed. Toru agrees, right? Yeah. You can't see it, but I'm definitely giving you 2 big thumbs up. She couldn't help but let the cheer slip into her voice as the darker look left Sen's eyes as she and Yosetsu cheered him up. About that, I have to ask Sen, how did you bring the road down? Mina's question brought up everyone's attention. Despite being a quiet and somewhat stoic boy, who got nervous and stuttery on occasion and laughed loudly and acted like an idiot on other occasions, Sen practicality puffed his chest out as he explained the entire experience. The boss and I got there early, right? Toru didn't pay attention to anyone but Sen as he seemed to get excited as he explained it. I was really nervous because it's the last day and we are on the brink of victory. A mild shot of adrenaline rushed through her as she felt her mind almost reliving those last few hours. The boss gives me a map with all the support points and tells me it's my call. She can see Sen start to sober up as he continued, so I sit there and I think to how will this work without killing anyone? And we got it at the last second. We used C4 to weaken the support arches. It was right on top of the accessway that split about 12 ways, so we had a lot of ground to cover. She remembered that area of the sewers. A few seconds before we set them off, we realized one of the charges had gotten wet. I ended up having to use my quirk to break the support beam. So that was why Kumicho was the only one on our team that got his by paint pellets. Interesting, I would have thought our leader would have gotten you out if harm's way. He did. Sen was quick to correct Fumikage. As soon as I drilled through the support, the boss grabbed me by the scruff of the neck. I was terrified we'd been found out or something, and near threw me halfway down the tunnel. You guys had everything planned, didn't you? Ciro's voice, with its now familiar worn-out tinge, broke their team away from the small huddle they'd unwittingly formed. All of them were grouped together close to Sen. From the outside it looked like they were segregating themselves. It was stupid how that worked now that she thought about it. Most of them were on the villain team to prove a point, and in the end, because of how it all worked, they ended up in the same position they'd started in, except this time it was an issue if their own creation. However, Toru supposed she preferred it this way. Even if the result was the same, it was on her terms. Her actions had caused these consequences. These consequences were created by someone looking at her throw the middle finger to society. It was her doing, not the byproduct of years of societal indoctrination. The results weren't better, they weren't worse. A losing uphill war, but for now she'd won the battle. That would be what she focused on. Not really, Mina answered Ciro's question. Izuku was the one that planned for everything. Gotta admit though, you guys sure threw us for a loop at times. Her friend let out a full-bellied laugh now, but if they were referring to when the hero team had attacked the weapons truck, it had been anything but a laughing matter. Oh. When you guys spread out all over the city, we had to shuffle the team so many times. I was so tired after the third shuffle. Suna, you were literally on a team with your main group every shuffle. But at one point I wasn't with you, Kyo-chan. Toru giggled as Kyoka pretended to be annoyed as Setsuna lolled on her. I know. A shriek was let out from Kyoka's mouth as Setsuna hoisted her onto her shoulder, which made a very funny image of a satisfied Setsuna holding Kyoka on one arm while the goth girl had her arms wrapped frantically around the other's head. Put me down right now, Suna. Nope. Kyo-chan, you're finally tall. Kyoka released one arm from its death grip to start hitting Setsuna lightly on the head. Some of the hero team seemed to be relaxing at the sight. And, she knew she shouldn't be spying, but it was her classmate and friend, so she couldn't help but keep an eye on Mina wrap her arm around Ciro's shoulders and squeeze. A small smile came to her face when Ciro returned a smile tentatively. She knew that Ciro was probably one of the worst affected by the exam. They'd used him as an example, and from the video she'd seen of Waka and Kumicho's realistic acting, she wasn't surprised he was Kateri around them. Toru needed to remember to apologize to him later. Alright brats, on the buses. Looking over to where Aizawa had magically materialized with two buses, NOO. There went her dreams of trolley bus driving. Curses. Her adrenaline junkie instincts would be repressed once again. She jumped back with a shout. Crap! Where the hell did he come from? No swearing, Hagakure, or I'll have to assume it was you and not Midoriya that taught Koda the swear words. Sensei. Maybe a few weeks ago she would have been too scared to sound so dismayed with her stoic, terrifying, sensei. But now, after seeing him look like he'd seen a god and been let go just to suffer for the rest of eternity, apparently because Izuku's parents were big people in the hero world that made people like Endeavor weep, made her feel like she could push just a little bit. Don't, sensei, me Hagakure, I'll revoke the permission for you all to have a sleepover. Of course, sensei. They were all quick to pile onto the buses at that point. Shigaraki, I thought I told you that the Midoriya boy was of use to me. You did, sensei. I didn't kill him, so I don't see what the issue is. The boy died twice during his healing, Shigaraki. Sorry, excuse me. You see, Shigaraki, Midoriya is vital to my plan, so you have to understand that you nearly killing him is problematic. Of course, sensei. Vibe check beach. Leaning his head back against the back of the couch, Koda watched as a water bottle went flying above his head and smacked straight into Waka's face. Nito rerouted into laughter soon after. Sheet. Toshi, are you alright? Sitting up to watch this unfold, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh himself as the blonde rushed over to his friend, hands hovering in front of him as if knowing what to do. Nito didn't stop laughing, however. You beach, that hurt. Warn someone before throwing sheet at them. Waka had a hand covering his face, the water bottle left abandoned on the floor, and Koda worried that the other boy was hurt. I did, I yelled, vibe check. Your vibes aren't vibing, obviously. Needy didn't seem to worry too much, and when Waka removed his hands all that was there was a red mark on the bridge of his nose. That, however, went unnoticed as everyone seemed to notice the dark look that overcame Waka. In fact, it was almost palpable the tension that built as everyone noticed his sour mood. Toshi, look, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I'd actually hurt you. Which of you rat BSTRDs taught this BSTRD? Waka's voice may have been raised, but instead of anger it was filled with a tired sort of amusement as he pointed at Nito. What a vibe check was. It was silent as nobody owned up, and Koda felt the tension start to subside as everyone realized that Waka was just having a joke. Good, the other nodded. You all know I'd never forgive you. It went quiet again, and Koda felt like he'd missed something as suddenly many of his teammates yelled the words, Captain Holt. Excuse me, can we get back to business please? Momo's voice brought the reality of the situation back to the forefront of their minds, and Koda looked back to the coffee table where blueprints and other schematics were sprawled. Most of the team was either on the couches surrounding the coffee table or sat on the floor surrounding the table. Even then they were all pretty squished. That's why when Nito vaults the couch next to him he grunts as he nearly falls off the couch. Sorry, Piper. It's fine, caller. Nito sends him an apologetic smile as he moves closer to the table. Waka is civilized, so he walks around the couches and gets to the table that way. So, Waka, what's the plan? At the prompting he sees Waka transform from Shinso Hitoshi into Wakagashira before their very eyes. He stands taller, his shoulders are squared and his eyes burn with determination rather than their tired resolution. Wakagashira glances around the common room and seemingly satisfied that they're on their own he speaks, May's on house arrest, and as far as we were all aware we were letting it play out and not kicking up a fuss. That makes perfect sense though, doesn't it? If we do not anger the Hero Commission they have no reason to target us further. However, I sense that this wasn't the case. Fumicage's observations get a nod from Wakagashira. Exactly, as we all know Izuku is the only one that ever knows all the cards on the table. Crouching in front of the table he sees Wakagashira tap at the blueprints on the table. I figured Izuku would have a plan to break May out prematurely. After a bit of digging I found the blueprints. These are the schematics for the 1H building, the prints are passed around then, and Koda gives a quick once-over seeing they're almost identical to the 1A building before passing it along, which after I did a bit of double-checking are easily accessible on the school website if you do a bit of looking around. That is a terrifying prospect. I think that was intentional though, because the ones on the school website are different to this copy. Koda can't help but feel gobsmacked as he stares at the back of Wakagashira's head. The other is stood up again, composed despite the disbelief sent his way. The Chimera is playing favorites again. Nito's sing-song tone has them all turning to where he sat cross-legged on the ground. His body language is the perfect example of relaxation, but his voice shows how vexed he is. Caller? Momo is the one to prompt the questions. What do you mean? He actually forgot how cocky and extra Nito was after spending 2 weeks with him being a decent human being, because he's taken aback by the way Nito doesn't answer right away, instead opening and chugging his entire bottle of water before answering. Didn't you hear? His bottle shrieks out as he crushes the plastic in his grasp. Izuku is Nezu's apprentice. The blonde stares at the bottle in his grip like it's personally offended him. He was offered the position nearly as soon as the exam ended. Wakagashira, did you know about this? Momo turns her attention to the second in command, who looks as relaxed as Nito. Yep, we figured we'd let Izuku sort that out himself. Back on track, however. It makes him slightly annoyed how easily it's dismissed, but he figures the topic of conversation is more important. These are probably the accurate prints, especially with how well hidden they were. The plans were passed back to Momo, who kept them in her grasp and stared at them as like she was trying to decipher some secret code. They show where the camera blind spots are, so if we use them we can sneak in and out of the building without notice. Wakagashira sighed. Normally I'd say this was stupidly reckless, but I'm kind of sad at UA at the moment and Izuku isn't here for the sleepover, so we've got to do something in his honor. We could always raise a toast, Mon Amies? Do you have any alcohol on you, Nova? Because if not, that idea is unfortunately not applicable. There is a very tense, very short PRD of silence as everyone looks at Yuga. When he does immediately respond, Nova. Do you have alcohol? Yes? I have permission for wine if I want to cook with it. We're underage. It really pains me to say this, but we are. If we're going to get smash-face drunk I want everyone here to enjoy it. Waka. What? Don't act like you didn't consider it as well, Momo. That is besides, how dare you insinuate such the audacity you have. I was thinking no such thing. Setsuna laughing next to him has Koda looking over as the girl calls out, yeah, and Kyo-chan doesn't like being bench-pressed. I told you that in confidence, you traitor Suna. So you're a hero? Izuku can't believe that after his heart-to-heart with his dad Thatched ended up sleeping till 5 p.m. Here he is however, sat in the hospital bed still with his parents sat on either side of him in crappy hospital furniture. He'd understood his dad's job somewhat, knowing he did something with analysis overseas, but all he'd thought of was that he was some stuffy boring guy who looked at profits all day long. But apparently his dad was his actual hero analyst Ryu. For years he'd followed his father's work unknowingly, for years he'd looked up to his father and admired his skill. It was so embarrassing because it was fine when it was a faceless idol, some far-off mystery person who he could relate to, because they seemed to get the unending strain that came with analyzing everything. Now that he knew it was his father however it wasn't fine, because how did he even try to explain that he'd been following his work and thought he was amazing and wow, I'm no your son but could I get your autograph because you're like one of my biggest achievements in life? You didn't do that, you just didn't. Kind of, the title and qualifications are at best superficial. It's not like I have a ranking or rescue statistics. He watched his father run the back of his neck. The company found that heroes were less tight-lipped to people with a hero license, even if they'd never heard of them. That irks Izuku beyond belief, because how superficial can you be as a hero to just trust the license? What if some villain just faked a license? I said the same thing kid, trust me most heroes don't even think of the possibility till you point it out to them. He goes bright red as his father responds, only just realizing that he'd been talking out loud. His mother laughs, seemingly catching on what's happened. You were mumbling again, dear. But I also understand where you're coming from. He watches as his mother smiles softly. When I was still a lawyer the amount of legal knowledge and just plain common sense heroes didn't seem to have was astounding. Can I ask though mama, why you never told me dad was a hero? He isn't annoyed that she didn't tell him, because in the end he unknowingly became aware of his father regardless, but he thinks that knowing that his father was like him, that it was acceptable to be the way he was, would have helped him. Even just the slightest bit, but for those years he felt isolated and unable to deal with others because of how easily he picked them apart, it would have been a blessing to know about his father. I asked your mother not to, Izuku. Huh? Before your father left, when you didn't know, you used to call him your own personal superhero. He feels himself getting embarrassment from 5-year-old him. I guess we wanted you to keep thinking that, not because he had a license but because he was your father. Mei has her baseball bat in hand while leaning on the wall next to her door for a third time this week as someone knocks on the door. She swears, if it's Yamaguchi Yuki again she won't hesitate swinging this time. She has surpassed her threshold for bubbly people that weren't Izuku or Toru already. Yamaguchi better be prepared to taste metal if she wants to offer her shitty, Karen, vegan brownies. Here Mei was under house arrest because she could turn when you had a sadistic monster right under UA's nose right there. Yo Evangelion, guess who decided to be stupid instead of getting drunk? With that kind of announcement. She can't help but open the door to see Mina and Toru. You losers by any chance? Yep. Toru slips her arm around the crook of her elbow and pulls her just outside of her room as Mina slips into her room. She goes to protest but Toru cuts her off. We're having a sleepover, and since Izuku can't make it we have to have everyone that can make it. How is Aizu by the way? Power loader won't tell me anything and obviously we're on code 13. Good. Toru lowers her volume. He's staying overnight for an observation but according to Waka and Nito he's got some serious scarring. You think he'll still be able to pull off the baby-faced look? It's so inappropriate but her worried mind can only come up with that kind of question. Mei. Toru laughs. Yes, I'm sure he can. The invisible girl shifts and she presumes it's her turning her head. How good are we for time, Denki? Looking down the corridor she sees the blonde boy look at his watch before looking over to them. We have 5 minutes before the cameras are back online. We won't be able to turn them off again without raising suspicion, so this is our chance. We're ready to go. Mina bumps her and Toru forward and Mei notices that she has a sports bag slung over her shoulder with her pillow and blanket in her arms. Let's go guys. Denki brings a hand up to his ear, on the side facing away from them and speaks. We have the package Waka, let's go. Oi, don't think I won't skin you blondie. Denki walks over to them, smile bright and arms open in invitation for a hug. How I missed your murderous affection Evangelion. You know it's been so boring without the threats here and there. She does hug Denki, because honestly through the exam he was such a help when she needed just a bit more juice to get stuff working, and in general she could say the blonde was pretty cool. Not as cool as her resident blonde BSTRD cat, but still pretty DMN cool. Pulling back from the hug she pulls his cheek. Don't be rude blondie, or I will turn you into a cyborg. Fine. Have it your way Evangelion, let's go guys. We're cutting it close. This is some fan art that I was sent and it's amazing. It shows quite a few of the series' motifs, and honestly I'd kill to be able to draw like this without a stylus. It's by lazy_Laurel. If anyone else has any fan art, feel free to comment it, I'm always happy to see it. Also, Watch Me by Nefx is so Izuku, for the most part. Mei falls into step with her 3 liberators, and it's only as they make into the stairwell that she realizes she's still gripping her baseball bat. It's such an insignificant thought, so much so that it really throws her. Like, what was she going to do with the bat? She wouldn't have actually hit Yamaguchi, she couldn't afford to have any grounds for her suspension, and if it was some government officials? Well, she could think she was Rambo all she wanted, but Rambo never won with a baseball bat. Then she remembers one of the few one-on-one chats she's had with Mrs. Midoriya. Hey, Mrs. Midoriya? Inko had looked over to her, eyes moving behind her as if checking she was on her own, before smiling brightly. It made Mei pause because it was the same smile she'd given Izuku when they'd walked in. She knew Inko had told them to make themselves at home, but it was nice. She felt loved? Was that the right word? Yes, dear? Do you need something? Do know the fridge is open to all of you. The words were ended in a friendly giggle, and Mei felt guilty for asking her next question, for destroying the nice little sanctuary that the Midoriya flat made up. Can I ask you a serious question? Her voice came out with too much fear in it, tone too skittish. She expected Mrs. Midoriya to start fretting, to overreact. She didn't mean to assume, but Inko's sweet little disposition lent itself to Mei thinking she'd be one to overreact or at least overthink. Instead, she had what could only be described as a culture shock. Inko's eyes sharpened, mouth smoothing itself from a cheery smile to a no-nonsense line. Mei could see where Izuku got his business face from in those few seconds. Of course, may I sit down, would you? I can call you Mei, can't I? Nodding, she sat next to Inko on the couch, feeling awkward. She shouldn't be asking her best friend's mother how to deal with this wasn't fair. She was taking advantage of the Midoriya's hospitality. Besides, what would Inko even be able to do to help? It was a mystery to herself, but Mei had a guy feeling that Inko was the right person to ask, and Mei's gut feelings rarely lead her astray. She just had to hope that this wasn't one of the times it failed her. Nope. No unnecessary negative thoughts. Yeah. This is really stupid. She ruffled her hair with one hand, the other scratching at her bouncing leg. DMN, she had so many tells. I've got some bad blood with these kids from junior high, and they're coming out of the woodwork, and I don't know what to do. She expected the usual lamination from adults, the, well, what did you do to them, and the ever so familiar, you reap what you sow lines that made her regret asking for help. It was the same with all adults. Once they pegged you as a problematic person, they didn't care. You were the problem, and you didn't deserve a solution. Or at least, that was what her past experiences had taught her. So far, Power Loader seemed different. Her sensei didn't seem to care so much about her criminal record, and seemed much more concerned about her love for pyrotechnics and ability to get her hands on C4 inexplicably. Well, what do you mean by they're coming out of the woodwork? Confused at the question, she asks Inko to explain. What I mean by that is, are they coming after you? Are they trying to wreck your reputation? How are they gunning for you? Inko's phrasing reminds Mei of Izuku again. Both, I guess. Cammy, this is embarrassing. They're flowing me from school to my house and trying to goad me into fights. One of my classmates was sent to deliver a message to me the other week when I stayed late. That's harassment, Mei, and stalking. You can press charges for that. Not really. She ruffled her hair again. She moved her eyes away from where Inko was adamantly trying to maintain eye contact. She could see it now. Inko would tell her to leave, tell her that she's not allowed to be friends with Izuku, that she's not worthy, that as a delinquent she should be ashamed of herself, that she's brought this upon herself. A criminal record. I know, Izuku told me. Inko points it out like it's nothing more than mentioning a hobby. I have one too. Her head snaps up to see Inko leaning back into the couch, looking towards a photograph on the far wall. It's her, Izuku, and some man that looks just like Izuku. She presumes it's his dad. I felt like I couldn't get help for any of my problems because of it too. Who would want to help a girl with a history of violence, right? Inko laughs, smiling brightly at her when she turns her head to face Mei. My husband Hisashi, my boyfriend at the time, told me that if that was how I felt, I should kick up enough of a fuss so that the only way to shut me up was to fix the issue. She takes the words in, trying to fit the Midoriya Inko in front of her into any mental image of a delinquent she has. It doesn't work. It's near impossible to imagine this quaint little lady doing anything other than making people good about themselves. So, my advice to you, Mei, is tell your sensei, if he doesn't bring it up with the principal, bring it up with him yourself. She nods. If that doesn't work, you take it to the police. If they don't do anything, you write to the police captain for the prefecture. And if that doesn't work? Midoriya Izuku smirks and it scares Mei, a fire burns in her eyes, a fire fed by thousands of dead bodies made up of her enemies. She's able to imagine a delinquent Midoriya Izuku a bit easier now. If that doesn't work, you stand outside the station and you shout, you get a megaphone and scream about what they're letting go on until your throat is raw. The smirk is replaced by a soft, comforting smile. Just know though, Mei, that I'll be by your side through this. And if in the end when you're exhausted, and your throat is raw, nothing is working, I'll do my best to bring hell to them. A hand is placed on her head and, in some form of motherly affection that Mei had almost forgotten the feeling of, Izuku smooths down her hair. You're one of Izuku's best friends, that makes you one of my kids now, Mei. If I have to bring the world down for any of you, I will. The memory lets Mei understand why she's still got the bat in hand. Because it's a statement. She doesn't have a megaphone to scream her throat raw into. But what Mei does have is her metal baseball bat, the bat that's been there through every conflict and every misadventure since she got it at age 9, and the thing that makes Mei dangerous isn't the bat. What makes Mei dangerous is that she's prepared to take her bat and smash up every obstacle in her path. Izuku had, at a later date, said that she'd suggested the pacifist approach to make the least amount of trouble in the long run. She'd told Mei that it rarely worked, and that if Mei had to smash her way through a few walls to get to her victory, she would. Yeah. That feels right. Mei has her baseball bat, like Nito has his prideful heart on his sleeve, like Hitsuhei has his loud booming voice, just like Izuku has his spinning mind. It's a symbolism thing, and in a world like theirs, so entranced by materialism, maybe symbolism was just what they needed. Hatsum? You're under house arrest, what are you dash? Vibe check beach. Sure, maybe the bat is symbolic, but it's also a metal baseball bat, and when she throws it at Yamaguchi's head the girl still ducks, so it has its practical uses as well. She grabs it off the ground, of course, before they make a run for it, Yamaguchi yelling after them like the square she is that whatever they're doing won't be worth the backlash. Maybe for anyone else that would be true, but Mei is spending time with her friends while sending a middle finger to the Hero Commission, so you know, maybe Yamaguchi is just too much of a square to appreciate it. You taught Nito what a vibe check was? Denki shouts over his shoulder as he sends an arching bolt of electricity towards the electronic lock on the dorm's front door. It beeps just as they reach it and the blonde boy shoulder barges it as they tumble out, and Mei is sure she can hear her dorm mates calling out after her, but she doesn't care. She's free. She's in the open and Nizu himself can come collect her to bring her back because it feels great to be put in the world again. No. She feels like an escaped convict running through the yard to freedom as the four of them make a mad dash to 1A's dorm. Kurwaro turns up at some point coaching them in darkness. Izuku taught us what they were. The boss. Bow foolish mortals, for your goddess has arrived. Hitoshi feels a smile crawl onto his face as Mei enters into the common room, arms spread wide with her baseball bat in hand with the biggest sheet-eating grin on her face he's ever seen. The best part of it is the reaction the few hero team members of the 1A class have. It ranges from, huh? That's a bit overdramatic, isn't it? To eat a Tenya's, I am going to have an aneurysm, there are too many rules being broken, her dur. That isn't particularly fair, he supposes. He doesn't really understand the class president, all he's seen is his square behavior. And anyway, he's apparently part-time delinquent vigilante justice warrior if the snippets Izuku had revealed of the stain incident said anything. Mei, you're alive. Hitoshi watches as Mineta is plowed down by the girls of their group running up to the self-proclaimed goddess. Hitoshi wants to give his best friend a hug and catch her up on everything, but the way that Momo and Reiko are looking the inventor over has him thinking twice about getting in between the health assessment. See Blondie, this is how you greet someone. Yeah, Evangelion. I'll remember that next time. You better. Denki, Toru and Mina exit the elevator quickly after Mei, though with a definitive lack of theatrics in comparison. Mina throws him the sports bag and he just about catches it before he's almost knocked off his feet for a second time in the space of a few hours when a blanket lands on his face. From the oof that emits from Nito, he assumes he got smacked with the pillow he'd seen in the girl's grasp. Shaking his head, the blanket slides off of his head but ends up on his arms instead, which he can deal with. Mei, how about you grab your own sleeping supplies instead of treating your best friends like pack mules? The girl smiles brighter and bounds over to him and Nito. But you two are my immortal right-hand men. What else are you supposed to do but hold my things and look pretty? I mean, she has a point, Toshi. She's only telling you what you want to hear, caller. Are you actually allowed to have this sleepover? Has any member of staff actually verified this happening? At Ida's question, Hitoshi turns his head to face the class president. He looks slightly off-put by the gang of delinquent students congregating in his dorm common room. It might be the fact there are far more people from outside 1A than there are from 1A that's really throwing him off. Don't worry, class prez. Denki somehow manages to pop the prez and make it work. Izuku pulled through for us. Aizawa is totally chill with it. Oh, which reminds me. Nope. It didn't prove anything, Denks. Waka Denki is trying to rob me. Waka knows I'm right. Hand over the 5,000 yen you owe me, Mina, or I'll be forced to take action. Hitoshi finds himself shaking his head at their antics. He's slightly uncomfortable with how the rest of 1A is at being their little group, but he can't blame them. They're invading home turf. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea, but they need to see their people too. The villain team did some bad things, but so did the hero team. They've got to see that right now they're all on a level playing field. I have to ask, what was this about getting me instead of getting drunk? Underage drinking. Chill, Ida. It'd totally be allowed. Kyoka doesn't sound convinced herself and leans over to Yuga, right? On a technicality. Ooh, we do love a good technicality us lot, don't we? Shut up, Nei-chan, you're a technicality. DMN right I am. Wait. Toshime is bullying me. I didn't sign up for this. Hey babe. Hitoshi tapped his fingers against his arm as he looked over to the rest of his team from his safe position near the 1A kids that weren't on the villain team. The aforementioned teens had commandeered the couches next to the elevator and right now were his last line of defense between the madness of his team playing truth or dare. Screw it if they wanted to listen in to him while he was on the phone, acting as body shields and not complaining gave them a free pass. Not to mention he enjoyed seeing Bakugu Katsuki's eyes twitch at the word babe leaving his mouth. Izuku had said that Bakugu was one of the people who thought they were dating. Izuku's response of, "What's up Toshi?" had him continuing, "Remind me if I'm wrong." Izuku chimed in that he was wrong. Okay, first F off, second off, my actual question was this, in the divorce we specifically said you would have the kids, right? At Izuku's confirmation he sighed, so why the F, am I dealing with them? They're your kids, dipshit, you rallied all these emotionally stunted idiots and now I have to babysit. He refused to think about the fact he was technically a part of the emotionally stunted idiots. He listened, shaking his head as Izuku tried to defend his choice in eccentric friends and allies. There's a little over 20 of us Aizu, and maybe 5 brain cells collectively. Most of which belong to Mei. At Izuku's joke that was 4 cells missing, Hitoshi paused, unable to think of a way to explain the current situation. When he was asked if he'd done something very stupid he still didn't respond. It took a very worried, "Toshi. Don't tell me you broke Mei out." to have him responding. "Funny story right there, Aizu. Anyway, what's this about your dad's job?" "Mama, we may have a problem." Is there something up at the dorms?" "I think my friends just pseudo-kidnapped Mei to bring her back to the team sleepover." "About time." "Mama. Come on, Waka. You can't hide behind the class prez all night." Again, Denki managed to pop the P in prez, which just made Hitoshi uncomfortable on so many levels. Unfortunately, Hitoshi was a fool, and like any fool he couldn't resist rising to a challenge against the integrity of his pride. Hubris. What a not-so-wonderful thing. "Alright Sparky, square up. You, me right now." Vaulting over the couch between him and his moronic team mates, he let out a laugh as Denki casually climbed to his feet, raising his hands in a "come at me bro" gesture. Their team were quick to make a ring for them. He hadn't intended on actually faking a fight, but you know what? Tonight was for stupidity. Returning the gesture, he nearly yelled, "Oh shit," when Denki actually swung at him. However, he let out a laugh seeing the sparks of determination in the electric boy's eyes. "What, you a scaredy cat, Waka? Really, Sparky? That all you have to offer?" Hitoshi should probably be worried that his Saturday night sleepover entertainment had devolved into him and his teammate having a sparring match in a dorm living room. But again, hubris. "You're gonna regret that, Danks." He barely resisted looking over to his 2 troublesome best friends when Mei called out. It was made more difficult by Nito Wolf whistling him, "Go on kitty. Show him your claws. I'm gonna gut the 2 of you soon." He held up a middle finger in their general direction but let a smile grow on his face when he heard them yell endearing comments like, "Not if I do it first," and "Bold of you to assume I'm not hollow," to him. Stop. Hearing Ida sound 10 times more serious than he had before, Hitoshi felt his body freeze up. The class president walked into the middle of their little ring, mouth set in a harsh line. "You are students of UA High School. You should not be fighting in a dorm common area. It's all just a bit of fun dash. No excuses. Is some of your team not under surveillance? Why would you want to risk giving the school any more fuel for their fire?" He'd been willing to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, but Hitoshi was really not liking what he was implying right now. Hitoshi had been gearing up for a little practice sparring, but maybe he could try his look at a speedster. He'd gotten pretty good at tracking Izuku's speedy movements. This square shouldn't be too much of an issue. Nobody on this team did anything to warrant the behavior being exhibited towards us. If you don't think we're worthy, or that our behavior is wrong, go to the teacher dorms and wake up your sensei to report us. Next to him Itsuka, or Muscles, he guessed from how she was holding herself, had risen and didn't seem to mind gobbing off her fellow class president. We're still people, you know, like you said, we're students. Sen had been exceptionally quiet since his injury in the exam. Hitoshi feared that Itsuka's initial assessment of survivor's guilt was correct, but his voice regained his lost confidence. So how about acting like it? Sen didn't even bother to stand, and that might have been the biggest F.U. he could have sent to Ida. Because to not stand while he berated him? Kami, it was like saying Ida wasn't even worth the effort of standing up to berate. Keep your holier-than-thou attitude all you want, just remember we got violent after you provoked us. And DMN, for Sen, the kid who had been the first to fire a gun at a living person in the exam, the kid who had broken his arms to defend them, the kid who had broken his arm again just to ensure them victory, to say that made it all the more obvious how true the statement was. That is not true. When you ran Kirishima and Tetsu over dash. I gave the order for Bakugu, Kirishima, and Tetsu to attack the villains before they were ran over Ida. Todoroki was stood up from his seat. He didn't know enough about Todoroki to be sure, but the shocked looks told Hitoshi the kid didn't talk much, or at least voice his opinion this openly, as he rebuked the boy who had been his second. They're right. We always initiated conflict. Which reminds me. With that the boy walked over to them, and Todoroki had a mission in each step he took. Until he was in front of Senator he felt wary before the boy bowed, chin tucked into his chest with hands clasped front of him. I never apologized for taking it too far with my fire. I apologize to you and all your teammates who were hurt by my fire. Hitoshi expected the boy to wait for an acceptance of his apology, but he continued, I don't expect you to accept my apology. We remember far too late into the game that you weren't faceless robots behind your masks. For that I apologize. I can't speak for everyone, but it's cool, man. Look, Sen tilted his neck up. Kami-san looked physically ill, baring his neck. Kami, should Hitoshi say something, not even a hint of an injury anymore. Heh. I don't forgive you yet, if that makes sense, because you took it too far, but I accept the apology. Of course. I understand. We shall leave you to your team now. We've already intruded enough. Todoroki dash. Ida, we have no room to judge about unheroic behavior. They were following rules. Everyone here is just as human as anyone else. We don't get to play judge and jury. Bakugu. Katsuki remained seated and cast a quick glance to Todoroki. The rest of their class, that wasn't in the pack of teenagers seething murderous affection that he'd only ever seen his auntie and uncle exhibit, had already left, and it was just him and the half and half in the room. Give me a minute, icy hot. There's something I need to do. It was painful almost deciding to do this. It went against his pride, and if there was anyone that claimed to be more prideful than him, they were lying. But that was why he had to do it. And if anyone asked, he'd claim his auntie had scared him into it. He'd had a moment of insanity and his brain decided humility was his way of having a meltdown. One of the few good things about Todoroki was that he was like Midoriya in the way he knew when to and when not to push with questions. So, that's why he didn't bristle like he normally would when he stood up and Todoroki placed a hand on his shoulder. The half and half looked constipated as he tried to encourage him. Look, Katsuki was emotional, stunted, and an idiot, but thing was at least he knew when to not try and look like that. He was trying to be serious. It was a task far more troublesome than it had to be. Humility will be good for you. Yeah, alright, now F off. I have a reputation. He could have been mistaken, grasping for any familiarity in another human being after realizing how utterly irredeemable he found himself to be, but he could have sworn there was a hint of amusement in Todoroki's eyes. Of course. The elevator dinged as Todoroki left and he felt all eyes on him. Out of all of them he was probably the worst to stay. After what he did to Midoriya, after what he pushed him to, I'll bring down the building if I have to. He'd be surprised if he was let close enough to do what he felt he needed to. Taking a deep breath, he walked over to the group, watching as eyes snatched up every detail about him and tried to predict his movements. When had that kind of thing stopped bothering him? Was it his uncle, or was it when he realized that it was all Midoriya did, that it was something Midoriya gained power from and didn't use against others, or his agendas? I want to talk. He raised his hand slowly, hoping to placate as best he could. They probably hated him, he wouldn't blame them, and if you'll let me, I'd like to get closer to apologize. He kept his eyes on Shinso. Katsuki didn't dare look to Mina, to Denki, because while he was going to apologize to them, he didn't want to put them in a tight spot if people didn't take it well. He'd been a shifty friend and he wanted to rectify that, if they'd let him. For now this was all he could do in regards to that goal. His eyes stayed on Shinso, however, because it didn't take a large amount of brain cells to see the hierarchy in the group. Midoriya was the figurehead, tactical leader too, but the others didn't act like cronies, Katsuki would know, and the primary leader, with Shinosu obviously being his second. Katsuki would go as far as to say they were the parents of the group. Then you had Kendo from 1B, Shoji, and Yaozoru. They didn't appear to have less presence than Shinso, but the way Kendo had stood by Shinso when she'd confronted Ida made it obvious they seemed his approval in matters regard group politics. Katsuki pretended not to know his classmates' names, it made them underestimate him. After all, a brute wouldn't come up with complex plans. It had taken him until he'd seen his uncle to realize Midoriya had been following a similar line of thinking for years. The hierarchy seemed to disperse at those three, however, because Kaibara hadn't given a shit about shutting Ida down. In fact, he'd raised valid points, and if anything the higher-ranked members of his team seemed to share his sentiments. He hadn't been in the common room when Midoriya had released a sheet-storm of dressing down of the hero world to his dorm mates, but it was clear to see the ideology itself clung to Midoriya's kin. Everyone knew that friend of Izuku's was Auntie's kid. He'd had the privilege once, he'd lost it, and he didn't think he'd ever get it back. He didn't mind, he didn't think he deserved it back either. Fine, but no closer than the couch. He could work with that. Nodding, he followed Shinsu's orders and stopped at the couch. Now came the hard part. His pride reared its head once again, screaming like a caged animal that he was above this. He stomped it down, like the pest it was. He'd won the genetic lottery, he wasn't particularly special. A quirk didn't make a hero, the person did. That had been taught to him as a toddler, and he had barely their images of him agreeing to it wholeheartedly. Katsuki didn't know when he'd forgotten what he'd been taught, but he knew he'd probably remembered it too late. The thing is, he didn't forget the other lessons that his auntie had instilled in him. Even if his schoolmates didn't think he was genuine, he wouldn't work towards being a better person for selfish, petty gains. His Aunt Inko had told him that if you wanted to do something you did it for yourself, and so this was him. Pride be damned, stupid preconceived ideas, that he didn't even remember learning or hearing, they were just there DMN it what the hell, be damned. One last second to turn back, he didn't. Katsuki pointedly refused to acknowledge the noises of surprise as he got to his knees, bent his legs so that he was folded close to the floor and placed his forehead against the dorm's carpet. I'm sorry. Deep breath, come on Bakugu, you can do this. I'm sorry for every time I aimed an explosion at any of you that was purposely aimed to hurt, not incapacitate. The words felt like mud in his mouth and hoped they didn't sound as robotic to the receivers as they did to himself. I'm sorry for every time I attacked any of you, forgetting that at the end of the day you're human. I apologize that I did all that and failed in my duty to keep my team contained. It was quiet, and he took a leaf out of Icy Hot's book for the next part. I'm not asking for forgiveness, I'm not asking for an acceptance of an apology. To be honest, this is probably the most selfish action I've ever do be in my life. He bit the inside of his cheek, reminding himself to keep his emotions in check. I'm asking you to please, don't push your friends away, to not forget that before this exam they were people you trusted and cared for. He didn't flinch as someone crouched in front of him, but he certainly felt his body tense up. He didn't react in any other way until he was forced out of his bow of apology to be forced into a hug by Mina and Denki. The two most lovable of his idiotic friends hugged him and cried, and Katsuki felt ashamed, because wasn't this breaking the trust of the people around them? Why were they crying? They weren't meant to cry. You big FING idiot. You big, massive CNT-faced idiot. Instead of saying anything to the insult, he awkwardly patted Mina on the back. You don't get to just act like a BSTRD and then show you're a nice person, that's not how it works. He felt incredibly awkward, but risking a look at the others watching, he saw not hostility, but something weaker. Caution, he supposed. They didn't want to believe him, they probably didn't want to think he was being genuine. That was fine. After everything that's happened and you're the one to say shit like that, come on Bakugu, not cool dude. Denki spoke next, just as slurred due to his blubbering, and Katsuki didn't know what to do. You can't just let us think you're an a-hole. No, you have to say exactly what we've been wanting to hear since the exam ended. The last part was whispered, and it snapped Katsuki into action as, against every natural instinct in his body, he pulled his two friends closer to him and let them cry. DMN it, he didn't want to make them cry, now he felt like he was manipulating them. He just wanted to apologize. This doesn't make up for what you've done. Shinsu's voice was cold, but he'd spoken to Katsuki with a colder tone. I wouldn't expect it to. He kept his voice firm, his determination won over his pride. Now would you two stop snotting on my shirt? You're supposed to be having a stupid FING sleepover with your friends, not turning me into a goddamn tissue. There's our Bakugu. He felt his eye twitch as Denki's voice turned into a wail, but admittedly he hit his friend a bit tighter after that. You're gonna have to let go of me, you know, your friends are getting antsy. Boss man, you and Bakugu fight please. Izuku better offer me all his money from his accomplishments later in life for dealing with all of you. I don't think everyone wants me here. He makes his voice quiet so that his two idiots are the only ones to hear it. I'm intruding and made you all awkward. I should leave. Okay. Another wonderful piece if art by @lazy_Laurel. This time it's of Wakagashira and DMN. It's so pretty, gives me goosebumps a bit, not gonna lie. Hey, love. Nito took Hitoshi's prior actions as an example to follow and made his way from the main group as he spoke with Izuku on the phone. However, he claimed he was going to the bathroom to get a bit more privacy. Getting a groggy hello back, he made sure to make the conversation quick. Just thought you'd like to know Bakugu just did a Dejiza before sounding like an actual emotion human being. He wasn't sure what he was expecting, but it wasn't a very thoughtful silence. Izuku had different kinds of silence, ones that let Nito and the other two in their quartet know how to handle a situation. Thoughtful silence could be good or bad, it depended situation to situation, but it didn't seem bad right now, followed by possibly the most innocent tone he's ever heard Izuku use. I'm glad. Mama said Bakugu realized something today. I'm happy he's making an unprompted effort. The innocent tone, the weird Frankenstein-esque fondness in his voice threw Nito for a loop. Because that had not been what he'd been expecting. He kind of understood that Izuku wanted to, not patch up, that was the wrong way to phrase it, create a new, healthy, friendship with Bakugu. However, he hadn't expected a childhood fondness to ever be expressed in regards to the once bully. In all honesty, it made Nito's stomach twist uncomfortably because he didn't understand it. He didn't understand how Izuku could want to be in the same room as the blonde after the torment he'd experienced directly and indirectly at the blonde's hands. Nito knew he'd never truly get the Midoriya clan. Minds and wit sharp as any blades, and yet their hearts bled like a waterfall at the smallest pinprick of a chance they could help. Not the reaction I was expecting. Especially not after the interrogation. Which you have to understand, love, I'm willing to listen, but I can't just forgive him for what he did. Any Aichan I know, that gave him pause once. Again, I don't expect you to forgive him. I'm not anytime soon at least. We both did stuff neither of us are proud of. Aizu. He paused, trying to formulate his next few words. Aizu, do you ever regret it? Showing us your real self, I mean. He felt his stomach rock as silence greeted him. Great going, now he'd probably made Izuku feel like shit. Sometimes. Oh wow. That hurt? That really hurt, and Nito didn't even understand why it hurt to begin with, never mind why it hurt so much. Sometimes when all I can think about is how much of a monster I am, I regret it. He heard a shudder run through Izuku's voice and he sits himself on the floor back to the wall as he listens, mainly because I'm telling myself that it'd be my fault if people started calling all of you monsters because of me. Sorry to tell you this, but we were already outcasts before your baby-faced demonic energy seduced us. He tried to keep his tone light, but at the same time he didn't want Izuku to think he was being insensitive. It was rare that Izuku spoke about his negative emotions this openly outside of his moods. I know. Kami, I just can't stop thinking about how much I'm hurting your futures because of what's happened with the exam. The HC don't care, Izuku, they'd have started going after us anyway. We're all a bit unconventional if you haven't noticed. I mean, I only know 2 nutjobs willing to break their already broken bones. He feels a small smile grow on his face. Point is, if they're willing to do this to kids, they're already corrupted enough to have come after us at some point. He hated how sappy what he was about to say was. Better that we get investigated together than be singled out and left to flounder. I guess. You know, love, for someone so smart you really don't know when to stop stressing, do you? He heard a laugh on the other side of the line and wasn't sure how to feel about it being drowned in small sobs. If I could control it, do you think I'd be such a disastrous mess? A hot disastrous mess, Izuku, don't forget. The laugh sounded a little less drenched in tears this time, but he could still hear Izuku sniffling and suppressing hiccups. Serious note though, I'm breaking code 13 for this and I'm prepared for any reparations I have to give. All I need to know is if I get to keep my shirt and overcoat by the end. You moron. You love me though, and remember me, Mei and Toshi love you as well, Izuku. We have your back. This entire team loves you and has your back. I know. Oh. And for the HC agent listening in, go F yourself, you creepy beach. Like, I get you need to pay the bills, but seriously? Wiretapping is illegal except when the government do it, I guess, and listening in on minors is just gross. Check yourself and your qualifications and see if anyone outside of the HC would let you near a child, okay? All he could hear was Izuku laughing after that. You empty your entire bladder or something, any Aichan? Mei's question was innocent enough, if not a little crude, which was why the real meaning behind the question flew over almost everyone else's heads. Rude. What did I miss? We're missing a few. Mei leant her head on his shoulder as he settled properly on the ground in the truth or dare circle. Hitoshi, Momo, Kyoya, Seduna and Koda had taken the sane route and were foregoing the tradition of ignoring every logical reasoning ability and survival instinct in the teen brain to play truth or dare. Lucky BSTRDS. He didn't know how Hitoshi had learned to not give in to Mei's puppy dog eyes, but he'd learn. One day. Probably in the distant future. Nezu and Rikido have to see who can make an omelette the quickest, and Toru is officiating it. Yosetsu and Sen are just there for the free food. They'll probably get food poisoning. How is he? Mei's question was quiet enough that the remainder of the team didn't hear them unless they were purposefully listening in, and seeing as the two people with the easiest ability to eavesdrop were out of range, they were fine to talk. Decent. I told him about the Dejiza, he sounded soft. I asked him if he ever regretted showing us his true self. He said when he feels really low he does, but... You think he'll be good for now? He thought about it for a few seconds. Physically, yes. Emotionally and psychological? Mei. He definitely got physically bullied in junior high. In a matter of seconds Nito was on the ground clutching his head and Izuku was on the floor on the opposite side of the bed, cowering and curling in on himself in the feral position. Stop it. Stop it, leave me alone. I won't tell Sensei, I swear. I know he doesn't want to talk about it, but... We have to, right? Inko needs to know, his dad needs to know. He started to panic when he felt Mei freeze up next to her. Mei? Mei, what's wrong? He didn't usually break out the nickname with Mei, that was more Toshi's thing, but he deemed it acceptable as he was worried about her sudden demeanor change. His dad? Like, flesh and blood dad? The dude in the photograph on their wall. We all have a bet on being a cardboard cutout Inko bought to F with people dad. Huh. Yeah, okay, so maybe Mei's sudden change made sense. There were 3 things Mei invested her time and life in. Number 1, her inventions and her babies. Number 2, her friends and family, even if at times they didn't deserve it. And 3, bets. She was like an unrelenting tax collector when it came to debts. The kind that didn't get turned into good religious Christian disciples. The guy's real, it's super fing trippy as well. I shit you not, he's a bigger version of Aizu. I have to see this. Like, in person, need to see this. Mei? He seems pretty cool, more intimidating than actually threatening. Never be too careful. He nodded, never be too careful. Hostess walked into the common room from the kitchen to see Waka watching Nito and Mei canoodling with the most done expression he's ever seen. Nudging his partner in crime gently, he watched as Sen's eyes immediately picked up on the action. He was grateful when a teasing smirk lifted up the corners of the other boy's lips. He'd been beyond proud of Sen earlier in the night when he dragged Ida, but Yosetsu also needed his best friend to relax. I call next dare truth. Sliding up to the circle, he refused to take no for an answer, even if Kurwaro remained adamant that this wasn't how you were supposed to play. Nito. He knew the blonde would think he could outsmart him, but Yosetsu had been waiting an answer to this question for too long to allow for any loopholes. Truth or dare? Pick wisely. As he'd hoped, Nito's cocky smirk spread across his face. Truth. Got him. Who are you currently in a romantic relationship with? He knew immediately with how conversations ended abruptly that he piqued his group's interests. You sure you want to play this game, Torch? Ooh, pulling out the code names. This was going to be fun. Answer the question, white collar. Nobody. Horse sheet. Other objections of the same caliber erupted from the group, and he felt suddenly very uneasy at the smirk he was being given. That was a boss smirk. Nope. Abort. He hadn't known Nito could do the boss smirk. He wasn't prepared to die, thanks. Yosetsu wanted to go back to his world where Nito had the brat smile, and that's it. No boss smirk Nito for him. It went against nature. I haven't had any romantic relationships since I was in junior high, even then it was second year at the least since the last time I had a partner. But what the F is going on with the 4 of you then? Mei laughed before answering as if she hadn't just dropped a bomb. We've all got crushes on Izuku, none of us want a relationship though. Like we'd all love to kiss him and stuff, but I think I speak for all of us when I say we're more than content with being his best friends. Plus Inko pretty much adopted us and none of us support any form of insect. You ready to go, Izuku? Stretching his arms above his head, yep, the slowness of his left arm was probably going to be permanent, he looked over his shoulder to his father. He nearly let out a hiss as the action aggravated the injuries on his neck. However, Izuku just about managed to hide the pain from his features and voice. Yeah, let's go. Izuku had to admit he was still feeling pretty rocky about his father. It fluctuated from admiration for his accomplishments as a fan and as a son, to giddy joy that his father had come to see him even with such a demanding job, all the way to innate fear that he'd somehow disappoint the man and he'd leave him and his mother. It was illogical, but Izuku didn't feel pretty logical at the moment. If there was any way to describe how he felt, it was shitty. He felt absolutely shitty, and while he had a decent idea as to why he didn't particularly want to voice it. Besides, who knew how his parents would react if he said it? Last night I went shopping for the supplies you didn't end up getting yesterday, by the way. An arm was swung around his shoulder, and while it was heavy he didn't feel crushed. The once familiar warmth of a hug was moved upon him once again as his father led him out of the hospital room. You didn't have to. I have until Saturday. I could have gone and gotten the stuff. In all honesty, it made him feel a bit useless that someone else had to get the stuff for him. I know, kiddo, your mother, and I figured that maybe you'd prefer to spend time with your friends though instead of wandering around a shopping mall all day again. A nurse, the same one that had looked after him yesterday, nodded her head and gave him a big smile before wishing him well health as they passed her in the corridor. It didn't take them long to get to reception, his father's arm on him the entire time. It was only when they got to the reception and his father was signing him out that he realized Hisashi had strategically placed himself so that the worst of his injuries were hidden from a side view. Thanks. He didn't give any explanation as to what he was thanking him for, but as his father climbed into the driver's side of his car he just smiled at him. No problem. We should hurry though, your mother's at UA probably giving the staff a run for their money. It had been a while since Izuku had ridden in a car, in an actual civilian situation, with the last time possibly being when his aunt Mitsuki had taken him to the hospital when he was 12. That was nearly 4 years ago. It may have been that long, but he could still tell that his father was the most careful driver to exist. Or the fact that in the last month he'd been traveling in the back of transportation trucks and quad bikes with the former being driven by his absolute maniac teammates had made him biased. He'd thought Mitsuki had been a daredevil driver, but she has nothing on Sen and Juzo. Izuku learning to drive didn't count either because he wasn't a passenger. It was different when you were the actual driver. So UA is a boarding school now? It was possibly the most awkward conversation starter yet, but it was so normal that for a few short seconds Izuku genuinely looked around the car for hidden cameras. It had been years since he'd had a normal conversation like this. All he and his mother talked about were TV shows and hobbies. And analysis. They'd both dropped the topic of school when he refused to talk about it, and the school blocked his mother's number after she phoned them up about the bruises too many times. He'd known she was a lawyer because she'd sued them, but beyond that she couldn't do anything. They unblocked the number but were mysteriously always engaged when she phoned. They tried moving schools but nobody but Aldra wanted a quirkless student. His mother tried to find private tutors, but the second they found about his condition, the prices were hiked up exponentially on the grounds that everyone knows that education is more expensive for kids with disabilities, ma'am. It puts more strain on the teacher, you see. Besides, kids his age don't start homeschool now unless the education system has had enough with him. That increases the prices as well. You can't seriously expect teachers to want to deal with a disabled problem child. Think realistically about this, ma'am. It might just be best to have your son take online classes. It will solve all the issues you've cited as your reasons for requesting homeschooling. He remembered coming home that day to find his mother desperately cleaning a war zone in what had been their living room. Izuku wasn't blind to see that his mother's quirk was far more powerful than she let on, so he hadn't said anything when she tried to explain why the couch looked like it had been dropped from the air. Izuku knew it wasn't fair, but there had never been anything that they could do legally. There were laws in place to prevent discrimination against those with quirks, but the whole system was so outdated that the laws had been put in place when the majority had been quirkless. Nothing existed to protect people like him. His hesitation and aversion to the topic of school clearly pinged on his father's radar, as he spared him a look and changed topics. Tell me about your friends. I've met Monoma and Shinso, and your mother told me about Hatsum. But what about the others? It was strangely heartwarming to hear that his father just automatically assumed he had more than 3 friends. My team in the finals exam are my friends, but you, might have met them? At the hospital. Some of my newer friends come from the management course. He felt a grin cover his face as he thought about Harimatu's group. All of them were sneaky and conniving, and he lived for it. You have Harimatu Kyoya, Kagami Takaya, Yamamoto Yamadi, and Matsui Uci. They're a business group in the management course. They gave me their numbers at the sports festival and I started doing favors and stuff for them. What kind of favors? He could hear the worry in his father's voice and knew it was probably justified. But the thing was, no matter how much Harimatu's group of fiends were conniving devils, they were good people. Helping them plan events, and sometimes Kagami asked if I could help her carry some heavy supplies around campus. Oh, I almost forgot, Mitsuru Nagisa is another friend of mine. Did you only meet her recently or something? Kind of. He realized how relaxed he felt suddenly. She was a new addition to Harimatu's group. Apparently her group didn't like her way of thinking. She's a perfect fit for her new group though. She helped me big time in the finals though. They seems cool, mind telling me more about them? His father started to splitter through his words, if you want to. I didn't mean to, that is to say I'm just curious and don't think I'm being nosy, I just want to learn more about my son, you know. He couldn't help let out a laugh as his father continued to ramble. Dad. They pulled up at a set of traffic lights when he shouted the word, which was good because his father snapped his head to look at him. Oh Cammy, I started rambling again, didn't I? Izuku, I am so sorry. Dad, it's fine. I can't tell you about them though if you don't let me talk. He found himself laughing and his father smiled at him. That is a good point, isn't it? Hisashi knew he'd been out of the loop for a few years now. Even all these centuries after the start of the People's Republic of China, its censorship hadn't changed. Nothing they didn't deem important or hadn't heavily censored entered or left the country. It had been one of the reasons Bed taken the job. So, he was out of the loop on a lot of political things. He was also out of the loop, it seemed, about his own kid. He and Inko had spoken every other day, not always about Izuku but most of the times it was. Through the years he'd spoken to his son less and less, mainly because both of them felt it too awkward to breach the gap. That didn't mean Hisashi didn't feel like a complete piece of shit when his son physically jolted in his seat at the mention of school. He should have known it was a bad topic. If Izuku's breakdown yesterday hadn't been a big enough indication, the talks he'd had with Inko about Izuku's education over the years should have been a red flag. Let it be said, Hisashi never claimed to be a perfect parent. He just wanted to help his kid not be discriminated and live a decent life like any good parent. Asking about Izuku's friends had seemed like a good idea. It was, for the most part. It made him slightly uneasy how he danced around the topic of his friends from his exam, but having watched the news report from that morning on his phone to get a grasp for the exam situation, he understood the hesitation, but at the very least he seemed proud of his friends. Good. Hisashi had taken years to realize that friends were valuable, far more valuable than the plans he made and formulated. He remembered his father saying every parent was proud to see aspects of themselves in their kids. Hisashi was just glad Izuku hadn't picked up on his social incompetence. Izuku had gotten the persona creation thing, and he'd gotten Inko's ability to be disarming until he had his fangs in your neck, but thank Kami he was seemingly able to make friends without being a complete mess. Or at least that was what Hisashi was going to believe until it was proven otherwise. Back on topic. He knew he was out of the loop but wasn't sure how to broach the topic. He knew he was pretty tactless, it came with just seeing everything and not being able to filter your thoughts like a normal person, but even Hisashi knew you didn't just say, "Hey, I know we haven't actually spoken to each other since you were 12 or seen each other since you were 7, but guess what? Tell me about the probable abuse from your peers your mother and I think went on." Heaven forbid he added on, "Oh. And just to be even more dming, the school showed us the video of Katsuki and yourself beating the shit out of each other in your finals exam. But your Aunt Mitsuki told us the boy admitted to bullying you but he's too much of a prideful coward to apologize to your face." Even if Hisashi was less tactful than he already was, which was pretty DMN hard, he thinks he still wouldn't say something like that. It described his thoughts though. Really, FING described his thoughts. As Izuku laughed, after he managed to fumble over his words he's able to calm himself. To push the negative emotions down for now. The emotions themselves aren't healthy, but neither is pushing them down. It's one of the reasons why he has a punching bag. If he focuses his angry thoughts into aggression in a safe environment he knows he's less likely to lash out at others. He'd done too much of that in his youth. His analysis and once ability to carry out his plans matched with a vindictive older brother willing to do anything for his quirkless little sister? It spoke for itself in all honesty. If it was the last thing Hisashi did it would be reverting to the little bstrd he'd been in his youth. Of all the things that had set him on the straight and narrow it had to have been Yazaki's death. Great. FING great going Hisashi. Now you're upset, and want to cry and you're driving your potentially mentally unstable son to school, from the hospital, and possibly leaving him in a hostile environment that UA staff most likely didn't give enough sheets about to mediate. Kami, he hated his life. Look at him, he's got anxiety. Inko liked to think she knew her family pretty well, which is why she was quick to excuse herself to Aizawa and Nizu as she answered the call from Hisashi. Her husband wouldn't call unless it was important, or at least not when he knew she was in the middle of a meeting. After all, if nothing else she awoke each day to a voicemail of her husband saying he loved her and to have a lovely day. And that was if she didn't catch the call, because if she did he'd tell her in real time. But right now though, it has to be important. It worried her. Was Izuku having a panic attack like yesterday? Was there something stopping him from leaving the hospital? Had there been a villain attack? A natural disaster. Hey love, I know this probably isn't the best of times, but we have a situation. Izuku and I can't get up the courage to leave the car. Or, it could just be her husband and son's never-ending anxiety acting up. Okay, breath inko. Not an ideal situation, but better than the worst-case scenarios that had been assaulting you left and right. She could work with this. It's Sunday Sashi, Izuku can text his friends to come pick him up, and then you can be the big dork dad you are and accompany him and his friends to the office. Normally it would have agitated her having to explain something like this to a grown adult. But she understood the situation to a good enough extent to not get aggravated. Izuku was scared of what his classmates would say and probably dreading backlash for a villainous appearance. Hisashi on the other hand had been out of the loop for the entire world for 9 years and now had to meet the adults in charge of their son in a setting that meant the competency of the guardians were being tested. Given that Hisashi had lost most of his provocative bull-headed nature in his early 20s, this was not a good situation for him. He wasn't shy or a pushover by any chance, but Hisashi would probably just want to spit his thoughts straight out without a filter, while knowing that was probably the worst cause of action he could take. Nagisa was not a morning person, at one point in her life maybe, but not now. Her mother blamed it on her staying up too late reading, and she would be right, but Nagisa wasn't about to own up to that. So she blamed it on the fact she was a caffeine addict and needed tea like she needed air. It worked pretty well considering her quirk relied on a constant stream of caffeine. But that didn't matter, because for once she was up, alive, and out of the dorms before 10 a.m. on a weekend. She was very proud of herself. It also may have to do with the fact that Midoriya had phoned her, asking if she could meet him at the school's front gates because he'd just gotten out of the hospital, and had asked if he'd be able to have the presence of a familiar face to greet him, if that's okay. You don't need to meet Tsuru, I swear, it's just I'm anxious and my dad is as well, and again I totally understand if you don't want to, but dash. It was all very cliché. Very anime. That brought a smile to her lips. Imagining Midoriya as a manga protagonist was hilarious. There was no way he'd be a shonen protagonist, he was too dark as an overall character archetype for that. He'd probably work well as the dark mysterious type in a gore manga though, like the ones where the protagonist manages to just about avoid dying and it's revealed they'd done this kind of thing before. Huh. Yeah, Midoriya was definitely the furthest thing from shonen she could think of. Well, actually, she swore he had the beginnings of a harem. On that note, Nagisa had half a mind to ask the fellow green-haired teenager why he hadn't invited someone like Shinso or that Kaminari kid who'd stayed behind to listen to their boring droning about pie charts. Although that changed when she saw Midoriya next to who she presumed was his dad outside the gates. She knew Midoriya was genuinely nervous when he'd phoned, his voice had given that away, but she could see him literally vibrating where he stood. It had been on the news that he'd been attacked, well, that a UA student had been attacked, but when everyone from the hero course but Midoriya came back to campus it wasn't hard to tell who. The report however hadn't given anything away about his injuries. She was kind of glad, honestly. The scar traveled across his neck and down his arm, it probably went more places but she couldn't outright see that. Nagisa however could see the cornered animal look in his eyes. He was scared. No, he was terrified. It made sense why he'd chosen her then. They weren't the closest of friends, probably just on the cusp of good friends, but she understood quirk abuse injuries. The scar on her own face singled at the memory. Midoriya had wanted someone who he knew would understand to be the one to set the tone for how he viewed coming back to UA. Cool, at least the boy was thinking of his mental health if even slightly. Harimitsu had expressed worry for the other boy, claiming that if he brought up anything related to junior high it caused him to close up. She had decent news for her team then. Midori. Looking good, boss. Giving the boy finger guns as she approached, she saw more than heard the sigh of relief he gave out. Her acceptance had seemed to put his slightly off edge and she'd take what she could get. This the old man? She gestured to his father, and who else would he be? The guy was practically a carbon copy, and she'd thought Midoriya was the image of his mother as well, and Midoriya seemed to relax a little bit more. Yeah, Dad, this is Mitsuru. Nagisa. Mitsuru, this is my dad. Nice to meet you, I see the brick stack gets it from you then. She wasn't checking out Midoriya's dad, it's just. It was pretty DMN hard to not notice the guy ate muscles. Probably not the best first impression if Midoriya's spluttering of, Mitsuru that's my dad, was anything to go off. Or so she thought, because Mr. Midoriya just laughed. Izuku, kid, don't worry. I'm sure your friend didn't mean anything by it. Besides, it's actually on your mother's side to be built like a brick house. Ooh. So Midoriya is secretly buff under her sweet exterior. Yep. Inko's incredibly strong. Mitsuru, can you please stop asking about how buff my parents are, please? I'm begging you. But boss, how else am I supposed to get my amusement? Harimitsu won't let me gush about his big sister anymore. That's because she's out of your league. True, true. She sighed, all right. Clapping her hands, she seemed to snap the two males to attention. I'm presuming you're headed to Nezu's office, right? Want me to come with, or are you two all right? From here? Would you mind accompanying us? Sure. Hisashi wasn't sure what he was expecting, but it most certainly wasn't to have his son he called boss. Or for this Mitsuru girl to be scarred to high heaven. From her left cheek to her right cheek there was a gigantic white-gray scar that looked like someone had gotten acid on a car sponge had wiped it across her face. Not to mention that from the t-shirt she was wearing Hisashi could see where the scar traveled down her throat, to her shoulder and around to her back. It made him sick because the implications of that path of someone's hand made it very clear someone had grabbed the girl from behind to do that. If Inko didn't adopt Izuku's friends, Hisashi was going to. Timidness and anxiety be damned, people didn't get to hurt kids like that and then the kids not have people care for them. Not to say the kid didn't, but he'd ensure it if she didn't. Growing up he'd seen the cruelty exhibited to children that didn't fit the norm. He that because of their quirk, or lack thereof, or because of disfigurement like this girl in front of him. He'd expected her to be pessimistic, but if anything she was incredibly bubbly and chatted animated the entire time to his son who seemed relaxed around the other. He could hazard a guess that Izuku had asked this Mitsuru girl to meet up with him because of the scars she bore. He probably guessed she had the least chance of judging him for his new appearance. Katsuki had yet to make eye contact with anyone in the dorm since last night, and he was intending on keeping his social interaction gauge at 0 today. However, the lazy losers in his dorm couldn't apparently open a door. So here he was. Opening a door to see some extra he was sure he'd seen skulking around the dorms before with a big fucka scar on her face and enough bounces in her step to put Frog Face to shame. What do you want? He tried for civility, his tone had other plans but she didn't really seem to care. I'm here to see Midoriya's teammates, are they all still here? To the point then, okay. Socializing gauge would stay low then. Good. They're in the common room, second floor. Cool. Thanks. The girl bounced past him. You were pretty cool at the sports festival by the way, Bakugu. Midori says you're awesome, so cool your jets K. Before Katsuki could respond the girl was in the elevator. You can't just not take your shoes off, you extra. Have some respect, would you? Shyuda could feel the tensions rising again as he came down for breakfast late the day after the villain, after Midoriya's team had had a sleepover. If anything it was aggravating. It reminded him too much of how he'd had to walk on eggshells for years in his own home. The dorms were supposed to be different. Then again, what was it Tuya had said? People try and say that it's gonna be different, you've gotta remember, Peppermint, that if someone promises a lack of conflict they're lying through their teeth. It probably wasn't the best thing to remember of his dear brother, Kami rest his soul, but most of the other things he remembered of Tuya were either prominent in his nightmares or small memories he took any and all comfort in when things got rough. He understood that people had been hurt, he understood that it wouldn't change right away, but honestly, Ida of all people needed to realize that saying they were the innocents were no better than being the almighty heroes that had sparked Stain's purge. He hadn't yet found a way to get that thought out to Ida that wouldn't result in either getting the sheet kicked out of himself or the other boy having an absolute meltdown. Let it be said that Shout at least tried to understand the emotions of those around him. "Excuse me, Rocket Popsicle Boy. Gotta go check on an anxious brick house." Shyuda felt his heart jump into his throat when a girl he didn't recognize jumped into his path as he exited the elevator. Stepping aside and choosing to not question it, it seemed Midoriya's friends coming and going was going to be a regular thing now. He nodded to the people that he made direct eye contact with. He got a few waves before making it to the kitchen and stopped short when he saw his teammates hiding out in the kitchen. And people said he was the emotionally ignorant one. At least Zero seemed to be trying to convince them to stop hiding in here. He'd planned on ignoring it, because while he'd said his piece last night it wasn't his place to force them to coexist. Bakugu was nowhere to be seen, so that meant the blonde either was taking the executive decision to stay out, lucky him, everyone thought he was but so nobody expected him to try, or he hadn't woken up yet. Zero, dude, we can't just go out there. It's not our territory right now. Todoroki couldn't help the snort that escaped him as he grabbed one of the bagels from the bag marked as Bakugu's. If he didn't want his food to be eaten he needed to not put it in the communal, free-for-all, cupboard. Did Todoroki just snort? Turning his head to look over his shoulder at his teammates he schooled his features. You're acting like those aren't the same people that at one point were your friends. He turned back to the toaster. Aren't Ashido and Kaminari still your friends? Of course. Ashido and I have been friends since junior high, it's not gonna stop now. Then act like it. He forced the sneer out of his voice. Just because you don't agree with their opinions or their attitudes to the way they've been treated doesn't mean they're different people. The toaster popped and it practically echoed in the kitchen. I'm terrified of Midoriya. But he's my friend, and I'm going to try and understand why he kept that side item hidden, and maybe you should all realize that if people are hiding things maybe it's because when they've shared them openly they've been hurt because of it. Another amazing pick by @lazy_Laurel. If I understand the context of their questions last time, the masks on the playing cards are the masks I described for them. So the masks you can make out on the playing cards in the pick are basically what the big five of the villain team's masks looked like. Todoroki, look, I get what you're saying dude, but there's a rift, you know? How are we supposed to act like everything's fine? Hanta was wondering how most of his teammates had passed the intelligence portion of the entrance exam, because this was ridiculous. They'd said he was no better than them for staying away. Well, he had a decent excuse at the least. He wasn't the most mentally stable at the moment, and, after Midoriya's apology and the consequent sit-down they'd had with each other, the other team had thought it best if Hanta kept his distance. After all Denki had said, it was pretty effed up to watch it all and not be able to do anything. Which was definitely contributing to Hanta's overall anxiety and newfound paranoia. Aizawa had pulled him aside, said he'd noticed the change, said that classmates were worried and offered him a good psychiatrist. He'd taken the number with a pinch of salt, slightly wary of his teacher seeing as he'd let the villain team get away with so much. Having talked it out, he realized that there wasn't a way to properly blame Aizawa. He'd done his job. When a line was crossed he called it out, tried to rectify it. He hadn't been able to do anything about the other team's plans because they were all still within regulation. Hanta didn't have to like it, but he understood it. And who created the rift? Because even before the exam it was this time creating tension where there had been no need for tension. If it had been a live studio show there would defiantly have been some OOHHs being thrown around. As it stood he thought Todoroki was absolutely right. He's got a point guys, this is what I've been trying to tell you all for the past 10 minutes. The more you act like everything is different, the more everything will turn different. Hisashi felt the anxiety itching under his skin as he stood in Nizu's office. Next to Inko and Izuku, two imposing figures despite their positions as the ones with the smaller statues in the room, who cut imposing figures, he felt a little bit like a background cutout. He kept his peace to himself as Inko practically rioted against the lack of action UA had taken since they'd become a dorm hosting school. Hadn't they already seen that their walls wouldn't keep people out? Hadn't they thought to prepare against a villain like this Kurogyri for who walls and private property was merely a footnote? His hands twitched with nothing to do and he decided to fold his arms to hide the embarrassing appendages. Nothing good would come of showing he was nervous. It would take being an idiot to miss how Izuku had shaken, how he'd let his eyes flick around the room like a cornered animal until his homeroom teacher had arrived. The familiar presence of Aizawa had calmed his son, but he didn't intend to ruin that by showing that he was terrified. Terrified for Izuku, terrified for the other heroic students across the country, no world, and terrified for what this meant that the leader of a criminal organization gunning straight for All Might had seen his kid as a good way to get to the number one. Thing was as well, Hisashi may seem like it sometimes but he wasn't an idiot. The fools in front of him, and he could appreciate all they'd done for the country, but his job gave him a negative outlook on heroes, could try and convince him that it was random but he wasn't having it. Izuku had been purposefully targeted. He and Inko were out of the loop on something, and the way the sickly-looking man in the corner refused to look over at his son told him the blonde knew what it was. How long had it been since he'd felt this angry? How long had it been since his quirk had bubbled at the back of his throat from anger, waiting to be unleashed on another person? Years and years since he'd been such a terrible person to willingly do so. Mr. Midoriya? You look like you have something to say about this. Nizu, the little rat, was sat so smug in his seat like he knew what Hisashi was going to say. He'd show the Chimera exactly what he was messing with when he was in on a secret and didn't address it with the students' parents. He'd show Nizu what happened when you endangered a Midoriya. I have a few things. He kept his voice level, no need to give himself away. He did however give an icy glance to the room, mainly that you seem to be under the impression my family and I share less brain cells than this room contains. Hisashi ignored the angered retorts that tried to gain dominance in the room and put his voice up in volume ever so slightly. If these little heroes wanted to talk down to them, he'd talk down to them in response. You sit in front of me, claiming ignorance to why this school has been targeted, why my son has been targeted, only to turn around and say you haven't improved the security of your school in the meantime. He tried to stop himself from snarling. His quirk went further than simple fire breath after all. I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Midoriya. Of course you don't, Nizu. He didn't try to not spit out the name. Your hidden cameras are obvious to anyone that bothers to look for them. It's already been seen that the walls themselves don't have sensors to see if something's happening to them. Taking a second to catch his breath, he let himself glare. I threw a rock over the top of the wall today, just to see what would happen, and what would you guess? Nothing. If someone wanted to climb the wall they'd get in. Watching as they realized what he was implying was satisfying. Considering you have a villain with teleportation abilities, it's extremely lacking, don't you think? Now wait a minute, the hero Vlad King interjected, and it made his, ironically, blood boil. Sir, we understand you're upset, but there's no need to be like this. No need. He couldn't stop his words from hissing out. My son died twice during the reconstruction. That means he isn't breathing through a tube for the rest of his life. He felt like a toddler as he stamped his foot, but it didn't matter, not to mention the fact that the staff in this room are aware of something my wife and I aren't. The media may be so hungry for a story they'll believe it was a random attack, but I won't. But I'll disregard that for a moment. After all, the staff here don't seem to think it's top priority. No. I want to focus on you, Vlad King. 7 misdemeanors in the 2 years leading to you joining the staff here, and you also permanently left the field. He should stop. He should really stop before one of the heroes decided to grow a spine. You were disgraced because of a lacking ability to fulfill your role as a guardian of society, so I don't have to wonder why you feel it appropriate to tell me to not react. It seems to be your specialty. Now, Mr. Midoriya, you cannot attack one of my staff that way. Checkmate Nizu, I can. His grin seemed like a snarl in the brief reflection. He caught of it in the glass on the table in front of him. It's my DMN job to tear down you heroes and your morals. It's my job to tell you what you don't want to hear. A hand was pressed to his elbow and he looked down, chest heaving with angered breaths, to see Izuku's determined expression. Dad, that's enough. Immediately he pulled his anger back into his chest and forced it under lock and key. There was no need to PSS them off any more than he already had. Sorry, kiddo. Back to my other point, he took a deep breath. You know something that for whatever reason Izuku won't disclose to us. Something that had a supervillain target our son. Shyuda should have known things would go to hell as soon as Midoriya Hisashi walked in the room. The man hadn't gotten his hero name just for his fire-breathing abilities, he'd gotten it for his dragon behaviors. If he deemed something as a part of his board, he'd burn the world to cinders to protect it. It was the main reason why any and all incidents where the dragon was active weren't televised. It got ugly, quickly. Midoriya Hisashi had indeed passed down his quick tactical thinking to his son, except Midoriya Hisashi had had years upon years of people nurturing the talent and could rip his opponent apart quicker than his son could yet. But that was why Shyuda should have known everything would go to shit. All for one had threatened the dragon's son, and UA were in the way of Midoriya Hisashi torching the villain into cinders. Nezu seemed to be catching on that the man before he was far more dangerous than he could have realized, but he was realizing it too late. He was in the dragon's den now and he'd slighted him in front of his family, insinuating that Hisashi wasn't justified in his dressing down of the room, and now his boss would face the consequences. His changing of sides on the board could be sooner than he thought. We honestly don't know what you're going on about, Mr. Midoriya. Please, can we just talk about this civilly? Midoriya played with his coworkers, faking a pondering look as if he were genuinely going to consider stepping back from his conquered ground because they'd lied to his face, and asked nicely. Midoriya Inko shot him a sympathetic look and he gave her no more than a nod of understanding, but it seemed to be enough. He kept his eyes trained on his student and his student's mother as they stepped back slightly from Hisashi. Inko was leaving it up to him to decide whether or not to let Hisashi go off on a rant and destroy the fragile sense of calm UA had acquired after the finals exam. Shyuda decided he'd let the world run its course this time. He stopped things for Nizu that he'd often thought should have been left alone, so this time he'd deal with the fallout when it inevitably came about. For now though, he'd watch as Midoriya Hisashi, the ferocious dragon guardian of Japan's most sensitive information, destroy the ones that would dare let harm befall those he held dear. Don't lie to me. Hisashi was genuinely struggling this time around to keep his anger in check. It had been easy when Izuku had been holding his elbow, his son acting as a physical anchor to tether him to the fact that the world around him was sensitive and that his rants wouldn't work to convince these people. Now though, Izuku and Inko had taken a literal step back, and when his eyes flicked to Aizawa, he saw the younger man leaning against the wall watching the situation like a silent protector. The fact the underground hero hadn't stepped in yet said that this was Hisashi's playground for as long as he could keep the heroes in the room. We're not dash. Your voice rose an octave when you said you didn't know what I was talking about. And this is me being civil. I can be much worse if you want. Mr. Midoriya, please remember this is my school and dash. Is it though? He suppressed the flames, but the venom in his words were not beholden to such barriers. You allow the Hero Commission to prowl your campus, villainizing children for no reason, and you do nothing to protect your students. If it really is your school, Nizu, I would suggest acting like you have control of this DMN child soldier breeding ground. The words left his mouth before he could realize the implications of them. He hated heroes, he hated them with a passion. He appreciated all they did for the public, he knew they did a great service, and as a child he'd wanted to be one. But he hated them so much. So much death and destruction was left in the wake of a hero. A glorified child soldier, and he should never have said it, but the words were in the air and what was spoken could not be unspoken. What? You heard me perfectly well, Yagi Tashinori. He spat the blonde's name out. He hadn't immediately recognized the blonde man, but he did now. He'd managed to get a sit-down analysis of All Might through David Shield a few years back and had accidentally gotten the hero to reveal his name. He'd seen the man in the hero forums recently. Yagi Tashinori was All Might's media liaison. Pa, it didn't take too much brain work to realize they were the Sam's person. You were a child soldier, all of you, and so it's completely understandable that none of you would see a DMN thing wrong with it. Yagi tried to cut in, and Hisashi was sure that normally he was intimidating, normally he would have been the scariest force on Earth. But not now. Not when Hisashi's kid was on the line. Not when the lives of literal 100 in this building alone were on the line. You told me yourself you premiered at age 15 All Might. So of course you wouldn't see it as being a child soldier, but that's exactly what it is. He ground his teeth, hating how black smoke hissed out from between his fangs that had only seemed to elongate as he got more and more angry. DMN it, he needed to reel himself in soon. It was becoming serious. When his quirk started to affect his physical state, he was becoming too emotional. So why don't you tell us why the hell you're hiding something from us that makes Izuku have a target on him that's big enough for the League of Villains to come knocking personally? Nobody answered, and he tried to resist growling at them, just barely managing to get it under control. You're all so illogical. If none of you will tell him, I will. Aizawa pushed himself off of the wall, eyes half-lidded as he yawned, as if there was an infinite number of places in the world he'd rather be than here. Aizawa. Nizu. The two shared a look that made Hisashi feel like he was missing something, which he hated feeling like because it meant there was something he couldn't control about a situation. Unknown variables were the worst. All Might's quirk is transferable. Gasps filled the room as if they truly didn't expect Aizawa to stick to his words. He gave Midoriya his quirk so that he could be, physically, on equal ground with other heroes of today. All Might and myself have both agreed that Midoriya is more than capable of being a hero without a quirk. He didn't know how he did it, but he somehow kept his howl down, he somehow didn't slam Izuku into a hug, and he somehow didn't burn the office down. Somehow. One for all. That is the name of the quirk I bestowed upon young Midoriya. The guilty party finally spoke up outside of defending his fragile beliefs. It is, as Aizawa explained, a transferable quirk. For generations it has been passed down. Mainly because each successor of One for All is hunted by All for One. Two things computed in his brain simultaneously. First, the figure pulling the strings behind one of the world's biggest criminal empires was real. The second thing to compute was that his son had a generations-old feud as the reason someone wanted him dead. I'll be outside if you need me. Turning on his feet, he couldn't resist snapping his teeth at whichever hero had been stupid enough to grab his arm as he attempted to leave. What do you mean, Ak? Unless you want UA in cinders with this office as the starting ground, I'd suggest releasing me. Suffice it to say, he wasn't disturbed as he stepped foot in the elevator. Izuku hadn't expected his father to strip down UA to its most basic and lay it before Nezu like the Chimera was nothing but a petulant child. It was awe-inspiring though. He was too petrified to ever try and do that to Nezu. The power and influence the rat he'd over the board was too vast, and Izuku didn't have his own stronghold yet. It wasn't wise to risk his friends when he didn't have anything to fall back on. Hisashi though didn't seem to care. His father was called Ryu, but his full title was more intimidating. The Japanese Dragon, Guardian of Knowledge. It was a hyperbolic name, but DMN it all to hell. Izuku thought it had fit his father when he'd torn through Nezu. The fact that he'd watched as his father's physical appearance also changed, fangs that he'd barely noticed originally elongating, tiny stubs of horns starting to unfurl, and scales crawling up and down his father's skin the angrier he got, added to the image of the dragon. Everything was silent for a few seconds after his father left the office, and he was petrified about what the reaction against himself was going to be, but that worry was momentarily quelled by a squeeze on the shoulder from his mother. "Go after your father, I'll finish up here." His mother's words were whispered so quietly he almost missed them. Nodding to his mother and bowing silently to the rest of the room, he was quick to leave the office, taking the stairs down and using One for All to ensure he got there just before or just after his father. An elevator pinging as the doors opened signaled he'd made it just before his father. "Dad." Hisashi's eyes snapped up to him and he almost couldn't contain a noise of fear. His father's eyes had gone from green to a sickly yellow, the pupils turning to slits, and the horns that had been tiny in the office were curled down to his shoulders and this was possibly the scariest part of the physical change, his fangs were now long enough that the top pair were resting against his father's lips. It took all of half a second if Izuku reminding himself that this was his father and his fear went away. His mother's instincts were hardly ever wrong, and she'd spent a long time with his father before having him so had probably seen him like this at least once. She wouldn't send him after his father if it would hurt him. Yellow eyes flicked to him as his father exited the elevator and he raced to meet the man, hoping that his presence would act as some kind of indicator to calm himself. Izuku, I apologize. Don't apologize. He took quick note of the fact that his father's nails had turned into claws. It really was a wonder with a mutation quirk this potent in his family line he'd ended up quirkless. But then again his mother had said his auntie was quirkless on his father's side, so maybe the genes were recessive for the quirk, and linked arms. You have nothing to apologize for. Come on, I want you to properly meet my friends. However, his father resisted, feet planted firmly in the ground. No, kid, I do. I need to apologize. Not understanding the tone in his father's voice, he paused and released his arm, turning to face him properly. I already said you don't have to dash. Kami, Izuku, I do. Now that tone, that he understood. I've been a terrible father, I did the bare minimum to stay in your life and then I just decided to verbally attack your mentor. He could see the claws that made up his father's fingers twitch and knew that he shouldn't be scared, but the anger in his voice in the office had reminded him of Bakugu when they were kids at the peak of the bullying. I shouldn't be acting this way, I'm no better than a bully with the way I acted in there. And right now I'm probably going to snap at anything and everything. He could see his father's shoulders slump. The thing is, I'd love to meet your friends, but I think I need to calm down first and try being a real father before you introduce me to them properly. Turning up to see you at the hospital doesn't suddenly make me a good person. Okay. Nodding, he continued, okay, that's fair. Do what you need to. Izuku was so used to being the one self-depreciating and trying to justify his own internal shortcomings that to hear it from someone else was disconcerting. He also hated that he'd worded his response as an answer. If that was how Hisashi felt, then he'd have to live with it. And, yeah, he was probably right about overstepping stuff that Izuku didn't care about anymore, but that his father still clearly did, so he'd let his father stew for a while. Your mother and I will come around later, okay, Izuku? Enjoy your time with your friends. Sure. His father nodded, walking off towards the entrance of the school, and he found himself frozen for a few seconds before he quickly pulled his phone out, sending a quick text to inform his mother he was going to the dorms and his father was taking a walk. When she pinged back that it was fine and she was having fun watching Aizawa destroy his coworkers, so they needn't worry, Izuku found himself feeling slightly better about the whole solution. Boss, you headed to the dorms? Mitsuru's voice called out behind him and he felt a slight flinch, hand not holding his phone, reaching for a collapsible that wasn't at his side anymore. Before he turned to face the girl, didn't mean to eavesdrop, but you know how it is with this stupid quirk of mine. Mitsuru's lips quirked into a smile, and the scar tissue on her face scrunched up awkwardly, but it didn't seem to deter her. It never had, apparently, from what Harimitsu had told him. Mitsuru Nagisa just marched on with life. He hoped he could do the same. The Midoriya clan are dangerous, that is Nizu's briefest, most surface-level analysis of them. Their reputations preceded them, a world-class hero lawyer respected and feared by all who had cause to know of her, and an analysis hero gifted with the name a guardian of knowledge, but the information on them was false. Well, certain parts were false, not fabricated but more than likely from biased sources who had never witnessed the true natures of the matriarch and her dragon. He'd taken the liberty of investigating his potential apprentice's family when he'd first started to think Izuku a reasonable option. And why wouldn't Nizu do this? After all, knowledge was power. Midoriya Inko's files described her as vicious in the courtroom, willing to go to all lengths, to traverse every slimy and unsavory topic on the planet to win her case, but also as a kind, quiet woman who held no ill will towards others unless it was for a cause. Midoriya Hisashi was described as a mild-mannered, relatively skittish man who was eccentric at worst and horribly shy at best. In reality, the man was a cruel-tongued beast waiting in the shadows to pick off its prey and devour them as acid and venom boiled within. And because of this misinformation, they're dangerous. Horribly, terribly, board-destroying kind of dangerous. Nizu had began preparing himself for his fall, but his plans had been centered around one final manipulation in which his empire would fall into the lap of Midoriya Izuku and Aizawa Shouta, his dear students and perhaps the only creatures he cared for, in the limited way he could care, who would know what to do with it, who wouldn't let it fall, who would find a way to use his work to accomplish their goals. He had not planned for the Midoriya clan. Aizawa had thought him blind to his wavering loyalties, and he had been in regards to his loyalties to the clan stretching further than their son. At one point in time Aizawa would have backed off at a certain look, but now his once protege forced his will back, spoke what he knew had to be spoken. If Nezu could comprehend human emotions in all their complexities, he would understand that what he felt was pride that the boy he had built in the image of a great hero was now a man ready to stand for what was right, even if that did not align with Nezu's view of the world. Because that was what it meant to be a hero, to abandon the easy path of watching others suffer in silence in order to help. Evangelion managed to get some of the footage from the exam. You were so intimidating, boss. Mitsuru stood with him in the lift in 1A's dorm as it rose quickly to the common floor. Usually he would have been opposed to talking about the exam in a place he knew Nezu and the commission could easily eavesdrop, but because of that fact he couldn't very well tell Mitsuru not to and why they couldn't. He was lucky enough his business teammates weren't under surveillance, or at the least Harimitsu hadn't told him they were. That was probably the kind of thing you told someone you called boss about. Izuku just need a break from all this thinking at this point. It wouldn't happen, and if he stopped running this kind of random sheet through his head, then some pretty unsavory, highly unwelcome, thoughts would replace them. He could just tell, and Izuku really didn't want the thought that his friends might be physically repulsed by him and abandon him, or the thought that there was now a physical mark on his skin showing how villainous he was, and no, Todoroki's scar didn't count because that was caused due to trauma. His scarring was a result of how bastardized he had allowed himself to become. Who was he kidding? As soon as they saw the scars they'd know. They'd know he was worthless and disgusting, and everyone would know that they needed to drop him, to turn around to the Hero Commission and just say, that one is a cruel, deceitful creature, you need to get rid of it. They'd do it. He couldn't think of a reason why they wouldn't do it. Hey boss, just so you know, the scars never stop residing in your thoughts, but eventually they become an afterthought. Just figured I'd give you a piece of reassurance. What? Mitsuru shuffled where she was, hands clenching and unfurling as she tried her best to contain her shaking. Mitsuru had said she hadn't had her caffeine yet. Izuku would have to make her a cup when they got to the communal floor. You're spacing out, and your hand is tracing your scars. Harimitsu said I do that when I'm spacing and thinking about my scars. His friend was taller than him and yet she seemed impossibly small right now. Don't get mad, but Harimitsu said sometimes you spiral in your thoughts, and I don't want you spiraling about your scars, yeah. Izuku cracked an awkward smile, no promises. Hey Mitsuru, do you want some tea when we get to the communal? When the girl went to disagree, he continued, you're shaking. Mitsuru's face scrunched up before she was looking down, and after a stunned silence whispered more to herself than him. Shit, I am. He waited for her to stop staring in shock at her own vibrating body and was glad when she finally answered, yeah sure. Caffeine would probably be good. Yamati would skin me if I had another crash. You crashed? They were 2 floors away now. When? It isn't a big deal. Mitsuru tried to wave him off. It was while you were in the exam anyway, so you were too preoccupied to even be aware. I've had it up to here. She put a hand out above her head as high as she could reach without standing on her tip-ties, with everyone saying they should have noticed. Harimitsu wouldn't shut up about it. We all care though. I know that, boss, but if I'm being an idiot, I'm being an idiot. Now come on, we're about to welcome you back home. What are your first words to your adoring criminal network? Shaking his head. He sighed as Mitsuru cracked a few more jokes about him living up to his codename, the occasional gentle elbow to the ribs as she laughed. Quicker than he anticipated, but quick enough to satisfy his need to get away from Mitsuru's insufferable accurate humor. The elevator doors opened and all eyes snapped towards them as they exited. As you can see, I'm not dead. Death is a construct, the universe is a hologram, and a whole bunch of other pop culture references I can't think of right now. With that he turned towards the kitchen and entered with Mitsuru hot on his heels. The conversation was, putting it politely, between the hero team members abruptly came to a halt upon seeing him. Throwing up a peace sign as he slipped past the congregation of gaping classmates, he answered in the only way he knew how, it's Brittany Beach. Before any of them could react, he grabbed the kettle, filled it with water and turned it on. Then and only then did he turn to see them all staring at him. How the F did these knuckleheads lose to a meme lord like you? He shrugged and let out a loud, holy F dash. As a May-shaped UFO came hurtling at him. Izuku, you little hatchling, I missed you. May. Smiling to the point his face hurts, he can't help but feel a sense of relief as his best friend pulls him closer, and Izuku can't help but bury his head in May's shoulder so that nobody can see the tears threatening to fall at the closeness and rightness he's feeling. Izuku hadn't realized how stressed he was that his friends wouldn't want anything to do with him after they saw him until he was here wrapped up in May's arms. Aizawa, you have no idea how terrified I was. I couldn't even find out if you were stable until late last night, nobody could contact me and Power Loader wasn't allowed to tell me and dash. He squeezes the girl closer as he hears the warble in her voice. May shouldn't be crying, look at what he done now, look at how horrible he was making her cry. His train of thought was halted as the arms around him relinquished their hold as May used her hands to pull his face back to get a proper look at him. He didn't even have enough in him to care that his classmates were watching in silence as he held back tears, all because May had hugged him. How could he care? Why would he care? Cammy above, May's tone dipped as she stared at him, and he could only watch as she and everyone else in the kitchen took in the scraps of scar tissue that was visible. How the hell are you still cute when you're crying and you've just come out of the hospital? Their laughter was a bastardized mix of repressed sobs and genuine laughter. It's a talent? Midoriya? Todoroki's voice brought reality back to the forefront of his psyche and he steeled himself as he turned towards the other teen. I'm so glad to see you back on your feet so quickly. I know this may sound insensitive, but nobody on your team has any hand injuries, right? It took a few seconds to process Todoroki's words, and for the first time since the exam finished he shot his bicolored friend a genuine smile as the joke hit him. I knew you were joking at the time, you bstrd. Todoroki's version of a smile, soft and barely a quirk of the lips that spoke volumes to Izuku, graced him and left everyone else in the dark. The whistling of the kettle broke the silence again. Oh, thank goodness. Are all hero types so gushy? Nagisa, I didn't even see you. Hey Mimi. Hitoshi has a list, an actual honest to Cammy list on the top 10 stupidest things Izuku has ever done in the time he's known him. Suffice it to say it's in a constant state of flux. This might hit the middle ground, to be honest. What idiot turns up to their own dorms with a rip-off, half-wrong Bill Cipher quote before disappearing into what is essentially enemy territory without giving anyone a second to react? One of Hitoshi's idiots apparently. May didn't waste a second, having shot off like a bullet into the kitchen to bombard their best friend with what he can only guess is a flying attack from the loud "oh sheet" he hears from the smaller boy, but everyone else kind of just sits there processing that Izuku really just did that. What an butt. Cammy Hitoshi loves the brat. He, however, does not love that same brat leaving him with his dumbass kids the night before and not bringing him a bouquet to make up for it. Joking of course, Hitoshi didn't think Izuku even knew enough social cues to know that flowers came here and not a intricate blade. Seriously though, where had Izuku gotten Nito's thank you gift from? Did that really just happen? Nito's question is extremely valid and is not answered by Izuku like it should have been, but is instead answered by Mitsuru, who sauntered in from the kitchen with a mug of tea and sunk into the couch next to Kurwaro like she belonged in the dorm. Maybe this was why Ida had looked 10 seconds away from an aneurysm? The people that wouldn't tell him to go F himself when he chastised them had dramatically dropped. You bet your insomnia it just did, boss man. Yawning Mitsuru took a gulp of her drink. The boss is catching up with the knuckleheads in there, so how are you guys doing? A variety of responses that range from "I'm doing okayish" all the way to "I've been dead inside and out for the past century, how do you think?" are thrown about at the girl's question, and the girl simply smiles and takes everything in her stride. Though, Hitoshi supposed, when you dealt with this group of misfits for a week you got used to the variety of personalities or you dropped out. There was no other option. So, not to be the killjoy and all, but code 13 from the boss? The general vibe drops at Mitsuru's question, and it hits Hitoshi that nobody had even bothered to think of how it was affecting their business associates outside of Izuku. Hiroshima had assumed they were too far removed from the schemes to be of any worth keeping under surveillance. What's that sheet about? Does it have anything to do with the creepy stalkers watching our team in the business course and those MIBs that are stalking the school grounds? Are we allowed to call them MIBs? I figured that was like copyright infringement? As long as nobody snitches, I guess? Hitoshi doesn't answer the question, because the snippets of background conversation are answer enough, and Mitsuru's expression as she listens and says enough. Geez, all you guys did was do a stupid exam. Harimitsu is loving it, you know. Tilting his head at the girl sat across from him, she elaborates. With a hint of laughter in her voice, says it feels like we're in a spy movie. That means a CC spy is gonna try and stalk one of us, so I'm down if only for that. Kurwaro pulls a face and Hitoshi is worried the boy is going to say something offensive, though he can't see it, but he's on edge today for obvious reasons. You flirt, and for what? Romance? SEC? Pathetic. That's faintly familiar, but Hitoshi can't put his finger on why. To level my charisma stat. Kurwaro nods solemnly at that, his smile a bright blinding contrast against his skin and his solemn air. Ah, a gamer I see. Quite a cultured person I see. Well, my dear Kurwaro, I'm only having a good day today, so I have to enjoy it while I can. Of course, after all tomorrow dash. You're on your own. Hitoshi sits there and looks between the two teens who are grinning at each other and sharing solemn nods like they're confidants in some torrid society where no one but each other understands, and it hits him pretty DMN hard to realize he feels like a middle-aged mother. Hitoshi thought he knew memes and vines and references, so what the F has he just been witness to? You want to go gate crash the reunion? Nito leans in and whispers to him as everyone else waits patiently for Izuku to finish getting greeted by the hero team, bar Bakugu who's been sulking in the corner of the common since Hitoshi woke up, or are we gonna let everyone else hog him first? Looking to the blonde and then to where he can just catch sight of Izuku, Mei and Todoroki, he sighs, we've got all the time in the world Nito, let's let him try and build some bridges while everyone is high on pity and wearing their bullshit glasses. Blue eyes watch him with something he's too tired to really contemplate before a smile spreads across Nito's face. Despite the way you phrased it, you're being a big softy right now. I retain my threat from last night that I'd gut you. He throws an arm around the blonde who throws his own arm around Hitoshi's shoulders. Like I said, bold of you to assume I'm not just hollow. He finds himself laughing. I mean sure, physically I could attempt to take on the boss, but emotionally? Imagine the cost? Turning his head towards where Itsuka is chatting with Masahiro and Yosetsu, he can't help but shake his head. As if Itsuka even stood a chance, the second Izuku got his hands on a staff or hell a broom she'd be done for. Deku, I was so worried. Uraraka stands at an arm's distance as she says this, and it looks like she's unsure whether to move closer or not, and Izuku finds himself stuck in the same predicament. He wants to breach this literal and metaphorically gap between himself and his friends, but the emotional toll it's going to take is dangerous. An angry, raging part of him demands why it has to be him that breaches the gap, another smaller and far less fragile part of himself, why shouldn't it be him? Izuku is the one that caused this gap. Maybe that isn't explicitly true, but Izuku is the one that grabbed at the fraying edges and yanked full throttle with his quirk activated, so it should fall to him to try and fix it, right? Even to himself it just sounds like excuses. You were so out of it. He fears his smile is going to become forced with the direction this conversation seems to be headed. I asked you to stay awake and you started reciting the B-movie script on me. Oh. Well, actually that wasn't as morbid and mood-dampening as he'd feared. Wait. I did what? He can't stop himself from laughing. I am so sorry, Uraraka, that must have been so confusing. The smile he sent seems a bit more genuine. It was like the blood-type meme. Blood-type meme? Kirishima seems genuinely confused, and the look Uraraka sends him feels almost too friendly, but he decides to push that aside for a few seconds. Hey Deku, what's your blood type? Be positive. Deku, I'm trying. Looking up from her phone, Inko turns her attention back to Aizawa, the underground hero, a devastating force of nature in his own right, as he digs into his coworkers, the subtle look that had been shared when Nizu said his name before to stop him from spilling All Might's secret is telling enough to her that there are deeper plots at work. She'd already figured out that while valuable to Nizu, Izuku wasn't quite indispensable to the Chimera. But she could see that to Nizu Aizawa was a key piece in his games, a valued asset. It looked like the Chimera was just realizing it as well. What minimal expressions the rodent could make gave enough away. Some crude, defiled version of pride glinted in Nizu's eyes. If she was brave enough, and oh, how Inko wished she was brave enough to voice most of her thoughts. What she would give to have the courage to be vocal like her husband and son who feared no one but themselves and their thoughts. Inko would go as far as to say it looked like Nizu was a parent watching their child blossom to their full potential. But she wasn't that brave. So she left that thought to stew on its lonesome. The quiet thinkers are the disadvantaged, but Inko wouldn't touch the hailstorm of conflict in front of her with thoughts like those. That was a quick way to find yourself in a pile of shit. That wasn't your secret to tell Aizawa. Vlad King is correct, in a way, but the blooming bruise on his cheek tells her he might not be as in the right as he sounds. After all, Izuku had once said recovery girl healed the teachers of minor injuries and such, but that along with Hisashi's quick assertion of the man gives her pause on any assessment. How the hell do you know the Midoriyas can be trusted? She's right there, maybe 10 long paces away from the blood hero, so why he acts like she isn't is beyond her. But it makes her angry as well. Who is this man to deny her information that would keep her safe? He wasn't the government, he couldn't get away with thatched of thing. At the end of the day, heroes were nothing more than civil servants on steroids, and they needed to remember that. And it wasn't our secret to keep. Midoriya has the quirk now, it's his quirk now. I said I'd never reveal All Might's situation unless called for. Aizawa doesn't even gratify his coworkers with anything but a bored expression. I however am a teacher and one of my kids was nearly murdered by the LOV, so I'm telling his parents who are just as at risk as Midoriya about what they've gotten themselves into. But still dash. But nothing. You hate it that much, Vlad? Why don't you offer yourself as protection detail, get to know the Midoriya's, and make your own assessment on the matter. Sensei. Yes, Kurogiri? If I may be so bold, why is Midoriya so integral to your plan? Sensei? He's what I was like once, head filled with plans and schemes that I desperately tried to crush in exchange for helping people. It doesn't work, Kurogiri. The world will throw you to the floor and smash you open for what it perceives as wrong. Midoriya is like myself when I was younger, and I desire to cultivate that talent, Kurogiri. Our plans to change society may not fall through, however, if we were to help grow the boy that will one day change it, we could have influence on it. I see, Sensei. No, you do not. I have no wish to influence the society Midoriya will create. I just wish to ensure he lives long enough to see it come to fruition. I want to make sure that at the death of a mentor he claims to have no attachment to, he does not balk back, that he does not falter. I wish to ensure that he does not become like my brother. Tenya feels highly conflicted as he watches Midoriya from the kitchen. His other classmates have left the room, either joining Midoriya and the villain team in the common or disappeared off to do whatever it is they do on the weekends. He feels conflicted because there are so many things that he wants to ask, that he desires to understand and know the answer to, and yet is too cowardly to ask. Such as why? Why go to the lengths he did? Why hide that part of himself to the point Tenya can tell the difference between the smile he has been seeing for the past school year and Midoriya's real smile? In essence, all his questions are just him asking why? Why this, why that? It's repetitive, if not counterproductive. Because Tenya truthfully doesn't want to understand why. He doesn't want an explanation behind the dark macabre machinations that occur within Midoriya's mind. He just wishes to tear down this hostility that he himself has created. But he can't. He's too weak to do it, too shrouded in self-preservation and a blinding anger that after everything he and Midoriya had been through together, that the boy would use Stain against him. That the boy he had thought close friend would drag that howling ghost from its resting place and slam it into him repeatedly, with only a, "I wouldn't have used it if I didn't think he could handle it," as recompense. That doesn't answer why. That doesn't justify the reasons behind the actions. That doesn't explain to him why Midoriya had brought Stain back. Again, he doesn't want why. He just wants to get over it, to get back to the way things were supposed to be. But that's impossible. Tenya doesn't want to live a lie, doesn't want a friendship built upon deceit and masked personalities. Tenya wants to know the real Midoriya Izuku, the one that had faked his death to make sure no one else had to die. The one that orchestrated a plan so grand that no one but himself knew every element. He wants to know the Midoriya Izuku that inspired such trust, such loyalty of self to himself and his cause that others were willing to put themselves on the line for him. In short, Tenya wanted to meet the Midoriya Izuku that had created the Midoriya Deku he'd known. Tenya wanted to meet the boy behind the mask. How he would do it eluded him. He'd lived his life being told what was right, what was wrong, and despite his dabbling in vigilante justice, Tenya struggled tremendously with seeing the gray area for what it was. A middle ground. The world was not heroes and villains, it was everyone and everything in between. The villain team had been following orders, had done their job to the best of their abilities, and now they were being punished for it. For so long Tenya had been told the Hero Commission only got involved in the worst of cases, that he had immediately believed that there must be something of merit to the accusations. After all, why would they target innocent students? That was probably going to be one of his biggest mistakes. His other biggest mistake would be believing some of the rumors that had been spreading for the better half of the year about two of Midoriya's friends. Tenya was supposed to be a hero student, a legacy child, and yet he'd fallen into the trap of high school scandal. After hearing about the inventor's criminal record, he had assumed that the HC had a point for keeping her away from the others. After viewing the general studies student's quirk, he had thought there might be honesty in the rumors that he was a less than honest student. But seeing how they acted now, as teenagers, as family with no care but for each other, Tenya had been a fool. A fully fledged fool. There was no other way to describe his conduct, and yet even with that acknowledgement the words left his mouth in all the wrong ways. The sentiments lost behind aggravation that these people who had never appeared dangerous on his radar had beaten them so thoroughly and without the major use of their quirks all the while. It was terrifying to think all the damage that had been done, all the devastation and trauma, and yet, when it came to fighting, the hero team had always gone in head first with their quirks blazing, while the villains had used equipment. They'd used gadgets and traps and old-fashioned ingenuity to get around a group that had never played mind to their heavy reliance on a natural gift. He's broken from his thoughts by Midoriya's loud boisterous laughter. Tenya should go over and apologize. He should go and try and start anew. But he can't. Because not only is Tenya a fool, he's also a coward. If I may interject? Shyuda curbs his anger, festering deep within his chest and rising to the surface in quick bursts of venom in his voice, and turns to where Midoriya Izuku stood where she had been when her husband left the room, looking like an immovable object against the shitstorm swirling around her. Mrs. Midoriya, of course. This conversation obviously includes you. Nezu is cautious, it's obvious in his tone is polite and clipped, a lack of ambiguity in his words. He can't risk creating one of the worded loopholes he's so keen at jumping through. This time there's someone who'll jump through right behind him. Thank you. He'd only ever met Midoriya Izuku as a civilian a handful of times. The first was when he woke up halfway through her stitching up a slice on his stomach that he still bore the scar from, but he'd watched her work as a lawyer near religiously due to her ability to decimate an opponent with logic and cold hard facts. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Vlad King was it, but right now we have far more important things to be discussing other than mine and my husband's credibility. Well, what's to say you won't go running to the press with this story? A valid concern, he supposes. Inko's response near floors him. My husband has known All Might's real identity for years now. If my family truly wanted to out the poor man's private life, we'd have done it years ago when there was still something to gain from it. Shouts isn't sure what's more flooring, Inko clarifying that they've had the ability to just out Toshinori in his torrid, injured state for years now, or that she's referred to the number one as a poor man. It should have been obvious really whose brood Midoriya was. There was only one Midoriya family with the capabilities to accidentally create a eugenics baby so perfectly with absolutely no attempt to mold the kid. Vlad remained silent at that. As we've clarified that, Shyuda takes a quick look around to see the genuine shock on his coworkers' faces as Inko rattles on as if she's simply talking about the weather. The bigger concern here, as I'm sure you'll all agree, is the issue of my son being hunted down over a generation's old grudge. I can explain it to you in detail if you wish, Mrs. Midoriya? Toshinori looks put out, and completely out of his depth as he looks down at the tiny figure of Midoriya Izuku, a woman who could shatter him in two pieces if she wanted to and nobody would dare get in her way. That would be lovely, All Might, thank you. Inko smiles sweetly, a promise of pain and no mercy in her eyes all the while. Shyuda's finding it hard to decide who Midoriya takes after more. All Shyuda really knows right now though is that even without his father's quirk it's impossible to not know what the Dragon Princeling is. Izuku can feel the eyes on him from across the room, and while he'd love nothing more than to indulge wholeheartedly in his friends and nothing more, he figures the fact that Bakugu's stare isn't murderous means this might be the right time to approach the whole thing that is their attempt at reconciliation going back to square minus 100. The blonde is sat in the corner of the room, away from the main group, and Kirishima and Siro have taken up post with the explosive teen, but the other two also realize Bakugu is focused on other things. Climbing to his feet, Izuku takes a few seconds to realize, holy F, everyone is still looking at me, as everyone metaphorical and, in some cases literally, jumps to attention at him climbing to his feet. Hey, boss, sit down, what did you need? I'll get it for you. You just got back, you must be tired, let us do whatever it is you need to do. And other similar lines are thrown out at him, and it's weird. They got like this in the exam, but that was because, well, that incident happened, but right now doesn't really fit that kind of, wow, we thought you were gonna die situation because holy fing sheet, he died twice. That's a lot to take in. Shigaraki could have left him breathing through a tube for the rest of his life, or worse, he could have killed him. Technically he had, twice. Okay, yeah, that's fing with him a bit. Just a smidge, not a whole lot, you know? Just a tiny, tidgy part of him is in an existential crisis over the fact he died twice. The rest of him is in crisis over everything else going on permanently, without fail. At all hours of every day, every week without fail. But no, crisis can be put on hold until he's alone, truly, completely, alone, so he can sit there and possibly wreck his room if need be. Maybe he'll cry, maybe he might phone the psychiatric. Aizawa gave him the number for a book and appointment. Later though. Right here, right now though? He's gonna go over to Bakugu and request to have a civil conversation with the guy. Hopefully not getting into a fight with the guy all the while, and inevitably find himself with no significant progress and feel like Sisyphus by the end of it. Fun. Waving off his friend's protests, DMN at his left was still slower. Not that Izuku expected it to magically disappear, but if he found it so glaringly obvious then others would spot it from miles away. Okay, now he's just procrastinating. Moving towards Bakugu's corner of the room, he feels the eyes on him and spots the not so inconspicuous way Bakugu watches him. Stopping a good meter and a half away from Bakugu, Izuku's not getting in his immediate range before he knows they're both at least in the same library. Being on the same page came later down the line, in regards to this issue. Bakugu, what's up? At this point he thinks the biggest surprise to everyone should be that he's even talking to the blonde, but he's proven wrong when Kirishima mutters something about him not calling him Kaken. The FING price of chocolate Midoriya, holy crap, is this a normal conversation with Bakugu? He hasn't heard that tone since he was a little kid. The threat of climate change, the SXL tension between your boyfriend and sleep. Need I go on? Okay, no, Izuku isn't getting giddy, but he's having a legitimate conversation with Bakugu and neither of them have screamed or threatened each other yet? Not my boyfriend. A single eyebrow is raised at that, and Bakugu seems to sink into the couch he's on a bit, hinting that he's starting to relax. Look Midoriya, I'm the last person to give advice about shitty relationships, but you do not look at your friend that way. Embarrassment shoots up his spine and he can feel his ears growing hot. I want to talk to you about something important, take a walk with me. Bakugu seems to weigh the odds, be fire, pulling himself to his feet with little hesitation and stretching his arms above his head and walking to the elevator without a response. It leaves Izuku frozen for a few seconds. Was that a yes? It's been a while since he's traversed this version of Bakugu speak. Even when they left each other alone it was always hostile when they crossed paths, so for not docile, that's the wrong word, but the true Bakugu language to be back he's left floundering slightly. It's literally revisiting an old language you used to be fluent in only to realize you only remember the words for, bathroom, and cake only. You coming or not, shitty nerd? Yeah. The elevator ride is silent, but not awkward. There's something about the silence that calms Izuku's nerves about the whole situation, he supposes. With the sudden revelation that he died twice still screaming in his skull, talking to Bakugu will be a piece of cake. In all honesty, this feels superficial to a degree, like any second they'll break into spontaneous fighting or arguing. He supposes it's because that's how they've been for the past 12 years. Izuku can tell that even if this talk goes well now, it will take a long time to get rid of all the animosity between them. They're civil, for now, but there's no telling how long that will last. Eventually the elevator reaches the bottom floor of their dorm and silently they exit and shuffle their shoes on. It hits Izuku that the last time he and Bakugu had been alone before the exam started was here, where he'd cornered him and he'd started the whole Hitoshi conspiracy. Their interactions now are a stark contrast. Both silent and acting as if the other isn't there for the most part. The only time Bakugu acknowledges him is when they get to the door and he asks where they're taking a walk. It's less of doing a circuit than going somewhere. He's purposely vague because they're still within range of the cameras and he isn't giving up the fact his friends found an area of campus grounds that isn't bugged on the regular. Come on, we can talk on the way. Bakugu grumbles for a few seconds before falling into step with him. How's your dad? It's been how long since you saw him? The sincerity in the question, the genuine concern, hits him like a ton of bricks, but Izuku pushes through. Coming up on 9 years now. And how does Izuku explain this? This whole thing with his dad? How does he explain that he's everything and nothing like Izuku remembered, that he's so much easier to talk to in person rather than snatched phone calls when his dad had time to phone and sleep? He's Ryu. Is all he can come out with. Seriously? He has to turn his head to look at Bakugu at the sheer amazement in the Bond's voice. Red eyes are wide and there's something akin to excitement in them. Ryu, the great guardian of knowledge, that Ryu? Yeah. Aizawa pointed it out when he visited me in the hospital. They walk a few steps in silence. How awkward was it for you to ask for his autograph? No way, you're nerd, but didn't. I was too embarrassed. Seriously? Shyuda is just tired at this point. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. Just tired. If anyone were to alla him why, Shyuda would just have to vaguely gesture at everything as explanation because it's getting increasingly harder to pinpoint exactly why. Is it Vlad, who since high school has claimed the high ground while always being less than stellar when it came to morality? Is it Nezu? Is it the Midoriya family's lack of FS-given and unbeatable willpower? Is it the Hero Commission throwing its weight around? Is it the fact that Shyuda just knows something's going to go wrong on the training camp trip and can't figure out a way to get the trip cancelled without having to explain it's because he's getting a bad feeling? Maybe it's FING all of that and more? He's so tired. Maybe that's why when Inko goes to leave and find Hisashi, with a promise from All Might to meet at the dorms and sit down with Midoriya to discuss everything, he says he'll tag along. No way is Shyuda staying in the fallout without need. If anyone has an issue with his stance on the matter, they can approach him later, when he's got some semblance of rest. Shyuda can't even think to the last time he had a nap. He'd been awake all last night stressing about the commission and his kids and Midoriya's gaggle of hooligans and how he feels like he's adopted a bunch more kids because of it. But right now he's going to just trudge after Inko and hope to all that's holy that something gives him a break. They get to the spot, as they'd coveted it a few days into exam prep, rather quickly in the end. At the time it had been a place to just relax without the stresses of cameras on then and recording their every move. In the exam it had been bearable, after all they had to be watched, but even then they'd manage to get around by cutting off the cameras or going places without any. Right now the place was a godsend. The spot was an old storage shed that the support course used to dump their failed inventions when they're too embarrassed to show power loader, or at least that was Mei's explanation for the pantheon of robot husks and machine corpses. Izuku didn't really care what it was used for, as long as nothing woke up and decided it wanted to maul his face. That was the last thing Izuku needed. What the hell is this place? Bakugu kicks at one of the husks as they enter through the doorway that, as always, is absent of any kind of door. Somewhere people won't listen in. Even as he says that, Izuku is already doing his rounds, checking that everything was the same as the last time he'd been here, that none of the go-to places for bugs were compromised and other safety requirements he and his team had picked up on. Was it a paranoid habit? Yes. Was it most likely unhealthy to not want to discuss underlying emotional miscommunication with his childhood friend where his school could record it? Yeah. Did any of that stop Izuku? No. If the old hag hadn't told me about Auntie complaining about the school bugging the dorms, I'd think you were paranoid. Not just the dorms, the classrooms, the elevators, courtyards. Everywhere they can get them. He turns his head of his shoulder and watches the blonde wander and take inventory of the building himself, all because of an exam, huh? Bakugu shoves his hands in his pockets and rocks on the ball of his feet. It's an unusually trusting gesture. Bakugu's hands are his lifeline, the most easily controlled producers of his explosions. Putting the literal inbuilt weapons away is like a parley of sorts between them. That's not what we're here to talk about though, is it, Midoriya? Here they go, getting straight to the point before they can start dancing around the issue. Probably a good thing. Izuku's pretty sure his mumbling habit would kick in again if they didn't just cut straight to the heart of things. No, it isn't. He mirrors Bakugu, hands in his pockets as he rocks on his feet. We're talking about this. He gestures with his head to the space between them, and he's glad Bakugu catches on quick because he isn't sure he has words to describe what exactly this is. Right. This. Pretty fing broad subject, you'll have to be more specific. Where do we stand currently with each other? He can just see the way Bakugu wants to say, across from each other you moron, but the blonde doesn't, thankfully. I don't hate your guts, if that means anything. It said so flippant, as if he hadn't broken down to his mother in the hospital and told his mother that Izuku couldn't be allowed to die thinking Bakugu hated him, but I'm also aware you have a hell of a lot of pent-up aggression in you directed towards me. I don't. Can he say this and genuinely mean it? Izuku isn't sure if this is 100% true, but he's at about 90% sure what he's saying is the truth. I don't hate you either. It's more agitation, I guess, that you were always able to see through my mask and constantly tried to rip it away. That mask has been my safety net for years and you made it your mission to unmask me. Bakugu stands there blinking at him, slowly watching him, and it feels like he's being dissected where he stood. Was this what everyone else felt all the time? The reason I tried to unmask you, he makes air quotations, is because I thought you were looking down on all of us and it set me off. That stumps him. Bakugu carries on though. Since we were tiny shitrags, it's been obvious as hell that more goes on in that head of yours than normal. Every time I tried to act cool or show off, you just dash. The blonde's voice catches like it's painful to get the words out. Just look at me, as if you could see that it was an act, like you were looking right through to the kid who just wanted people to like him instead of seeing who I wanted you to see. Izuku curls in on himself slightly. For years he'd always thought he'd gone unnoticed, that his behavior had been brushed to the side and he was the only one burdened with its existence. Not once had he stopped to think of how it affected other people. It had scared him shitless to effortlessly see through people. What did it feel like to know someone was seeing through you like that? I was so jealous, so scared, so set off that I didn't know how to handle it. Where did you get off seeing right through me and not saying anything? One of Bakugu's hands came out of his pocket and scratched at the back of his head. I always felt so on edge because you could ruin me. And you didn't. So Bakugu had lived in what? Constant fear that Izuku would reveal him as a normal kid? A child that wanted acceptance and friendship? None of this explained why he'd spent so long trying to rip Izuku's safety net away. I was petrified. You never showed any indication that you'd reveal me or anyone else as the frauds we all were, and Kami, Bakugu dragged his hand down his face. Some idiotic part of my head said that if I revealed you as the fraud you were, it'd somehow that I don't even know. Bakugu, I just knew that if I showed everyone that sweet defenseless Deku was actually a criminally cunning secret keeper, that I'd feel more secure that nobody would ever know. If people realized you were dangerous, they'd never think to look at me twice. She just saying it out loud makes it so obvious what a move it was. Izuku just stares at Bakugu, barely able to comprehend that all of it, every harassment and obstruction in his life, had been the result of cornered animal syndrome on Bakugu's part. The realization didn't make any of it better, didn't make him feel sorry for Bakugu, but it at the least cleared up a few things. Now that that's out of the way, what else do you want to ask? That's a pretty open-ended question. There's hundreds of questions Izuku wanted to ask, but only one was at the forefront of his mind. A question that had been eating him alive since the major incident that had sparked it occurred. When I ended up with a broken arm after being pushed down the stairs? There's a look he doesn't understand in Bakugu's eyes. Were you the one to tell Nakahiko I was still in school? A broken arm had been the damage he'd been able to show at school. The hospital trip that had resulted after Nakahiko had pushed him down the stairs had led to 2 cracked ribs, a sprained ankle and severe bruising of his torso alongside the aforementioned broken arm. He'd had to have healing quirks administered to him to deal with the worst of the damage, and even with all the hospital records and photographs to prove the damage had been done, the school board wouldn't take them seriously. Claiming that his broken arm had obviously been caused by falling down the stairs and of course he hadn't been pushed, he should stop accusing people of things they hadn't done. Didn't he know he was going to ruin someone's future with all these false accusations? No. There's such strong conviction in the blonde's voice that he can't even question him. I told the BSTRD to leave you alone that day, said you'd left early to help Andy. See, Nakahiko said you'd been the one to tell him you'd seen me heading to the library and that I had you to thank for them teaching me a lesson. Kami, his voice is suddenly so choked up, and the reasons I needed to learn my lesson line up pretty closely with what you've just told me, so I need you to be honest with me. Did you tell Nakahiko? No. Hey guys, announcement here. I'm gonna end this story just before they go off to the training camp, and start up that arc properly in the new installation in this series. In a battle between stone and water, eventually the water wins. Which is a Japanese proverb BTW. So, hope you guys are excited. New book. Reintroduction of characters we haven't seen for a while. New changes to the canon storyline. More room for me to expand on this psychopath-inspired type society I've turned the BNHA society into. The ability for me to publish the muscular scene I've been working on for the past few weeks. The ability to get back into the UA Theorists chat room without it feeling clunky. Yay! See you next chapter. Chapter text. There's a lump in his throat as he meets Red Eyes and locks eye contact, refusing to let the blonde look away. He wants to be 100% sure that Bakugu isn't lying or skimming the truth as he answers his questions. It's a paranoid thought, one he'd never wanted to have to confront because he'd convinced himself for so long that it didn't matter, that the incident had happened and whether Bakugu was involved or not was merely a footnote. Now though, with them trying to rebuild a relationship? With their fragile friendship on the line? He needs to know. But all he sees in Red Eyes that have spent the better part of their lifetime biting into him is honesty, fragile openness, and honesty. Midoriya, I swear on my life I had nothing to do with Nakahiko. I'd rather lose my quirk than ever help him hurt someone. Shyuda had followed behind Inko as a cover, but the second they're out of the building he splits off and goes to his class dorm. With the king of problem children back, he needs to make sure nothing too close to a government takeover is happening under his nose. At the very least he wants to know about it in advance so he knows what he's supposed to be playing dumb about. It turns out, and in retrospect why he hadn't seen something like this happening he didn't know, that suffering the fallout while feeling like shit and seconds from falling asleep might have been the better option. Because there's too many children in this dorm, some of them aren't even his kids. Who the F is he kidding? They are now. He'd never liked Vlad, so these problem kids were his now. No joint custody would be discussed, they were his. And for the love of Kami, there's business students in the dorm. Why were they even here? Oh, that's right, Midoriya. That isn't the worst of it all, he is quick to discover. No, his kids. Why did he still care about these dumb FS? Oh yeah, because Shyuda had emotional attachment issues to anyone that proved themselves a capable dumbass, had let Midoriya and Bakugu wander off to chat, and nobody had thought to follow them. Rubbing a hand down his face he sighed, and nobody thought to, I don't know? Follow them to make sure they weren't going to start trying to kill each other? The kids look away, all of them looking a little guilty, like what he's suggesting had been their first thought, but they'd pushed it aside for whatever reason and were feeling regret. It was weird, sensei, we just didn't want to encroach on their fragile peace. Weird? What did they mean by that? What do you mean weird? Jiro answers for the room, they were calling each by their last names. I know it sounds stupid, but I didn't think I'd ever see the day Izuku didn't call Bakugu Kaken. It was incredibly disconcerting, Aizawa-sensei, we were all shocked into inaction. For a few seconds he thinks it's Tokoyami before he realizes it's one of the 1B students, Kuwaro. He remembers, he and Tokoyami had matching speech patterns, which was something he'd need to remember. Hearing the news shocks Shyuda himself, so he can see why the kids would feel dumbfounded. Did anyone see where they went then? I'm going to check on them. Before he can continue, the elevator dings and he turns to face it. Nizu sits quietly at his desk as his staff break off into turmoil. It seems Izuku got his ability to destroy a room's fragile sense of purpose from his parents. With only a few words, Midoriya Izuku had divided the room's opinion. Without so much as blinking, she'd torn his control from what he had once considered an iron grasp and she'd smashed it underfoot. Nizu would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed. He'd had reservations with Izuku at first, but the boy's proven time and time again he has the potential Nizu is searching for, but now seeing his parents in action, he has no doubt the boy will flourish into what is needed for this world. Izuku has yet to stand down from a challenger. Even Shigaraki, who had killed the boy twice, hadn't stopped him. Nizu would have suggested more time in the hospital, but his protege was already back, already returning to his defiance. Ironically, Nizu is proud. You'd have to be oblivious to think that anyone could control the beast that was Midoriya, but Nizu would try to work with the boy and attempt to mold him, and it seemed like it would be an easier venture than he had originally thought. He spots Numeri and Hisashi in the corner of the room away from the rest of the teachers, whispering to each other. Nizu doesn't bother to try and read their lips. He knows whatever it is will be in favor of Shyuda's stance on this whole debacle. There was a reason he invited them back to teach. And that was that if all else failed, Shyuda would have his allies with him, that if something like this was to occur, his bishop would not be left floundering in the ocean with no one to keep him afloat. A certain guilt, one he can barely comprehend, has been racking him since the day he could do nothing to prevent Shirakumo Oboro's death. Because of the profound change it had led to in his student was what Nizu imagined heartbreak felt like. There was a darkness that lurked beneath Shyuda's eyes, a darkness Nizu had seen in the ones that had experimented on him. A darkness that called for pain and destruction, an evil instinct to hurt without care. It had only risen its head once or twice in the years since Shirakumo's death, but the guilt from letting it from was to an extent sickening. That's why he needs to keep Numeri and Hisashi close to Shyuda. Shyuda and Toshinori are the ones who will help keep Midoriya above the waves, the extra buoyancy he'll require as Nizu lets him delve into his analytic darkness. But there's no point in a flotation device that had a hole in it. There's a knock on his door and all conversations end abruptly. Calling for the knock to enter, a needle of spite rests itself on his tongue as he looks at the commission representative that enters the room. They look critically around the room, evaluating things they don't understand, all for the benefit of the flawed system they protect. We were wondering, Nizu-san, if we could have an interview with Midoriya Izuku. No. The word leaves, accompanied by the spite needle, and digs into the agent across from him. They don't physically show the flat-out denial affects them, but Nizu knows it does. The HC are like toddlers, they hate not getting their way. I'm afraid you can't. Despite being a ward of the school, Midoriya has legal guardians who are quite adamant he not be treated like a criminal. If the boy has done nothing wrong, he shouldn't object to an interview. It only makes everything reflect on him negatively. The boy, as you just called him, Numeri, has an icy tone, has just returned from the hospital after being attacked because of the media coverage your organization forced us to allow. Midoriya is not guilty of anything, and is in recovery. Midnight-san, as Midoriya's teacher, I understand why you would feel the need to defend the boy. However, from a legal standing, the commission has to take interest in him. Numeri, stand down. Nizu sends the woman a sharp look when she nearly turns her biting tongue on him. Numeri is quite right. Midoriya is recovering, and until you tell us exactly what he and his teammates have done wrong, we will not be allowing you counsel with him. Is it not obvious? Clearly not. He's dash.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.